something like that to do it. I think it would damage it a little bit.
I mean, he's a Hall of Famer either way, but if it's significant to him because he's probably the last guy that's going to do it, I mean, that's the historical significance. Not so much that he would get to 300. That's awesome, but it's very possible he's the last guy to do it.
I would agree with that. And, I mean, it may simply come down to maybe Detroit is the only place that it's even possible.
Because you get a little more
Because you get rope. A little bit more, a longer of a leash here. And can he still be 4 or 5? Or can he be the back end of a rotation?
Well, think about it. If Scooble's done after this year, it opens up a spot in the rotation. Maybe Job slots in, but you still will need
you're always going to need 5 or 6. We've talked about it.
Yeah, I'll give the stat again. I mean, the Tigers last year had 8 different starters start at least 7 games. So you need arms. Tex says, so Scott Harris made these 2 moves so we wouldn't talk about what's really going on with this team. Who's going to forget Scooble is unresolved and we still need a right-handed bat? That's Mark in Dearborn.
Well, I think Scooble's pretty resolved.
Yep.
I don't think there's anybody that, unless he is willing to take less years, not less money, less years, and he's willing to agree to a 6-year contract versus a 10-year deal, there's a path that he could be back. But what is resolved is, obviously the arbitration is resolved, and they are going for it in the last year that they have team control of Tarik Skubal.
It's amazing that Valdez signing, what it does psychologically to the fan base. So, 1, it gives you a damn good pitcher. That's most important. 2, it softened any blow of, well, if the Tigers lose arbitration, they're going to like penny pinch and complain and have to trade Skubal. No, they don't. They're more than comfortable keeping him and paying Valdez, so it threw that out the window. And then, beyond it gave them stability for when Skubal does leave.
Right.
So it was huge.
And I think in the American League, this gives them a great chance to get to the World Series.
Also important.
And if you're building a team opposite the Dodgers to compete with them in the World Series, are you going to be able to go out and add 4 high-level bats and pay for them?
No.
So how do you compete with the Dodgers?
You shrink the game. You make it low scoring. It's kind of what like a football team would do if they go, hey, we can't keep up.
Let's slow it down.
Slow the game down. Try to win it Iowa football style. Can we win 10-7? The Tigers, if they...
Can we win field position, time of possession? Can we make it a slow, methodical game and bog everything down? Can we do the same thing in baseball?
Yeah, I'm very hesitant to talk about their World Series matchup in February. But this is in mind, right? We're aiming for a World Series. So if you're there, the goal is, can I win 2-1? Can I win 3-2? I mean, that's the way this team's going to have to win playoff baseball games. And if you're going to have to win playoff baseball games that way, you better have a 9-man rotation, and they damn near have one now.
Okay, so maybe we don't talk World Series matchups at this point. But with the moves that they've made, knowing that this is Skubal's last year, knowing that they've got Valdez, they brought back JV, like, can we not set the expectation that it is a World Series appearance? And can we then also talk about teams that they might play? And it's not a stretch to think that the 2-time defending world champs that have $2 billion in payroll will be in the World Series to face whoever comes out of the American League.
No, and I'm not mad at you. I don't think we're in the wrong to discuss it. It's certainly on people's minds when you have a $200 million payroll, when you spend the way they have. And I think, John, informally, we've been declaring it World Series or bust. World Series appearance or bust. While we haven't done the topic, right? Polled the audience, taken the phone calls. I think we're all kind of saying it without saying it. You don't make these commitments without the World Series being the focal point.
Yeah.
Not making the playoffs. Remember, Scott Harris also took a bunch of heat last year around the deadline when he said making the playoffs is our goal. It's very clear that winning the World Series is the top priority with this offseason.
You don't spend this amount of money and say, we really want to get to the ALCS.
If we can get one round further, win one more playoff
If we can get a guy that we can bring in the 7th to get us over and past Seattle. No, this was a move. These are moves.
Yeah.
With the thought that the expectation is the World Series.
Let's get to the phones. Paul in Clinton Township. Paul, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking the call. There's obviously the Tigers offense takes a lot of grief, right? And you've had guys, calling in saying, hey, you got to score more than 0 runs to win games.
Right.
The Tigers last year were 11th in runs. They scored I think it's 6 or 7 runs per game, if I read it correctly. Somewhere in that range per game. They were top 5 before, the first half of the year, right before the All-Star break, and then they definitely had some issues and fell off. The notion that they're like the worst offensive team in baseball is obviously an overblown narrative that maybe some fans want to take, but I agree with you guys. I think what they've done so far shows they are willing to do what it's going to take come trade deadline time or before. Once they see what they have in the farm system and who's doing what, they're going to add bats. They're not going to do all this and then just do nothing.
You're right. Paul, I think it's a good point. And to give the number that you were citing, 4.6 runs per game was 11th in Major League Baseball last season for the Tigers. It's 97-1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham and Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means that when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on their firm. Many law firms come and go, but for 30 years of experience, it's a true testament to their success. Their experienced team is ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes or payroll taxes. All you have to do is visit abrahamandrose.com or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
We're talking Pistons, first place team, game before the All-Star break, life post-trade deadline. Joining us is the team president of basketball operations, Trajan Langdon. Happy to set this up, happy to make this work. Trajan, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for having me on, guys. How we doing today?
We're doing great. And we wanted to start with the Isaiah Stewart stuff, and then we'll get into deadline and moving forward. But you've built a team of tough people, a team that people are proud of. Do you worry at all about the reputation that Stu may be getting around the league?
I think we're worried about what's going to come down from the league in terms of the games that he'll be suspended, which will hurt us a little bit. We'll rally and we'll come together, but we'll miss him. But I think he's a guy that everybody on our team knows that he has everybody's back, and we have they have his back on the floor. I think his reaction in the game was one of trying to come to the defense of one of his teammates. But I think he knows going forward that that's not something that can happen again, because it can set the team back.
Is this just sit and wait, or is there any communication that you have with the league office?
Basically sit and wait. I mean, you have communication, they're doing their due diligence, but at the end of the day, it's sit and wait, and they come to their discernment on what exactly they're going to put down for the suspensions for all, because it's not just our two guys, it's all four players, and getting the due diligence, the information from almost all parties involved takes time.
Talk about adding Kevin Huerter. What did you see with his game? Maybe something people don't realize. What are you guys gaining by adding him at the deadline?
I think the fit with Kevin is we like the IQ and the understanding of the game. We liked. It's not just he doesn't just run plays. He allows guys to play with him because he can do things, whether it's spotting up, whether it's ghost screening, back cutting, finishing, creating spacing. He holds pretty good gravity on the floor with defenses. Obviously, the shot, whether it's just spotting up in transition or off actions, I think he just does a lot of things to continue to open up opportunities for his teammates, as well as create opportunities for himself to score the ball.
Now, we've only seen in a couple of games, not a big sample size. How long should it take for him, with his basketball IQ that you're talking about, for him to be fully integrated into what JB is doing on the floor?
It's a great question. Probably have to ask the coach on that one, unfortunately. But it always takes time coming in, especially in winning situations. Right, good things are going. We've got a group of players that are playing well together, and I think JB's going to be cognizant of that and get him in at the right times, and hopefully over the course of right at the beginning, coming out of this All-Star break, we'll get him implemented and get him helping our team.
Why didn't it work out for Jaden Ivey here in Detroit?
I think the most difficult thing is the timing of the injury that he had. He was playing great last year, but that was an injury coupled with a second surgery that ended up putting him out for almost a year. And so it was the end of one year, and it was the beginning of the next end of one season. And the beginning of the next season. It wasn't just something that knocked him out for one season, and he had an off season and a camp. And I think trying to transition back to NBA basketball or any professional sport during the season when you haven't played for 11 months is going to be very, very difficult. And I think he will. I hope he figures it out. I think he will figure it out. Sometimes it just takes time. And great human being. I thought he was great for the city of Detroit, for our organization, and we wish him the best.
You didn't feel like you guys had the time to allow him to find his game. Is that also what you're saying there?
Yes. Yeah. For us, the move that we made, we felt we got better making that move.
In regards to where you guys are now, and I'm sure leading into the trade deadline, there's always going to be temptation to make a big move. And with Halliburton out in Indy, Tatum out in Boston, was there a temptation? Did you feel a temptation to do it? And how do you pair that with making sure you're making the responsible move for the organization, not just this year, but in years to come?
Yeah, I think you said it best at the end is if there was a move to make, we wanted it to be something that not only helped us this year, but could help us and not hamper us in years to come. And internally, we talked about a lot of different options or opportunities or solutions. And we just felt when we looked at everything that there was nothing really there for us in terms of that capacity that could have helped us now and not hurt us going forward.
Maybe another way for me to phrase it as well is you guys are taking care of your business. There's no question about that. Do you feel the East is wide open with the injuries in Indy and in Boston?
I mean, those are two big-time players. We feel that there's an opportunity. I don't think we feel it's wide open. I mean, there's good teams. I think we've shown that we can beat those teams, but we also realize that we haven't won a playoff series yet either. So we haven't won a home playoff game yet. So although we're having a really good regular season thus far, the playoffs is a different monster, and we don't have a lot of experience there. So wide open, obviously having those two superstars out helps. But, we understand how difficult it is, and we're just trying to stay focused and reach this team's potential, and that's our day-to-day approach and our day-to-day focus, and that's kind of what we're doing instead of looking at the grand scheme of things, just trying to be the best the Detroit Pistons can be.
Talking to Trajan Langdon, Detroit Pistons president, basketball operations. You guys are in first place. You felt like you got better at the trade deadline. I'm going to ask you to zoom out again. I know you guys are focused day to day. Do you guys feel like you're good enough to win the NBA title as you're currently constructed?
I don't even know, really. We haven't even won a home playoff game. So I'm just not gonna talk about NBA championships when we haven't won a home playoff game yet. So
yeah, I guess
it's two completely different monsters.
Right. I think that's what we when we talk to fans, it's like, the regular season's gone so well, the postseason's a different animal. I'm not saying that you guys would be guaranteed anything or should be the favorite or anything, but the idea of the roster you've built, you think this roster is built to have success in the postseason. Could we say that?
That's the hope. Yeah. Again, right. I think we're playing really good basketball. I think we're one of the better teams in the league. And hopefully we continue that in the second half of the season and have success in the, I'm part of, was it 2014? I was a member of the Spurs when we won. 2016 was a front office member of the Cavs when we won. It's really, really hard. 16 games, and that other team is really good, and they're going to be prepared, and they're going to be coming at us. And to win 16 of them in the postseason is very, very difficult. So I understand that, and so I'm not going to sit here and say that we're definitely going to be able to do that. So for me, I know we're going to be competitive. I have no question about that, and I think we've shown that already. So I love the team that we have, and I think we got a shot to do some damage.
One more question for me about the trade deadline. Tobias Harris was a guy that we had talked a lot about that could be a chip that you could use. Obviously, you didn't end up trading him. What makes him so important to this team? What does he bring to this team and his value?
If you just talk about the human being, he's professional. He's one of the leaders on the team. He understands what it takes day to day, game to game. I think he's just a model of consistency for us as well between the lines. You know what you're going to get with Tobias, with his approach, and he's going to do things to help you win, whether they're big or they're small. I think he's going to make shots. He's going to make plays. He's going to be in the right place on defense. He's going to take advantage of situations or mismatches, and he sees them on the court when other people don't. So we felt that having him around was important. I mean, keeping him here was very important for this group. And we're happy he's here.
Is there any clarity from the league on Malik Beasley? Are you guys open to a reunion? Do you have any information on what the future looks like for Malik?
Malik is still under investigation by the league right now, so that's the clarity. In terms of when that will end, I have no idea. They don't really give any clarity on that.
Okay.
Dennis Jenkins has surprised, I think, a lot of us. Maybe he hasn't surprised you guys at all, but what's been the key to his success and the importance of him being around?
Yeah, we're very excited for Dennis and what he's accomplished in this short time with us. But when we signed him as a undrafted free agent 2 summers ago, we liked the skill set, we liked the size, and we liked the character of the young man. And he just keeps coming. He's a high level competitor. He really, really works. Good size for the position. Plays both ends. Good teammate. But he competes, and he is not scared, and he just wants to be successful. He wants to reach his potential. He doesn't want to be any other particular person. He wants to be the best player that he can possibly be. And that's something, as we've watched him continue his upward trajectory, it's kind of been fascinating from last year in the G to Summer League to the beginning of the year. We had some injuries. He gets an opportunity, takes advantage of it, but he just keeps coming. We're lucky to have a player like that on our roster as well.
He's one of the great stories, not just locally for this team, but in the NBA, and it's a testament, obviously, to the work he's put in, but you guys finding him. Trajan, before we get you out of here, I just want to circle back so I'm not kicking myself. Isaiah Stewart, you brought up, you need to make sure this doesn't happen again. Is that something that you guys have a conversation with him? Like, how does that take place where you say, hey, we don't want you to stop looking out for your guys. We don't want to take the edge away from the way you play. But what is that conversation like when you or JB or the organization says, hey, we just want to make sure you don't get suspended beyond this incident?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Look, we know where his heart is. We know. I don't think anybody doubts why he did what he did. It's like he saw 2 players coming at one of his teammates, right? And, one of his teammates, they're almost, they're very, very close. So I think right or wrong, he just felt like he needed to defend him at that point when he felt like his teammate got somewhat sucker punched by a guy. But there's also the professional side of it is, if you do that, you're going to miss games and you're going to hurt the team. And he also cares a ton about the team. And so this is hurting him. This is going to hurt him in that way because he's not going to be able to help his teammates here and the team for a while. So I think that's exactly what you said. That's the conversation. And let's talk about how do we make sure this doesn't happen. This has to be something we talk about, come up with a solution, and hold each other accountable to that.
He's Trajan Langdon. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, guys.
It's 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch all our favorite sports is Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games and moments at a viewing experience built for sports fans. You could chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. If you haven't witnessed Fremont Street, I think that's a destination in and of itself. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
John, if I may, I wish you projected more confidence.
Me?
Not you.
Oh.
Trajan. You're the first place team. You like what you did at the deadline. I would have liked to hear a little more confidence. That's just me, the fan, reacting to what we just heard.
Okay, yes.
Do you like the humbleness of we haven't won a playoff game yet at home?
Yeah, I don't want him to go out there bragging and boastful. Yeah, dumb question. We've got a team that certainly, why would we play the game if we didn't believe that we could win a championship? But on the flip side, we saw what they did last year. They didn't win a home playoff game. They didn't win a playoff series. This is a team that not too long ago was a 14-win team. And this is the second full year of Trajan Langdon and everything that he is continuing to try and build. So I understand where you're coming from in regards to, yeah, I think we have the talent that could win a championship, but I could also appreciate what he actually said was, before we could start talking about championships, we got to win a playoff game at home. We've got to be able to win a playoff series, and then we'll worry about the second round. Then we'll worry about the third round.
I think things have sped up quickly for this team. I mean, the team he took over to the team they are today, it's happened very quickly. When you're in first place and you like your trade deadline, and we discuss, hey, can this team win an NBA title? You know, we know the Thunder are the Thunder. We know that the Spurs and the teams out west are daunting. But you're the first place team in the East. Of course, you can win the NBA title. And if you like your deadline, if you like the team, the decisions you made, and more importantly, the moves you didn't make, I don't need you to guarantee me a title. I wasn't asking him to guarantee anybody a title. I said, are you guys in that conversation? Can you win? Do you feel like you've built a team that can win an NBA title? And if the answer is no, the answer is no. I mean, I suppose that's the other way to look at it.
Well, I don't think by not answering that question the way you wanted him to answer it, I don't think he's saying, well, the answer is no. I think I didn't take that at all. Would I have liked to have sit there and said, "Yep, we've already making preparations for the parade."
No, that's not what I'm asking.
I thought
that was a layup. Yes, yeah, I like our deadline. I like our group. Yes, we're going to be in the mix.
I think by taking the floor every night, he says, "Yeah, we do. We're not going to tank the rest of the season so that we can get into the lottery and get a better pick. We need more ping pong balls. We're taking the court." Because we believe that we can win tonight, we can win tomorrow night, we can win playoff series, and we can win a championship. That's why we take the floor.
If he says we're good enough to win an NBA championship, do you realize the pressure that puts on this team? Do you realize how public and how that's a major headline? That's something that's going to go.
That's a normal question for a 1 seed after a deadline. You like your deadline, you're a 1 seed. Like, yeah, if I asked the 1 seed in any sport,
at most of them, any GM, all you're going to get is we expect to contend.
Right, his was we didn't even win a home playoff game last year. He was very humble. I'm not slamming him. He's just very humble. He wasn't as confident as I would have expected.
You're not looking at the right way. What he's saying is we haven't done crap.
Right.
And so he's putting it on the team, and that's probably the message internally that Bickerstaff's saying when they're doing the day-by-day thing, game by game and all stuff. But don't get ahead of yourselves. But that's going to be what they're going to say. Look, okay, we did what we're supposed to do in the regular season. Now it doesn't mean anything.
Right.
We've put ourselves in a positive position, but other than that, I thought that was actually quite telling that he said indirectly we haven't done crap.
Boy,
very different takeaway. Very different takeaways.
Yeah.
You guys let us know what you took out of it. 248-539-9797.
I didn't take that at all. I can understand your perspective. I don't agree with it and I do agree with the fact that he is right. Like, they haven't won a home playoff game. They had their chances, but they didn't. They didn't win a playoff series. So for him to sit there and profess, yes, we can win an NBA championship, would we have all wanted to hear that? Sure. But I think he's being very realistic in there are certain steps we have to take, and until we even win a playoff series, how do we even have the right to be talking about a championship? Are you thinking that his expectation is...
Well, that's a good question. What is his expectation for this team?
Well, you mean you could have followed up with that one?
I suppose I could have, John.
Yes.
I was trying to get to zero in on that, and maybe the answer is I did a poor job. I'm not above saying that.
What he said, if we don't make the second round, something has to happen around here.
No, I did again.
All right, we're
I
giving
thought
you
it was
hard
a fair
time.
question, but anyway, let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, this news is brought to you by Gardner White. So a pair of Lions fans are going viral after this chance encounter with a celebrity at the Super Bowl. So Daniel Brinker of Troy and his brother-in-law, Harry Schroeder of Madison Heights, showed up to their very first Super Bowl, and they were wearing their Lions gear, right? They were representing the Lions, even though the Lions weren't there. Well, their Detroit pride sparked a conversation with a Bachelorette alum, Jason Tartick. He's got a big following on social media. He was in. You wouldn't know who he is because you don't follow him. No, not Clay Harbor. You wouldn't know because you didn't follow him, but he's got a big following on the show. He was engaged to the Bachelorette at one point in time. Now he's dating a new girl who is actually a Michigan native from Plymouth. So when she saw the Lions jersey, she thought, you know what? I got to just go and say hi to him, like give him a fist bump and say hello. Well, then they kind of engaged in this really great conversation, and Jason filmed it and ended up putting it on social media. He's like, at first I just thought it was this awesome interaction between my girlfriend and these two Lions fans. And then we started to learn their stories, and they were there. One of them, Harry, has been battling cancer for years, currently undergoing chemotherapy. And his story, because of this chance encounter, is going viral. A lot of people are reaching out, giving him some support. And the Lions also have taken notice, and they're sending the guys jerseys, and they're going to give them a private stadium tour this week.
Oh, cool.
So just kind of a cool story, because my next stories are not so cool, kind of devastatingly sad.
You don't make the news, not your fault.
I don't, but a man is dead after being randomly targeted in a violent attack at a Detroit gas station. So police were called early Tuesday morning to a Sunoco. This was on Joy Road near Greenfield, after the victim was assaulted and run over multiple times with his own vehicle. So police say the guy went into the convenience store, went into the gas station to buy something. When he came out, there was a person sitting inside of his Jeep. That person got out of the car and started assaulting him. And once the victim was severely injured, the suspect got back into the Jeep and
ran him
drove
over.
Yeah, and then fled the scene. That suspect has since been arrested. The motive for the crime is unknown, but police say it seems like it was just completely random. Another heartbreaking story. A little boy, 11 years old, from Taylor, was struck and killed by a vehicle on Tuesday night. He ran out, walked to go get some snacks, talked to mom on the phone. Mom said, hey, you got to get home. It's getting dark out.
Yes.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Well, she called several times after and didn't hear from him. He tried to cross the road at a non-crosswalk, was struck by a vehicle. The driver stopped, tried to help the boy. Unfortunately, he passed away from his injuries. And now the mom is just saying, hey, please talk to your kids about the safety of crossing the road at a crosswalk. Just a devastating story. One more. I got to end on something less serious, right? College students can't put their phones down even during sex. Maybe you don't want to listen because your daughter, just don't listen. According to a new study, well, it's just thinking you have a college student. Shh.
I got a couple of them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You go, shh.
What are they doing while they're texting you?
Well,
they're studying.
According to a new study, more than 1 in 3 U.S. college students admit that they check their phone. It could be to text or to scroll through videos while they're having sex.
Hey, guess what I'm doing?
Oh, no.
What are they texting?
No, experts say that it's not just a distraction, that like these phones are security. It's an addiction. They're security blankets. They're anxiety regulators. They're muscle memory. And they say for some students, reaching for the screen during sex isn't about boredom or like disrespect to their partner. It's about habit, nerves, and staying tethered to a world that never turns off.
Yeah. Wow.
So
that's another level, though.
So the next time your daughters text you, John,
I'm sure they'll
don't
be doing
think about
wholesome
what they're
things.
doing.
Stop it. Why would you even put that in my head? You're such a bad person. What are you?
Well, it's just college students. Your daughters are in college.
Oh, my goodness.
know.
I'll never be the same.
It's Heather with the news. Glad we ended on that one. It's 97.1.
Hey, everyone knows how much leadership and team means to me, and I've learned that the best results come from having great leadership and a great team in your corner. That's exactly why I love First Merchants Bank. They've been my bank for a number of years because they do something a lot of big banks have forgotten about. They take the time to actually get to know me. And Chris and Tim at the branch I frequent all the time, they welcome me when I come there, whether I'm looking for long-term growth or just need a sounding board for a big financial decision. They provide the kind of sound advice and tailored solutions that actually work for my life and for my family. With First Merchants, I never feel like I'm just another account number. I know that I'm in control, and I love being in control. They give me the tools and the confidence to know I'm making the right decision for my family's future. It's about peace of mind, knowing your bank is just as invested in your success as you are. If you want to feel the same confidence in your financial journey, visit firstmerchants.com to learn more about how they can help support you as well. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Top text. John, don't answer the video call.
Oh, you evil, evil people.
Now it's in your head.
Oh, won't be there for long.
Did Twitch have any thoughts on this? They're always
Yeah, Heather is low-key evil. Mm-hmm. Yep. And don't put that evil on John Jansen. Come on.
Just happens to be you have college-age kids.
Yes, I understand that. But can you imagine being a college-age dude and you're getting busy and your girlfriend pulls out her phone? Like,
Scrolling TikTok.
yeah, like, hey, this must not be that interesting. My game must not be very good.
Say, how humiliating.
Yeah.
But apparently it has nothing to do with that.
But
It's
that's how
just-
you'd feel, though.
Oh, for sure. Oh, yeah. I get that.
So it's because we are so addicted to our phones.
Yes. We're so tethered to our phones, we can't put it down. Have to know what's going on out there.
The phone.
Well, not necessarily the phone, but the world outside of the phone.
Yeah.
What's next? What if I
Social
scroll?
media,
What's
yeah.
the next video? What's the next post? What's the next
Am I
clip?
going to miss something? Again, your game must not be that good if you're worried about missing something that's
Yeah, you should be heading the game.
going on outside the room.
Right. You should be excited about what's happening in the room.
Exactly.
Enthusiastically.
Yeah, or what's about to happen.
Exactly. But this ties into the story we had earlier
It
in the
does.
show about the new law. And schools are already doing this, but now it makes it uniform.
Oh, sure. Yeah, let's tie this into school-age
No,
kids.
I thought the same thing. No, I'm not tying that, but just the
Phone
addiction to
addictions.
cell phones and the
Stop it.
distractions they cause, whether it be for learning or something else.
And yeah, I think if you're someone who's 11, 12, 13 and you're already obsessed with your phone, it's only going to continue. So
Yes.
how do we get people to focus on what's going on in front of them?
Stop smiling.
You take the phone away. And it sounds like in talking to teachers and parents, it doesn't have to be overly elaborate. They're just going to drop the phone off at the door.
And it
sit-
sounds like a lot of schools have charging docks.
right. So you
Charge them up while we're in class.
and then you pay attention and do the work, and then you can check your phone during classes or during lunch or before you go to practice after school.
Yeah, we
You
want to
still
make sure
have
that
it.
by the time you go home, your parents have to deal with a full battery. We got laws in place for us.
No kidding. 248-539-9797. No more making fun of John and his children, but you could send those in before we get out of here if you'd like. Carson Anderson, 5 minutes away.
Yeah. I'll never, like I said, I'll never be the same.
Sorry.
Changed my life forever this morning.
Guys, I love that Trajan set the bar high and kept things honest. He didn't want to send us back into a Lions 15-2 season, Antoine, where you get built up and get sent crashing down immediately.
Yeah, I mean, I did think he was very honest. I'm a little. I guess I shouldn't be surprised at your disappointing take.
Well, it was just. You think my take was disappointing?
I
Or you
think
think-
you're. I think you want every general manager to come out and talk like Brad Holmes did in regards to our expectation is the Super Bowl. And we loved it. And I would love it if he said, yeah, we do think we have a team. I kind of think that's understood.
I actually think we may be stumbling into something here. With the Lions felt they had earned the expectation of a Super Bowl. And I'm sure that comes from the fact that they made the NFC title game the year prior, right? That's when things really sped up and they said, it's the Super Bowl is our expectation. Just going off what Trajan said, like they haven't earned that in his eyes because in his
Right.
point, they haven't won a single playoff home game or a playoff series. Where I sit from the outside in Fanland is I got the number one team in the Eastern Conference. Why wouldn't I feel that way?
Well, okay. My take is I've got the number one team in the conference. I think it's understood that we could compete for an NBA championship.
That's not how it was answered or discussed. That's not.
Well, to your standard.
No, we can play the audio, and I'm sure other shows will. I don't feel like he said that. That of course we can. Of course we're in the one seed, so of course we can. That's not how that was answered.
No, it's not, because when you say something is understood, it goes unsaid.
Yeah, but when you talk to someone and you ask them, you want them to say the things. That's the point of asking the question.
Yeah, but like Tom said, like the amount of pressure that you're putting on your team
Well,
at
that's why I
that
wound
point.
it back. I said, well, hold on. Let's not talk NBA title. Make some noise in the playoffs. You liked your deadline. Can you make some noise in the playoffs? And it went back to, we haven't won a home game.
Because he stated the
It's
fact.
a factual statement, but that didn't pump up any confidence. It didn't act like they've earned a higher expectation. And maybe the answer is they haven't earned a higher expectation. And that's okay if that's the camp he falls in, or John, you fall in, or someone who's ticket texting falls in. It's just how you feel about it.
And again, unless you're in a position to, tank the rest of the season and play for draft picks and lottery picks. I think they're taking the court every night with the understanding that we're going to win this game, and we do believe that we're good enough to win a championship.
Right, but if there was at all a belief like we just passed a deadline. I know you just said, well, no one's going to tank. If you were at all uncertain or wanted more certainty or wanted more confidence or wanted to be able to say, yeah, I think this team can make noise in the playoffs, the chance to do it was at the trade deadline. And he liked what they did. He said that with the Herder move. He said he felt that they made them better. That's why I thought it was kind of a logical layup, high five, yeah, man, up top, you guys are in the mix, right?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I took it as you asked that question. The obvious answer is, well, if we didn't believe it, then we wouldn't play the rest of the season. To a point where we think we're going to win every game.
I don't think anybody expects anybody to win every single game.
No, but they going into every game, they expect to win.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Gator's in the studio. He's always one to provide some wise words. Gator, what's up?
How was everybody today?
Good.
Hey, fresh haircut?
Yeah, we're the weekend.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know where I was the last couple of days, but it looked nice.
It's all right. I think it looks great.
Yeah.
I'm happy with it.
That's why I said it looks nice, yeah.
Thank you very much. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Would have been nice if Heather had said something earlier, but
Looks great.
well, thank you, Heather.
Looks nice.
What, me saying it looks nice is different than Heather saying it looks
I think
nice?
it's cool to get for guys go a nice haircut, but I mean, really, what you want is the approval from the females. That's what you want.
Yes, this is true. Yes.
Yeah, it looks good. You look great.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Heather.
no problem.
That's really nice.
Are you just saying that because he made you say that, or do you actually think that?
Both.
As a hairstylist,
I
yes.
think
So
it
you
looks
did hair,
great.
yeah,
I think
okay.
it looks great.
I mean, you're an expert
But
on
I'm saying
on
it
cutting
because
hair.
you asked me to say it. But it
Thanks.
does look good.
Yeah.
So Gator's haircut, topic 1 on the show today. What's topic 2?
We'll be talking about Justin Verlander. The news broke literally with, I think, 6 minutes left in our show, and we were talking about something else. I was talking, and then I could see that Doug and Kang were communicating behind the glass. And I'm like, well, what's going on? And Doug says, all right, I guess we got breaking news. And I was expecting it to be the Pistons suspensions being handed down. And I refreshed Twitter, and I saw what was going to be as Kang was telling us that Verlander has been signed by the Tigers. I was like, wow, that's something. So we'll talk about that. Now, the other shoe fell because of the Reese Olson news, but it's going to be interesting nonetheless.
Pitchers and catchers report today. Baseball's in the air.
Yes, it is.
Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. Today is the first day of spring training for the Tigers as pitchers and catchers will report to the facility in Lakeland, Florida today. Position players get there on the 15th. A.J. Hinch said this morning that Tarek Skubal will start for the Tigers on opening day in San Diego against the Padres on the 26th. Tigers have 6 road games and 2 off days before their home opener. That means it could line up for Justin Verlander to make one of his first starts with the Tigers at home in Detroit. The team also announced today that Gold Glove catcher Dylan Dingler underwent an arthroscopic procedure on his elbow over the winter. Reports say Dingler will be a little slow to start camp, but he does not expect to miss much time and will be ready to go for the start of the year. Chris McCoskey of the Detroit News also provided some clarity on Reese Olson's injury today. Olson told McCoskey if he had surgery on his shoulder even back in October, he still would have missed the whole 2026 season, so he decided to try and rehab the shoulder before this year, but the pain never went away, so they elected for the procedure. Pistons scheduled to play against the Toronto Raptors tonight for their final game before the All-Star break. That game will be right here on 97.1 tonight at 7:30. Detroit should be without Jalen Duren and Isaiah Stewart for tonight's game, as both are expected to be suspended, along with Moussa Diabate and Miles Bridges from the Hornets, but yet still no word from the NBA office about the disciplinary actions. That game's coming up tonight at 7:30 here on 97.1, pregame at 7:05. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so I just love this. We've got the Birchie kid on from down in Lakeland today at 11:45. Scott Harris spoke today. A.J. Hinch speaking. You've got the team working out. Birchie just tweeted out the following. in the last, at this hour, this is like breaking news. Parker Meadows was in the Tigers clubhouse in Lakeland yesterday. And Justin Verlander walked in and Parker Meadows said, "What is he doing here?" Parker Meadows had no idea.
Oh, that's
until
awesome.
JV walked into the clubhouse.
That is funny.
He asked the clubby, "What is JV doing here?" The clubhouse manager said, "We just signed him." Parker Meadows said, "What?" Isn't that crazy?
That is nuts.
Yep.
And it's cool. That's one of these cool.
Well, it's hard to
stories
get. It's hard to disseminate information these days.
Well, yeah, right.
Actually, what it tells you is it tells you Parker Meadows probably doesn't spend a ton of time on his phone because
Maybe not. No, he's too busy working out.
That's right.
Studying film and
Sleeping
and
working
eating
out
right.
again and
Yeah.
eating correct. Yeah, that's all we want our professional athletes to do, and that is it. That is it. How are you today?
I'm good.
It's good.
Yeah, I was enjoyed yesterday watching. I got home, turned on the Olympics, and watched the women's hockey game against Canada. That was a throttling.
Yep.
That was fun.
Took it to him.
Sure did.
A trash talk started with me and my relatives.
Did it?
Yeah. But this won't mean anything if Canada beats us in the medal round.
No, of course not.
yeah,
Of course. And Canada was playing without their captain, which makes a difference. But was it 5-0 was the final? Wouldn't have made that much of a difference.
I tell you what's crazy is what went viral from the Olympics yesterday was Klabo again sprinting uphill on his cross-country skis. This Klabo dude, that Bakken that was named after him in the Olympics 4 years ago.
That Bakken.
Yeah.
The hill that
The
they call
Klabo
Bakken.
Bakken.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they call it the Klabo Bakken because he was so good at it.
Apparently, it was named that for like days when Diggins.
That's great.
Yeah, when everybody was gassed, they had just nicknamed this hill at the Pyeongchang Winter Olympics. They had just named it the Klabo Bakken, which means hill, and it was named after Klabo, who's 29 years old and still just dominating in cross country skiing. But
Well, it went viral because it's not just that he was doing it, but they said that he had a sub 6 minute mile pace uphill on the skis. I mean, he's just sprinting.
yeah,
Doesn't look like he's got skis on until you get a full, like, oh, he has skis?
yeah,
It's nuts.
yeah.
And here's something else I've observed. And maybe this is because I just don't pay enough attention to cross country skiing. But is it the new hotness now when you're done with the race? Instead of, like it used to be when you were running or when you were exerting lots of energy, when you were done, they always said, oh, put your arms above your head, walk it out and put your arms above. You don't want to collapse, just put your arms above your head so you can get more air in your lungs. Everybody in the, whether it's men or women in these cross country events, biathlon or whatever, when they're done, they collapse completely. And I'm
Well-
assuming there's another way that they get air to their lungs because they're all doing it. It's not, it's just different.
I don't know. I do know that after one cross country race, they just showed dudes with snot all over their face.
Oh, yeah.
And
I mean, they're
it was
completely
just
gassed,
awful.
which
Yeah,
I get. But
terrible look.
it's what's the quickest way to recovery. Apparently, there's a new way to do it. It's either, on your stomach or on your side, but somehow able to, get more air in your lungs that way than it was back in the day when they told you to, stand up, put your hands over your
I
head.
never believed that. Did you guys?
No.
Like,
I
like anyone
collapsed.
that's played sports and you were dead tired, your coaches always told you put your hands
Right.
over your head, like combine, like and it opens up your lungs, right? Like your armpits are like exposed. That's how you do it. To me, putting my hands on my knees helped much more.
and it-
laying down, like I had felt way better if I just
Because it
bent
stops
over.
you from falling over.
No, but like they never got more. I never felt better that way. I don't believe it. Did someone make this up and we all just kept doing it?
Probably.
Generations were
Yes.
doing it because some guy in some gym class was like, I don't know, put your hands over your head.
I know that every time that I ski on sprint ski uphill on a Bakken,
Yeah, every time.
I fall down. When I get to the top, I lay down. I don't put my hands in the air.
Throw them around like you don't care.
Yeah, that's right.
What I do is I get up to the top of the hill, and before I'm too tired out, then I turn around and go back down the hill.
Is that it?
Yeah, and then breathe the air into my lungs as it's being forced in harder.
That's how you handle a
because of-
Bakken?
That's how I handle a Bakken.
Yeah. Well, it's individual, right?
Yeah,
we all have our strategies for a Bakken. Big news is still Detroit, the reverberations of the Justin Verlander signing. The feedback that poured in yesterday that we didn't get to, because that happened late in our show, And there's so many layers of this to talk about, and we will get to it because we've got an off season that went from a disappointment to one that an instant jolt of excitement into Detroit. I mean, an injection of enthusiasm for the baseball season over the happenings of the last week and how it's changed. And the crazy thing about the JV signing is what's not clear is even if yesterday's news makes them better, because a healthy Reese Olson is what we're not going to have now. He's out for the year. Justin Verlander, it's hard to predict what he's going to be. From a baseball aspect, he could be the JV the second half of last year, or he could be the next Jordan Zimmerman. I don't know that there's any telling at his age what to expect. It's a nice recovery, to say the least. It's filled with nostalgia and sentimental storylines. But from a baseball perspective, it's a bit of a wild card. I'm glad they did it. Don't get me wrong, because I think of him as the fifth starter, and I think of him as even a fifth starter that probably is going to need some maintenance this year, where they'll say, hey, we're going to give Cater Montero a spot start, or Troy Melton a spot start, or somebody to
Ty Madden.
Ty Madden, sure.
They've got
Sawyer Gibson-Long is still on this roster, and last year we confirmed he does exist because it felt like Sawyer Gibson-Long's been on the 40-man roster for 10 years and we've never seen him. But long story short, the JV feel-good story is awesome. From a baseball perspective, we have to wait and see.
Yeah, but I mean, the story, of course, is awesome, and it makes a heck of a lot more sense when you find out that Reese Olson is out for the year. But that being said, there's no risk to this. None. Because they have other guys in-house that you would have expected. Like, we didn't know that they're going to get JV. Mm-hmm. Or we thought, okay, and we even said at the time before the JV signing, we're like, okay, well, Reese Olson, don't know if he's going to be able to start the season. Didn't know he's going to be gone for the whole year, but we thought it was really realistic that he wasn't going to start the season. So they'll have other guys who are going to be competing for that. Well, they signed Justin Verlander. Now it's confirmed Reese Olson's gone, and you still have that same group of guys that'll be competing for rotational spots. So if it doesn't work out, it's okay. It's not the end of the world. And on top of that, the way that the money is deferred, where it's like $2 million for this year, it's a 1-year deal. He gets $2 million for this year, and then in 2030, there's an $11 million deferred payment, and in 2030, they're not going to have much of a payroll.
I got to be honest. I'm going to spend zero time worrying about the 2030 roster,
right?
And the payroll.
I'm like, this is perfect. I mean, they could have spread it out, I guess, over a couple more years if they wanted to, but that's where they wanted to do it. That's just fine, and we'll see how it works out. But if you're not encouraged, at least by the second half that JV had, where his earned run average in the second half of the season was below 3. Mm-hmm. All right, but I don't know what to tell you. I mean, he was a much better pitcher, and particularly down the stretch, he was outstanding down the stretch. So he's not going to be the same overpowering Justin Verlander we saw here in Detroit. But he's a guy he's a KG Wiley veteran. Usually reserve those comments for a lefty, but that's what JV as a righty. He's in his mid to late 30s at this point, and it's been 20 years since he started his career in Detroit, and at least for that World Series team in 2006. And I'm excited to see what he has left on the tank, because I think he's got something left in the tank. Yet, I also, as a baseball guy, I don't expect much for the first couple months. I think this is something that's going to pay off starting in maybe late May and moving forward. I think it'll be some touch and go for the first couple months. It's a slow start, and then we'll see where it is.
248-539-9797. Your reactions to that news yesterday. There's a lot to unpack here with Justin Verlander coming back to Detroit. Let's get to your open line calls. Mike is in Livonia and on 97.1. Good morning, Mike.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
All right.
Hey, I just wanted to tell you guys are talking about the best recovery position.
Yeah.
There's actually been studies done on it, and Kang is right. It's like slightly bent over with your hands on your knees. That's the best recovery position. Most of those guys that fall over at the end of these intense races are just because they're dying. They've emptied the gas tank.
They're in the fetal position.
After, and I get it. It's an incredibly. How rough is that on your body to do that? I mean, the exertion is amazing what these guys and gals go through.
Well, especially at that level, those guys are given everything they've got after training at the highest levels for years, right? So it takes everything they got.
Do you have a background in this? What are your credentials here?
Yeah, I'm an athletic trainer. I've been doing it for 28 years.
So how about they collapse and sprawl out on the ground for recovery? Is that recommended?
Not good, but you know what I mean. When you've gassed yourself out, that's usually you're just trying to find a way to get comfortable.
Yeah.
And those guys are just done. They're done. So that's why they're on the ground. But as soon as they can, they need to be moving around a little bit.
Well, hey, appreciate it, Mike. Thank you very much.
Let me just correct something about JV. I was being kind to him about his age. He's going to be 43 next week. So, as I'm adding it up in my head, I'm like, it's the 20th anniversary. I'm like, oh, he was over 20 when they drafted him. 43.
Yep.
There you go.
Yep. Well, there's something kind of crazy about the JV signing that we will get to next at 10:17. It is Carson Anderson on a Wednesday on 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. All right, so yesterday the news was near the end of the show that Justin Verlander is back with the Detroit Tigers on a 1-year contract. And we hope, I mean, I guess a realistic expectation is he settles in as a fifth starter and can maybe provide what Reese Olson was going to provide. It is a decent bounce back position. Given the Reese Olson, the news came yesterday, Reese Olson is out for the year. It's kind of a crazy what if with this whole thing. When you think back to all those years with JV anchoring a Detroit Tigers staff from 2005 to 2017, you know, he was counted on. He wasn't the anchor the whole time, but he was counted on, and he was a horse for much of it.
Yeah, he only made 2 starts, I think, in 2005. But yeah,
but that was his time in Detroit.
Didn't take him long.
They were a contender that whole time, and some seasons were better than others. They were always in the mix, and one of the reasons why they were always in the mix was because of him. He was here, and they came damn close. We could make some arguments that on some seasons they were clearly the best team in baseball, but that's not how it works. You got to do it in the postseason. And he had. I mean, let's face it, he didn't have elite results in the postseason when it came to the World Series, but you know, there were some incredible starts. There was the meme that would go around in all those big games, those game 5s with Oakland. Everybody relax. Everybody blank and relax. I got this. And it would be a picture of JV and with that, you know, that stare on his face. And it was awesome. Like, he was our guy. And he could come back here and in total support role actually win a World Series in Detroit. Like, as in a completely different role.
Yeah, and who knows how that role is going to evolve over the course of this season. It's, I don't know why you said it like this, season.
I want you to talk like that the rest of this segment.
Oh, just talking from Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
That's how on the season. Why it came out that
Where the
way?
hell did that come from?
I don't know. The season. Yeah.
There's a little bit of Irish in there.
There's a lot in there. I don't know what happened. But he may end up, who knows how he's going to be used? I mean, are they going to give guys an extra day of rest here and there just to work in that extra day? Is he going to be someone who gets that, like, hey, he's going to start, 4 out of 5 starts, he'll make his start, and then he's going to skip one. Are they going to do that with him just to manage it? Because, he is going to be 43 after all. But I'm excited for the run because, I mean, it's part nostalgia, but it's also, there's a big baseball move here. He's got something left. I mean, he proved at the end of last season. It wasn't just like, he had one great, outing to finish the season and finish his career. That wasn't it. He's got more. He wants to win 300 games. I don't think he's going to get there. He's got to win like 30 games to get there, and it's just really hard to do at his age. But if he could get somewhere near 10 this year, good for him, and just help this team along. I think what he can provide for this team is similar to what Kenny Rogers provided for him in that 2016.
Yep. I mean, he's
veteran leadership.
Like, this is classic. I mean, it's like Tobias.
Kind of.
His role on this team very well could be, and feels like it's almost borderline projected as, that veteran voice in the locker room, whose locker is directly next to Skubal and maybe Melton on the other side, or whatever young pitchers they want to put him next to. And his contributions in the clubhouse are going to be as valued as perhaps his contributions on the mound, maybe even more. Who knows? But it's kind of funny. Now, what does this do to the Tigers' odds? I wish I'd seen him before this deal went down. But to win the American League, where do you think they rank in the American League in terms of odds to win the American League?
I think they're probably, they're right close to the top now. It's got to be probably, I'll say third behind Seattle and the Yankees.
The Yankees are the favorite at plus 440. Seattle's the second favorite at plus 550. Boston and Toronto are plus 700. Detroit is plus 900, the fifth favorite.
Yeah. Three teams in the East. They got it.
To win the World Series, where do you think they rank in terms of is kind of a guessing game. I get
Well,
it.
right, but so you're saying they're fifth in the American
Fifth
League.
to win the American League.
I would imagine they obviously have the Dodgers and I mean,
Host of teams. Yeah.
can't be too many more though. I mean, seventh.
They are the 12th best odds to win the World Series.
Really?
As of this morning at plus 2,200.
Okay.
Now, I was sitting there and I was thinking, all right, is this something I'm going to throw? A little something. A little something at plus 2,200.
A little $10.
So 10.
11,
10
13?
Now, don't get crazy. I have a reputation and I've earned it. I bet cheap. I also don't make deposits. Okay. And that's one of the reasons why.
You did it once, and you don't have to keep going back to the well because you've done well.
One time, and I've made it last for years betting. But it's not. I don't make any money doing this, right? But I've kept it alive, man. I'm still floating. But that might be a $10 bet, like at plus 2,200 as the 12th favorite. Now to win the division, they're the favorite at plus 115. They're over under for wins. What do you think the over-under for wins is now, as of this morning?
It's probably 89.5.
Okay, so when you think about in your head what you think the wins should be, okay? So they, they've signed Framber Valdez. They've signed Justin Verlander. You know what? They've also sent a message here that I think is pretty clear. They're not trading Skubal. They're doing the opposite of what the Angels did with Ohtani. Ohtani, the Angels didn't really go for it, and they didn't trade him, and they lost him for virtually nothing. And the Tigers have taken up a position where I think the only way they're moving Skubal is if they are a disaster at the trade deadline, which is, things can happen. It could be a disaster at the trade deadline. Last year, the Tigers won 87 games. The year before, the Tigers won 86 games. As of this morning, the over-under for the Tigers was 85.5.
Wow.
On FanDuel. These are all odds I found on FanDuel. I don't tell people what to do, but if you got a spare dollar, I think probably the bet I like the most is over the 85.5 for $1.
Yeah, I think that's a solid one.
Mm-hmm.
Got to wait a long time, but yeah.
Yeah, that's a long time to collect your 89 cents.
For your dollar.
But it doesn't seem like it's moved the needle all that much.
Well, I'm curious to see how it changes after spring training. And once the rosters are set, is there something else that the Tigers are cooking with? Are they trying
Are you waiting to see if JV makes the roster?
No, I'm waiting to see if they add another bat to this team.
Mm-hmm.
Does McGonigal make the roster out of spring training? Will that move the needle at all? Does it look like, someone's really popping the mitt louder than you've heard in years past, or the sound of the bat that makes after
Sounds
it's connected
different.
with the baseball? Is it just different this year?
Of course it will be.
Who comes in the best shape of their life? We haven't seen one of those stories yet, right?
Today they reported. So
Pitchers and catchers yet.
We'll see that story in 3, 2, 1.
Well, you have to wait there, Gate. I know you really want to, but they got to actually hit the ball
Well,
first.
Birchie's down there. No, they don't have to. I mean, Birchie's already there. I mean, Birchie can take a look and say, guys, Parker Meadows, though completely ignorant to the fact that Justin Verlander's on this team, is in the best shape of his life. We'll hear that in the next week.
We probably will, and we'll find out the most interesting things that have been said and observed down there today at 11:45 when the Birchie Kid joins us from Lakeland. But hey, man, if you are excited about this Tiger season, and I think there's reason to be excited because there's no indication that a team that has taken this posture won't aggressively look to add. The one thing we've learned in the last week is that under this president of baseball operations, Scott Harris, they have moved stealthily under the cover of night and made a bunch of moves with no reporting, no rumors. Yesterday, in a borderline unprecedented move like this decade, the Tigers sent out an email to announce a signing.
That's crazy.
No reporter had this.
No. And you rarely see the team make the release of a trade like that because it would get out.
So going back to all of our angst And I was jumping into that. Like I was starting to shade into that. You heard the chump vote a week ago being the Tigers. All of that angst, we always have to remind ourselves that that doesn't mean things aren't afoot. And especially under this regime, they hit us back to back with stunning signings with Valdez and JV. Now, you just mentioned McGonigal. There's some insiders in Major League Baseball talking about McGonigal. And then there's some reporting from Lakeland this morning about McGonigal, the Tigers' best prospect, a guy that's considered a left side of the infielder for possibly the next decade. He's got a ton of promise, people, and he could be a Rookie of the Year candidate. What Major League Baseball insiders are saying and what's coming out of Lakeland this morning. We will get to that at 10:32. Plus phone calls and feedback. How jacked are you for this Tiger season? Like, is it now completely gone from like disappointed to
like wake me in September, or is this like, whoa?
I bet there's a lot of LFG out there.
Yeah.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right, how jacked are you today, Tiger fans? Pitchers and catchers have reported, and included in the pitchers is Justin Verlander, something that we didn't think we'd be saying 24 hours ago, but that signing came down late in our show yesterday. Where are you at just in terms of your level of excitement, and what pumps you the most about this team this season and all that has gone down? Because it looks like the Tigers mean business, and maybe that's the obvious answer is, hey, they're not messing around. This is truly a team. Remember when they signed Valdez and people said, I don't understand. We got texts with people saying, I don't understand why you think this means they're going for it. And I don't think you bring in a Justin Verlander if you're not making a concerted effort to try and win now while you still have Skubal. And maybe the Skubal contract will be some sort of short-term blessing in disguise that has Chris Ilitch and Scott Harris saying, okay, we recognize what we're up against for the contract with Skubal. So the most prudent use of the resource is to put everything we've got into this, all our eggs in this basket to try and win the World Series in 2026.
Well, I'm not going to look too much into it because I just think this is the move to add Verlander is, for our purposes, it's awesome, right? I mean, this is a guy we know. He's coming back, pitched at a high level. We all still pay attention to Justin Verlander. We followed him in Houston. We followed him, with San Francisco because you just do, because he's one of our old guys. So most of Detroit Tiger fans recognize what he did last year, so we're excited about it. But really all this is the same move that they've made year after year after year. This is the same
Veteran.
thing as Kenta Maeda or Alex Cobb or trading for Charlie Morton or whoever it is that whatever veteran pitcher that they added for probably overpaid for those guys. And now you're getting Justin Verlander at less of a cost. And it makes more sense. This is just like it's that same move, and yet this is one you're like, I got it now. This is we get a massive approval with this.
248-539-9797. Scott Anderson, Major League Insiders predicting, and it's like the big thing every day is predicting who's going to be the next phenom in the game. And Kevin McGonigal's getting attention. And is it ESPN Insiders?
It's from MLB Pipeline, so MLB.com. Yeah. So you have Jim Callis and Jonathan Mayo have gone out and ranked like the top 20 prospects in all of baseball, and not ranked them, but what they do is, well, they are ranked actually 1 to 20, and then they'll say,
are they ranked or are they not ranked?
No, they're ranked, because now that I'm looking at this, I see Kevin McGonigal is listed second, and he's the number 2 ranked prospect in baseball according to MLB.com. So they rank they also give their chances, percent chances of making the roster out of camp. Mm-hmm. So, like, for instance, Connor Griffin's the number 1 prospect in baseball. Callis has him at a 40% chance of making Pittsburgh's roster out of camp, and Mayo gives it a 50%. Kevin McGonigal is the second-rated prospect in all of baseball. Jim Callis says a 60% chance that he makes it out of camp, and Jonathan Mayo says 65% chance. Now, as we remember, the Tigers have multiple players in the top 20, specifically the top 10. Max Clark, who checks in at number 10. Jim Callis only gives a 10% chance of making it on the opening day roster, and Jonathan Mayo ups it to 15%. So looking at most of these projections, Mayo is a little more optimistic of guys making it than Callis is, but just specifically at McGonigal, both have them at 60% or higher, which is interesting and intriguing. I don't know if he's going to make the team out of training camp, but it seems like they expect him to have a good showing. And if it's good enough, yes. If not, it's okay to start the year AAA.
Okay, so that's what Major League Baseball insiders are saying. This is from a Tiger insider that was down there today, Lynn Henning, who personally knew Schoolboy Rowe and has been covering this team forever. Lynn Henning tweets the following, because A.J. Hinch and Scott Harris spoke this morning. He writes, no surprise, but nothing said by Scott Harris or A.J. Hinch this morning indicated that Kevin McGonigal, with only 206 plate appearances above single A, has any legit shot of making the big league team. The Tigers want him to get at bats and glove work at shortstop and third base at Toledo. So there's the cold water thrown on it coming from Lynn Henning and apparently from Scott Harris and A.J. Hinch. Who do you think's more right here? Do you think Lynn Henning with the hearing it from them says, yeah, no shot? Or do you think those MLB guys from ESPN are on top of it?
I trust Lynn.
I do too.
I mean,
it's far more exciting.
I've known Lynn for years. Big fan of Lynn Henning, so I'll trust him on that. It's okay.
Yeah,
but Lynn will also be the first one to tell you if something changes with that. So keep an eye on it.
Yep. But it's throwing cold water on it. Yeah, sure, whatever. But the bottom line here is, I think we all know it would be a rapid rise. Now, when you're talented, that rapid rise can happen quickly. So we'll see. His at-bats will get a lot of attention this spring training, because you just never know when somebody turns it. I mean, Akil Baddoo. What was Akil Baddoo's chance to make it? Remember when Akil Baddoo just started hitting the cover off the ball at spring training, and he was a Rule 5 guy, but
we've had Chris Shelton, Brennan Bosch, all the guys that got off those great starts. I mean, it happened because they got noticed in spring training that you never thought these guys were coming.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback here on Carson Anderson. What's your level of excitement for this Tiger team now after what felt like a wildly disappointing offseason? It took a sharp turn in the last week. Let's go. Here we got Luce from Fort Gratiot. I'm a longtime Detroit sports fan. I am not impressed with the signing of Verlander. Too old, too much money. Prove me wrong.
Well, it's 1 year, so I don't know why the money's going to bother you. Plus, the way the contract's written, it's $2 million for this year, and then you defer the other $11 million to 2030. If they
he's worried about the roster, the money in 2030. You know what's crazy about the 2030 thing? Sorry to interrupt, but there's deferred money from Framber Valdez for 2030 as well.
Mm-hmm.
It actually may matter if there's a cap in place.
Well,
but I who knows?
But the other thing is this:
It's a risk worth taking.
If the Tigers didn't sign Justin Verlander, if they went into, pitchers catches report today, we get the news that Reese Olson's out for the year, and what you have in your rotation is Skubal, Valdez, and the other three guys, Casey Mize and Flaherty, and who would be the last one? I guess let's say Troy Melton. Okay, that's who your starting five is. I don't think would we be saying the Tigers didn't do enough with pitching? I don't think that'd be the complaint. I think the complaint is still about the extra bat.
Yep.
So when you add Verlander to that mix, are you still saying that it's not money well spent? It's a risk, but it's a low risk.
It
is
as
low as it gets.
It is a low risk. I think there is, I don't know, maybe a flip of the coin whether or not he's really going to be good. And I think it's fair to question that at his age, but I'm glad they did it. Verlander now is what Kenny Rogers was to the 06 team. That's from an unnamed texter. From Kevin in a van, I've been very critical and highly vocal of the Tigers this offseason, but these past two signings have completely turned my opinion around. I am super excited for this season. 248-539-9797. Tyler's in Canton. And next on 97.1. Hello, Tyler.
Morning, guys. How we going?
What's up?
Hey, no, I love the pitching rotation. Absolutely, it's probably one of the best in baseball, without a doubt. My only concern still is the hitting. I mean, they haven't done anything yet, put that in cap yet. Hopefully they do to prove the offense, because last year I got tired of watching all of our starting pitching just go deep into innings, deep into games. And the offense, once again, no show. That's going to be a tough watch again if they don't improve anything on the offensive side.
Yeah, the second half of the season, all the bats took a nosedive. They went south for a variety of reasons. Some were health related, some were just bad. And you got to call it for what it is. I think in the offseason, what may have thrown them for a little bit of a monkey wrench in the mix was Gleyber Torres opting to stay in instead of exploring free agency, because that's $20 million that he's like, yeah, I'm taking it and I'm coming back, that they couldn't go out and spend on another position player or start to shift those infielders around. Yeah. Look, I think Gleyber Torres can be, if he's healthy, you get the first half Gleyber Torres, you'll take that. Second half, not so 100%. Much.
Right. Need a bat for sure.
So it's interesting because the Tigers, the totality of their work offensively last year wasn't bad. They were 5th in the American League in runs scored, and they were 6th in OPS. But as you mentioned,
it was all in the first half.
It was they really built that resume in the first half. In the second half, they started to fade. So to be consistent here, we can't get excited about JV's second half last year and hoping that there's some carryover without understanding that the offense certainly took a nosedive last year in the second half of the season, and not expect there to be some carryover. Like it's very, very important. They showed for a good stretch of time they were capable of being a decent offense, but there were a lot of guys that have felt like punched above their weight class when you start talking about Zach McKinstry being an all-star, which was awesome. It was really, really cool. How much can you rely on that moving forward? How much will they rely on that moving forward? Remember Javi Baez, doing good work at the beginning of the year,
an all-star,
and it's way ahead, as mentioned. Yeah, there's a lot that needs to get sorted out. Can it happen in-house? Sure, but there's no outside influence here in terms of their everyday lineup. So
not at this point.
No. 248-539-9797. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1. Still paying off last year's holiday cheer? Stop the interest cycle with UMCU. Transfer your high-interest cards to a Visa Platinum Cash Rewards card and enjoy 0% APR for 6 months with zero transfer fees. That's 6 months of no interest on transfers with new purchases, plus a steady 1.1% cash back on every single thing you buy. It's not just a card. It's your 2026 financial cheat code. Apply now at umcu.org, insured by NCUA. Tuck Car, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Detroit buzzing today after Justin Verlander re-signs with the Detroit Tigers. A signing that is filled with nostalgia, right? I mean, that's off the charts. And let me even throw another little portion of this that you can think about, and I wonder if it's going to be manipulated and such. The Tigers open the season playing 6 games on the road at San Diego and at Arizona. The 7th game of the season, the home opener comes on a Friday against St. Louis at Comerica Park, and they could totally manipulate it so that Justin Verlander starts the home opener at Comerica Park. And that would be a cool moment.
That would be cool.
You talk about maximizing the nostalgia. JV opening day, Comerica Park against St. Louis, team they played in the World Series.
I don't know. That's storybook stuff, man.
Yep. Now, maybe you shouldn't do that.
Maybe not.
But they could if they want, I suppose. They could if they want. And, I think if you are an excited Tiger fan, one of the things, the fallouts from this, at this point, I just can't imagine them trading Skubal unless they fade.
I don't think there's any way they trade Skubal unless they're fading, or if somebody comes up with a Godfather offer, which I wouldn't expect because it'd be a rental. I just don't see it.
I do hope they are well defined come trade deadline time as a legitimate World Series contender, or in a position where they can move Skubal and get a bunch for him. But I hope by far it's the former that they are in the mix. 248-539-9797. Ideally, Skubal pitches the first game in San Diego. Verlander gets opening day at Comerica Park. This is from an unnamed texter. Sorry. We just mentioned that. Tigers play 10 of their first 13 games on the road, with Verlander signing remaining tickets for opening day on Ticketmaster, a jump 15% and more from yesterday. I do wonder how many people out there, more than just changed their expectations, actually did something. I saw that there was a surge in pricing for Verlander merchandise, like secondary market eBay stuff. So Detroiters, did you respond in any way?
I would imagine so. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I got excited. I've got a JV autographed baseball, and I'm hoping that maybe it picks up some value now, some more value than what it already had.
Can you pay attention to all the collectibles? Do you expect a surge in Verlander gear?
Well, for cards, for sure. Locally, people, fans of their team, like a good sports town, like Detroit, they love collecting their own players. JV coming back, I saw my social media feed, everyone break out all their Justin Verlander rookie cards all of a sudden and stuff like that. So for locally, like for the dealers and vendors and buyers and sellers, JV cards, I'll be seeing them a lot more now in Tiger uniforms because people love that stuff. They love their own, man. Like Lions cards have been hot the last 2-3 years because of how good they've been, And I expect maybe now Cade Cunningham cards have been going up. So we love our own here. It's a big sports town, obviously. JV coming back is a nice boost for the economy locally for sure.
Sid in Sterling Heights writes in, adding Valdez and JV will win the division, but not take them any further. Harris did not fix the main issue, which is a big bat in the lineup. There is no reason to lose to the Mariners last year in 15 innings. Well, one of the reasons is because the Mariners were better.
I mean, Seattle's pretty freaking good.
What do you mean there's no reason?
I mean, could they have won this series? Yeah, they could have won this series. They were within an eyelash of doing it. But, I mean,
here's
to recognize that that's a pretty good team on the other side.
If you go to Kenley Jensen at some point there, do they hold on to that lead?
Maybe, yeah.
But I don't know what it means. There's no reason to lose last year to the Mariners in 15 innings. What does that mean? Mariners are really good. I'm still confused on the excitement with the Tigers. I would take the under on 85.5. You have two pitchers you can rely on. The JV signing is cool, but that's a seat filler. Not sure what they'll get out of the rest of the rotation, and a lineup that is no better than last year.
Well, Casey Mize was pretty good last year. It wasn't great, but he was better than average, I thought.
Well, look, I mean,
and then we'll have a host of other guys that could, compete for that other rotation spot.
I don't. What other rotation spot?
Well, I guess that is it, right?
Yeah, there is.
Sorry, I keep thinking that I'm missing one, but I'm not. It would be Mize, Verlander, Flaherty, Valdez, and Skubal. There you go.
Flaherty needs a bounce back year, but it's not like he's not 43. He's 30, so he's right there in his prime. He should be good.
But with Jack Flaherty, you're always dealing with a back injury.
That's true.
He's just managing it.
I'm looking forward to the Tigers season, but would be even more optimistic if they would improve their lineup. They don't seem to want to upgrade it, though, which is frustrating. That's from Stephen Rochester. I'll say this about when you say they don't seem to want to upgrade it, I think one lesson we should take from just because you haven't heard anything doesn't mean that nothing's happening. Because they just came out of the blue and signed Valdez and Verlander with no pre-reporting on either. Like, Olney didn't get a hold of this.
I think that's fair to say. And
no Sherman, no Nightingale.
I'll go back to what I said about Gleyber Torres. I think Gleyber Torres opting in on the last year of that contract, I think that it may have changed things. Maybe they had earmarked to give a $25 million deal to somebody else.
But you know how you know you're actually contending in a position where people are deep down excited? They're striving for something that we did for a decade. They're striving for the perfect team. People want every question mark answered, and we set it for a decade. There's no such thing as a perfect team.
Right.
The Dodgers are coming close because they got this sweetheart TV deal with the league, and they have endless amounts of money to spend, which needs to get corrected. 248-539-9797. Most of us fans would rather have had Bichette instead of Framber for almost the same money plus JV. Don't you guys agree? It's from Mike and Hamtramck.
It's worthy bringing up.
Yeah, I think that would be another a
Different way of
move that
looking
would have
at
been
it.
good. Okay, there's not a player store where you just get to walk in and say, give me Bichette for the same price. Player has to want to come to you too. And there could be reasons that are not spoken as to why they did what they did, why they didn't go after Bichette and why they went after Framber Valdez. Some of it has to do two-way street. Player wants to come to you as well. And that's something we don't always talk about is the player has to have interest in playing for your team, and they may not. Opening day always sells out. JV in the second home game sells that out too. That's from Brian in Rochester. JV on the mound for opening day would be amazing, but the morning show had a good idea. Pitch him on the Sunday game of the first home series, which is a Sunday night baseball game.
That's not bad.
Yep. If we're judging Verlander by his last 7 starts, thinking he's going to be good, let's judge Valdez by his last 7 starts. He's going to be awful. We've kind of talked about how that carryover is not predictive, and so we're not totally judging him by that for sure. That would be foolish. Because as we said at the beginning of the show, he could be another Jordan Zimmerman. Heck, at his age, you don't want him to break at any time, but guys can get broken and you get an Alex Cobb situation. And it's a variable.
Yeah, and they still made the playoffs.
Yeah, they did. Let's go to Frank in Clarkston. You're next. Hi, Frank.
Good morning, guys.
What's up?
Well, when the Tigers didn't do anything during the trade deadline, my wife and I were really upset, and I said to her, no more Tiger games. Very disappointed. Then when they signed Valdez and then Verlander, we're like, all right, let's get tickets. Plus, if they ended up trading Skubal at the trade deadline, I feel they should be able to get some good players to make that run if they were not making a run before that trade deadline.
Wait, if they're out of it and they trade Skubal, you think they can get back a package that would make them a contender for the last 2 months?
Yes.
Well, here's before you poo-poo it. Look what happened a couple of years ago when they did that with Flaherty.
I think that's an exception, not a rule.
That's not a rule, of course not. But it's been done and done with this team in recent history.
I think the idea that you could get back, if you trade Skubal at the trade deadline, you know what you're not getting back? Players that help you now. Because the team you're trading them to is trying to win it now. So they're not going to give you players that can help you now. You're going to be all future assets. It's going to be all prospects. I don't think there's a chance in hell what he suggested happens.
But it did a couple of years ago.
Yeah, but what team contending? He said we'll get you players back that help you win this season.
From that standpoint,
that's not happening.
Unless somebody wants the sure thing like Skubal's, like if the Mets call and say, we'll give you Nolan McLean. All right, we'll just do it. What's straight up 1-for-1? Would you do it?
97-1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. We have plenty of updates coming out of Lakeland today as pitchers and catchers have reported to the Tigers facility for the first day of spring training. The team released its first injury update of the season, and Tigers Gold Glove catcher Dylan Dingler was on there after undergoing an elbow procedure in the offseason. He shouldn't miss much time, though, and is expected to be ready to go for opening day. Scott Harris also spoke with reporters and shed some light on the Verlander signing. He said they knew JV would fit the organization, but they wanted to make sure he would fit with this 2026 team. Harris said that Verlander said he still wants to win and has some unfinished business here in Detroit. JV, of course, went to the World Series twice and the ALCS 4 times in total during his first stint as a Tiger. And Pistons president of basketball ops, Trajan Langdon, spoke with the morning show here on 97.1 today. He said even they still haven't heard from the league office regarding suspensions.
Basically sit and wait. I mean, you have communication, they're doing their due diligence, but at the end of the day, it's sit and wait, and they come to their discernment on what exactly they're going to put down for the suspensions for all, because it's not just our two guys, it's all four players, and getting the due diligence, the information from almost all parties involved takes time.
Chris Haynes of NBA TV says Jalen Duren will be allowed to play in the All-Star game this Sunday, even if suspended for multiple games by the league. Pistons play the Raptors tonight right here on 97.1 at 7:30. Pregame show at 7:05. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Could get news today on the possible suspensions coming out of the fight. I think, I say possible, on the suspensions that will come out of the fight. There will be suspensions. Yeah. It's just a matter of how long. That news could come down today, and of course, we'll pass it along. It is going to play a role on the regular season of a team that has established itself as a legitimate contender in the Eastern Conference. And so big news looming here in Detroit. And again, as soon as there is breaking news, we will share it with you here on 97.1 The Ticket. Stay tuned for that. We'll get back to some Tiger stuff coming up in a minute. Gator, today is National Guitar Day. You are a guitar enthusiast.
Love it.
You've how would you describe your playing skills? You're kind of a self-taught a late bloomer. Are you blooming?
No, I got my first guitar when I was like 17.
Okay.
So I just tinkered around with them forever, but I took 2 lessons and they were completely useless to me.
Yeah.
I've learned more in the last 10 years probably than I learned in the previous 30 of playing guitar, but I'm not good at all, but I can noodle around enough to have fun with it. And I recognize that I don't play nearly enough or take it seriously enough to do anything with it, but I have fun with it.
Would you ever?
Yeah, there are times that I get inspired. Like I'll come across some video online and, I need to learn how to play this song. This one sounds cool, and it seems like it'd be something at my level that I could probably learn enough. Yeah. But in the meantime, it's just a lot of collecting, and the collection is getting maybe on the wrong side.
What do you mean?
There's no reason for me to have 20-something electric guitars.
And is that what you have?
Yeah, and I have a couple acoustics, but there's really no reason. And I think about if I were to thin the herd, where do I start? And there really aren't many that I want to part with. So that's the problem. And the other thing is, you've been to my house. I've got a wall that has
a guitar wall,
11 of them on the wall or something like that. Mm-hmm. And I like to change them out because I use it as artwork. Because each guitar is different. Each one has a different, body style or color scheme to it or whatever.
I'm not a guitar guy, but it's a cool display. I mean, Kang, you've seen it. It's a cool display, the guitar wall in Gator's house.
Yeah, very cool. Yep. I think it's something you can do when you don't have a wife or girlfriend to answer to.
Yeah.
No, seriously.
No, 100%.
Yeah, like
100%.
You are the king of the castle, my friend. You do whatever you want.
If I were married, that'd be relegated to an office.
Yep.
And I'd have like 3 on a wall in an office.
And then where are we
going to hang
by the way, I sure as hell wouldn't have 25 electric guitars.
You'd have all 3 on the wall.
Yeah. Right. And then replacing that wall would be Live, Laugh, Love. All right, some kind of frame crap like that. Yeah.
Not in my office. Yeah, the wall. The
group, yeah.
Sure. Mm-hmm. Or a tapestry of some kind.
Yep.
Let me tell you how Gator rolls. I would say at least twice a month you come into the office telling a story. Maybe not twice a month. Maybe once every other month. There's a story about you trying to purchase a guitar. And the most recent one is probably in my top 5 favorites. Stories Gator tells about trying to purchase a guitar. Because Gator was trying to buy a guitar from where, Scott?
I believe it was Austria. I mean, it's all done online. You know, it's a beautiful guitar. Like,
Well, I didn't think you flew there, no.
Well, no, but I mean, but the communication is done in English, and the listing was done in English, so it's not like I had to try to decipher it and Chat GBT it or whatever. So, yeah, it didn't work out, and I'm pissed that it didn't work out because in the end it was like $100 difference. I'm like, come on, yes, no, you're not letting me know anything.
So
there was no counter offer. There was no negotiation. I was the one who was negotiating.
Did you? Oh, so it was like Boris. You were trying to buy a guitar from Scott Boris?
I was like trying not to negotiate against myself. Like I gave an offer. They came back and didn't tell me yes or no. They just came back with more information about the guitar. And I'm like, what does that mean? And then the next day I get an email saying your offer has expired. I'm like, what do you expired? They didn't tell me yes or no. So then now I got to submit another offer, and I do ask some more questions, and I put something in there like, hey, just let you know, it's going to go to a good home. I really appreciate it. And nothing.
Is that right?
Yeah, and I got nothing out of it. And then I find out that the
So wait a sec,
offer
you
is,
told a joke and you were surprised that they didn't respond?
in addition to an offer, yeah. They didn't respond to the offer or the joke. And then the next communication I got was from the company that brokers the deals, if you will, where the website is, and they say, yeah, your offer's expired. Your item is the item is no longer for sale. So I don't even know if the guitar was sold to somebody else or they just took it off the market because they thought that they had it priced too low or what.
Was a person's name Shot the Borash? Some sort of...
No, his name was not Shot Borash.
Some Austrian version of Scott Boris.
Yeah, but it's also, I found it yesterday is the anniversary of the first Van Halen record that came out in 1978, Van Halen 1.
Yeah.
Well, but I mean, I bring it up because of National Guitar Day and Eddie Van Halen, one of the all-time greats who died several years ago. But it's a seminal record in hard rock music, man. That record was amazing.
Yep.
Still probably Van Halen's best record ever.
Do you play any Van Halen?
Very poorly. And no, I can play like intros to a couple of songs and that's it.
What's the best thing you can play on a guitar? Self-taught Scott the Gator Anderson. What's the best thing you can play?
My friend taught me how to play enough where I could play in front at my Gator Palooza party. Whipping Post by the Allman Brothers, which is, I mean, look, the solos. Now I wasn't doing the solos on it, but I could play the basic intro to the song. And
can you play the opening guitar riff from Candlebox Far Behind?
Yes, he taught me that.
That's my man.
Can you read music?
No, but there's the difference between reading music or in guitar, they have tablature.
Mm-hmm.
So it's basically numbers on strings. So okay, this bottom string and it says a 3 on it. It's the 3rd fret on the bottom string. So it's easy like that as opposed to like the notes. I can't read that at all. No.
So I've many follow-up questions. Would you bring a guitar in and play for us at some point on the air live?
No.
By no, do you mean yes?
By no, I mean no. If I didn't do that during COVID when I was doing the show from in front of my guitar wall,
yeah.
Pre-remodel.
Well, I don't know how many more years we're going to do this show, and it might not be up to us, but I'd like you to work your way up to feel confident to do that at some point.
Okay.
2 is, do you root against Austria in the Winter Olympics now?
I will now. Yeah, not a fan. Not a fan at all.
SOBs.
I just wanted that guitar. It was sweet.
Yep. And it's going to cost you Gator support in the luge. Austria.
I had to check it out maybe during commercial break and see if it's relisted again.
Same guitar?
Yeah.
Scott just wrote in, was the guy's name Falco?
The Commissar?
Oh, good God. Well, look, happy National Guitar Day.
Yes, happy National Guitar Day
for those who
everybody
celebrate.
who celebrates National Guitar Day.
You going to go home and play the guitar now?
I probably will. All
right.
Yeah.
So, Penei Sewell of the Detroit Lions said something I don't know that I can agree with. I think we all do something that's a little unfair to our athletes. And that is probably steeped in jealousy that they get to play sports that we love for
ridiculous sums of money,
incredible riches.
Yeah.
We probably hold them to standards that are sometimes unfair. Penny Sewell says that the Lions need to give Taylor Decker some space and time to make his decision on retirement. And I struggle with this because I try not to hold them to standards that I wouldn't want to hold myself to. Like when people say, "Oh, he should have retired." Some player hung on too long, he should have retired. I'm thinking to myself, apply that to all of us. Like, do we get to decide our life? Do we get to make decisions in our lives, professionally and personally? Do we get to make our own decisions and determine our own fates? For the most part, we do. I mean, you could get fired, but if it's up to you, we should be able to, right? Work until we decide not to. Or
sports are different.
I agree, sports are different. Because there are deadlines. I don't believe in the space and time thing when the Lions have work-related deadlines mandated by the NFL. If you are going to lose a player, you can replace the player in free agency, the draft, and trade. And there are only certain times that you can trade. We're in one of those windows now because it ends at the end of the, when the trade deadline hits. Free agency is about a month away, and then the draft is coming up in a couple of months. And those are the times that the Lions could make allowances if Decker is going to retire. I do think in many ways, the professional athletes are no different than any of us in that they should be given the rights to determine and make their own personal choices. But we here in Detroit have seen we have ample numbers of examples of it hurting the Lions when players announced late that they were not going to play the coming season, that they were going to retire. And I think it's one of those needles to thread to be respectful and be an organization that players like to play for. You want to give them that freedom, but I think it's very important that the Detroit Lions organization lets Taylor Decker know you have 2 weeks. How do you thread that needle?
I think there comes a point where it's uncomfortable for the team because they haven't heard yet. And I can respect that the player is going to want to make his decision, all that. But I think we also understand it's a business. In any business, it's going to be the company that makes that determination. It's not going to be the employee, typically. So I think if I were the Lions, I'd certainly welcome Taylor Decker back. But I'm also planning for everything. You can have your contingency plans. But it might be my plan. My plan A is to just get a tackle regardless. If Decker's going to come back, okay, great. But I'm getting a tackle because there's an opportunity to. Now, it's probably more along the lines of the draft, I guess, than it is the free agency. But you have to. If Decker's going to come back, you think he's going to play more than 1 year?
Well, no.
Or is it one last go with this team?
Maybe not. I mean, but here's the problem. Sure, get a tackle at the expense of a center. Like, how much of a resource do you put into it? If Decker is coming back, I might still get a tackle, but it probably won't be a free agent. It would be in the draft.
Probably be in the draft.
If he's not coming back, that's a whole different deal.
Well, this is where, of course, it's up to each team to do their own valuation on the players that are coming out of college, right? And you have to know with a fair degree of certainty where that talent is. Is there more talent that's ready to start at guard or center in the draft, or is it a tackle in the draft? How deep is that compared to what you're going to get from free agency as a guy's going to step in right away and play because they're NFL players? There's obviously less certainty with the college game, but I would imagine that you could, like, the plan A is probably, I mean, if it's me running the franchise, I'm going to do all I can to get a center in free agency. Those guys hit the ground running. They know how to play the game. They're already here. They're up to speed. I'm going to concentrate on the tackles, and I have to know how many tackles are worth taking.
Taylor Decker's been a good soldier here, and I want to grant him the opportunity to call his own shot. And I think that's fair, but I also think it's fair to have the club say, the organization say, we need an answer. And it's not because we don't love you, and it's not because you don't deserve to go out on your own terms, but we're in the business of trying to win a Super Bowl, and if you retire late, we don't want to be effed again like what happened with Ragnow.
I think he knows that too. I think that's why he said what he said back in the day, a month and a half ago when he said I'm going to.
Well, this is, I guess, where I have a bit of a disagreement with Penei Sewell.
Fair enough.
Who I love.
Yeah.
You and I have disagreements, and you and I have a lukewarm relationship sometimes.
Yeah, you're top 10.
I'm hanging on to my spot.
Yeah.
But you can have disagreements with this. Penei, love you, but I don't think he does get time and space. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. By the way, later this hour, we'll go down to Lakeland and hear from the Birchie kid who is boots on the ground listening to Scott Harris and A.J. Hanchin, watching the Tigers go through their first day of spring training with pitchers and catchers reporting. We'll have the very latest at 11:45 here on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Look, we'll get back to some Tiger stuff and spend plenty of the first hour talking about JV. We are awaiting word from the NBA regarding a suspension here for Jalen Duren and Isaiah Stewart. That could come down today. We're also talking some Detroit Lions. Look, Penny Sewell thinks that Taylor Decker deserves time and space to make his decision, and I kind of disagree. Want to be fair to our guy. Decker's been a good soldier, but the bottom line here is Lions are coming off a recent case of getting burned by somebody letting them know late in the process. Another respected guy. And you always try not to be a hypocrite and say, if the rest of us have our own, if we have the right to call our own shots with our own personal lives and when we're going to move on, and why do we hold a team to a different standard? And it's kind of because what we care about most is the winning and losing. And it doesn't help them win if Decker waits too long and they don't put enough resource into replacing him. They have to be cognizant that he may walk away. Even if he says, I'm not ready to make a decision, especially if they say, I'm not ready to make a decision, they have to start accounting for what happens if he does retire. But if you can tell them now he's coming back, please do. Because then you can pour all your resources into other things like a center and all the help they need on defense. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. And I do wonder at what point, do you owe your employer who's made you wealthy an early call? Brian and Hal writes in, Sewell just needs to mind his own business on this one. When it's his turn, that's his call. Decker needs to make his decision ASAP, and Holmes does as well. From an unnamed texter, unfortunately, if Decker doesn't make a decision by free agency, you have to cut him. And that's something you have to consider.
It's a possibility.
I don't want to cut Taylor Decker. I want Taylor Decker to come back healthy and return to form and be the quality left tackle we've seen him be capable of being. But it would be a rather large savings to let him go, and then you could move, okay, can you get a serviceable to good right tackle, move Penei Sewell to left tackle, and come out net positive financially? And maybe as good an offensive line, especially if you could take some of the savings on Decker's contract and apply it towards a free agent center.
Well, that's the thing, is it you do save considerable money on Decker's contract if he's not on this team.
Yes.
And you hate to put it that way, but to the point of this discussion, need to know.
I think you save $12 million if you decide to move on from him.
Yeah, it's somewhere between 11 and 12.
Yep.
And that's one. If you add to it the Glasgow contract, you're saving like $16 million between the two contracts.
And Glasgow could be a factor at guard still. Like they have to decide who their best options at guard are. I suspect it'll be one of the younger guys, but you don't cut Glasgow because it didn't work as well as you'd hoped at center if he can still help you at guard. But
you have, it seems like the Lions have in-house a number of players
sure
at the guard position that are fighting for that position.
Well, they've invested 3 of their last 2 years draft picks at the guard spot.
Yeah.
Or interior offensive line, I guess. 248-539-9797. Ted's in Ann Arbor. Hello, Ted.
Good morning. Taylor, he's toward the end of his career, right? So
I would imagine.
Somewhere, sometime or other, they're going to have to fill that spot. And why would they wait until they got plenty of time to do it? Give the poor guy a chance to make his own decision and go out and plan for the future and do it anyway. The team is not broke. His contract is not going to keep them from getting somebody else. And God knows we need somebody to protect somebody younger.
Well,
coming up.
Here's why, Ted.
Why?
Because here's why. If you give him his time, but you say, all right, if he retires, if he decides to retire now, you approach it way differently than if he decides to come back. They're trying to win now. So if he decides to retire now, you address the right tackle. Most likely, you address the left tackle with Sewell, and you address the right tackle perhaps with a veteran that is in better position to play right away and help you win now. If he's going to come back, I agree. Then you get into the draft where you get a guy maybe in a mid-round that you think can play for you next year and can season behind him in Penn for a year?
Got it.
Different approaches.
Thank you.
But you're right.
Yeah.
There's definitely reason to be thinking about a guard. It's just how much of a resource do you put into it?
Yeah, and I think we all agree that they need to fix some of this offensive line without question, but it's not the only area on the team that has to be fixed. And you don't have multiple first-round picks. And you don't have deep pockets when it comes to cap space. It's a tough fix for this team 1 year to the next, although I think they have enough resources where they're going to be absolutely contending for the division still.
Now, here's one that is close, but there is a difference. This unnamed texter writes in, it doesn't matter. We need to draft a tackle no matter what. Okay, cool. Yep, probably true. However, if you know he's retiring, that tackle could be Caden Proctor with your pick at 19 to go play 17, to go play that right tackle spot. And if he's coming back, yeah, are you using the first round pick on a tackle, or are you coming back in the fourth round and taking a player there?
That's all about the evaluation. I mean, you can't, and I don't think Brad Holmes operates I think Brad Holmes operates in the world where I'm just going to take who's best here. Yes, we have a need at tackle with or without Taylor Decker. We still have a need for one, and we'll take the best one we can get if it makes sense for them at 17.
Kyle in Ann Arbor says most normal people don't get paid millions of dollars per year to play a kids game. The expectation for them is much slimmer than for us actual normal people. You can have time, but it has to be much less than the average normal person because the Lions have a multi-billion-dollar business franchise to run. That trumps you needing time. Sorry, pal. There's some truth to that. I mean, when you become a professional athlete, there's certain things you give up. Remember the Onion story with Tate Ratledge, who didn't want to play in the Thanksgiving game because he wanted to go home for grandma's pie at Thanksgiving, which was completely fictional.
It was an Onion.
It was an Onion story, right? But
everybody understood what the Onion is.
No, and the Onion's a satirical website that comes up with fake news stories that are funny. But the idea is, yeah, there's certain rights that you give up when you become a professional athlete. And maybe one of them is, this is one of those instances where clock's ticking, dude. You don't get time and space as Penny Sewell suggested that Taylor Decker should get.
No, the clock ticks the moment you sign a contract. And you hope to make as much money as you can in a short amount of time because your career is likely done well before you're 30. And if you're really good, you can carry it into your 30s. And so that's where Decker's in. He's had a hell of a career. I hope he comes back because I think he makes his team better. But at the same time, they got to know.
Writer for The Athletic projected the first 4 picks in the draft for the Lions. It includes a trade. We'll get to that today at 11:32. Down to Lakeland and the Birchie Kid at 11:45, 97.1.
All right, so we do have some breaking news from the NBA, Doug. Pistons forward center Isaiah Stewart has been suspended 7 games for leaving the bench area, aggressively entering an on-court altercation and fighting. It was announced today by James Jones, Executive VP, Head of Basketball Operations. Not, as Doug says, the worst draft pick in Lions history. The length of Stewart's suspension is based in part on his repeated history of unsportsmanlike acts. Additionally, Charlotte Hornets forwards Miles Bridges and Moussa Diabate have each been suspended 4 games for fighting and escalating the altercation. Jalen Duren has been suspended 2 games for initiating the altercation and fighting. Okay, so if you had the under, good on you. The over-under was set in Vegas at 10.5 games. Isaiah Stewart gets 7 games. Bridges and Diabate only getting 4. If you're going to give Stewart 7, I get it because he's a repeat offender. And is that what gives him the extra 3 games? Otherwise, would he have just gotten 4?
No, because he left the bench too.
Yeah, I guess that's part of it. But man, the aggressors in this thing were absolutely. I mean, Diabate was. I mean, damn near had to be tackled by his team, and Miles Bridges was out of control as well. I'm glad to see that Duren gets the least amount of all because he was cool, calm, and collected throughout the thing.
After the face palm.
Yeah, I mean, look, he does start it with that, but after that, he's just like he walks away.
He was
avoiding confrontation.
He did not accelerate.
Escalated.
Yeah, he was kind of chill after the initial disrespectful move. I'm happy about this, to be honest with you.
It says that Stewart and Duren will begin serving their suspensions tomorrow when the Pistons visit the Raptors. This is from last night. They don't play Toronto tonight.
They play Toronto tonight. Obviously the Pistons. I'm assuming they got this news last night.
Yeah, this is from NBA Communications. So it's Bridges and Diabate will also begin serving their suspensions when the Hornets host Atlanta. So there you have it.
Here are the
7
games.
games for Stewart.
Here are the games. Duren will miss at Toronto, at New York, which are the Toronto game is the last game before the All-Star break. At New York's first game out of the All-Star break. And obviously Stewart will miss both of those as well. And we'll get to, but that game at New York felt to me like it was going to be a big measuring stick game for New York. Like they've gotten beaten pretty soundly by the Pistons twice. And given they were shorthanded without Anunoby and Cat for the last game in Detroit, that the Pistons held them to 80 points and kind of trucked them. So I felt like this game out of the All-Star break in New York was going to have some premium on it. Now it's going to be the Pistons playing shorthanded without Duren and Isaiah Stewart. So the Knicks are playing a y'all better win a game. If they don't win this one, then I think there's real concerns that cute little basketball team in Detroit might be ready to take care of business in the postseason against New York.
I'm not sure I understand what you mean by shorthanded for the Pistons. Paul Reed is on this team.
Certainly. Now, the games that Stewart will miss at Toronto, at New York, same as Duren. Duren's back for the game Saturday the 21st at Chicago. And then he'll miss San Antonio and Oklahoma City the Monday and Wednesday after that against 2 of the best in the West. That was Cleveland on Friday. He's out for that one. Then they go to Orlando March 1st. He's out for that one. And then he'll be back to game March 3rd at Cleveland. Now, they could appeal. I don't know if they'll win this appeal.
Yeah.
I'm pretty okay. Let's move on.
Yeah. I think I'd be okay with this one. It sucks that he misses the trio of San Antonio, Oklahoma City, and Cleveland. That sucks. But that's
a hell of a week. You're right.
Yeah.
That's 1 week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, San Antonio, Oklahoma City, and Cleveland with fresh James Harden.
But it's less games than I think we were prepared for him to get suspended for.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I scared you guys into 10, but when I immediately
the
saw
over-under was 10.5.
Yeah, when I immediately saw it, I told Doug the next morning, I said, I don't know how this is, less than 5 games. I thought 5 to 10. And then the more I thought about it, the history and the coming off the bench, I'm like, I think it's going to be closer to 10. I'm actually happy with 7 as well, Doug. I think it's actually probably the sweet spot with everything being said. Duren, we knew he would probably get the least amount, so I get the 2 games. The 4 games for the other 2 guys, that they had to be restrained multiple times. Stewart got 2 games. Remember when he had to be restrained from going after LeBron? So that's double what Stewart got, when they kept trying to hold him back. So I think overall, I think the NBA did it right. I think 2, 4, 4, 7 was the right amount. Sucks, but Paul Reed, you're right, Gator. Paul Reed.
And maybe Tolu Smith.
Yeah, a.k.a. Kevin Garnett.
So, because of those Vegas odds, which are, look, they're trying to get bets on both sides. They came up with the number 10.5. I'm not going to say I feel like we got off light here a little bit, but both unders hit on both the 3.5 that was set for Dern and the 10.5 that was set for Stewart. I think this is good news if you're a Piston fan. And yeah, I suppose you can appeal it, but whatever, man. Now, is it enough? Is it enough to basically send the message to the Pistons, who do play with an edge and probably will have their manhood challenged again this year? I think there's a very good chance that teams are going to try and trigger Isaiah Stewart. Is it enough that Isaiah Stewart, if on the bench when something goes down, will he stay there? And I very much hope the resounding answer is yes, for no other reason than I just want the Pistons to win as many basketball games as they can.
Well, I heard Trajan Langdon this morning with the morning show, and Costa asked him a little bit about that. What's the message you give to him? And one of the things that Langdon said was, look, everybody knows that you're going to stand up for your teammates, and we love that about you. But you also have to understand this suspension hurts the team. So I think what basically that tells me is that the message has been sent to Isaiah Stewart. You don't have to prove your loyalty to this team. Everybody knows you got their back. And every other team understands it to the point where if this ever happens again, you can stay there. It's okay.
Stand down.
Just stand down. Big fella,
I don't know if this is true or not, but they told Duncan Robinson to leave the bench to prove that he actually does care about his teammates, and you can go whenever just to get that back.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. I think everybody's fine with Skinny Duncan not getting involved, but
people are like, dude, you got to look like you care.
Did he flee the scene?
Dude, he turned around, put his arms I'm not dealing with this. We'll play some of that Langdon sound later, though.
Yes, we've got the best of what Trajan Langdon told our morning show. That coming up in the noon hour here on 97.1. A bunch of feedback coming in from Taylor Decker in that decision. And look, because of the breaking news, we'll get to this mock draft a little bit later on. I probably should just tell people. I probably should follow through on it. I will.
All right.
Yeah. First round, Lions on the clock at 17. This is according to The Athletic. Nick Baumgartner and Colton Pouncey did this mock. The first 4 picks for the Lions, 17 phone rings. It's Cleveland at 24. They will give you the pick at 24 and their 3rd round pick for the pick at 17 and pick the pick at 155.
No, I don't think I do that. Sorry,
you 24, move back 7 spots.
And the 3rd round pick, which is what pick?
70.
70?
For pick 17, Cleveland moves up, Detroit moves back, and pick 155, which I believe is the 5th round.
I mean, I would, because I want to negotiate, Doug. Because I wasn't able to with the guitar in Austria. I
Still
would
that burning desire.
Yes. I would say I'll do it for the pick at 70. I'm not giving you my pick at 150.
Well, in this case, the Lions do. They trade back to 24, and the pick is in. With their pick at 24, the Detroit Lions select Akeem Messidor, edge rusher, Miami.
There you go.
In the 2nd round, they take Arizona State offensive tackle Max Ionanaker.
Okay. They just won the draft. If that's who they end up with the first 2 picks, those are my 2 picks I would love to have.
I love their 3rd round pick. In the 3rd round, the pick at 70, they get Kyle Lewis, the linebacker from Pitt, who was a player I really, really liked. And in the 4th round, they take Harold Perkins, a linebacker from LSU, which is an interesting back-to-back pick of linebackers.
Yeah, I'd have to see who would be available. Like for instance, I would give you this name and see if this person is there at 70. Dylan Thieneman.
Safety from Oregon.
Yeah, is he there? because I'll take that. I'll take a safety.
Well, I think that what the anticipation here is that Malcolm Rodriguez and Alex Anzalone are gone, both free agents. And
Yeah,
so
I would understand that.
I think they only have 2 linebackers under contract. So that might be a reaction to that. So that was the mock put together. We quickly worked our way through that because we promised we would. Well, we had breaking news, and so I didn't. And we got Birchie coming up next. So I just want to fit it in to follow through on the tees. But we can get into this a little bit more either later today or tomorrow on whether or not it makes sense and how much sense it makes. We'll talk to our reporter on the ground in Lakeland, Will Birchfield, next with the very latest on the Tigers as they open up spring training today with Justin Verlander there, including a great story about Parker Meadows if you missed it earlier. That at 11:45 here on 97.1.
We all know how brutal these winter mornings have been, and with temperatures dropping into the single digits, your furnace works overtime. You don't want to wait for a breakdown in the middle of the deep freeze to find out that your system just can't keep up. So whether you need emergency repairs or a high-efficiency upgrade, the experts over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling have you covered. Now, they've been keeping me and the rest of the community comfortable for years with fast, professional service that you can really trust. So whether it's your furnace or your water heater, a boiler, or water filtration system, schedule your appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. So it's a big day in Detroit as pitchers and catchers have reported, and our spring training reports brought to you by the Metro Detroit Jeep dealers. The Birchie Kid is down in Lakeland. What's up, our guy? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? What a time to be down here, huh?
Yeah, crazy.
Why, anything new?
No, just a couple old faces saying what's up.
Some upgrades to the stadium you want to get to, and, there's some interest for the fans of the different days they have in Lakeland, I'm sure. That's probably the main discussion.
Yeah, new Wi-Fi in the stadium, some upgraded urinals. Yeah, that's about it.
You got to tell the Parker Meadows story and what happened to him yesterday in the clubhouse.
Yeah. No, I was just catching up with Parker Meadows, asking him about his offseason, and eventually asked him how he got wind of the JV signing. And he was like, dude, I didn't even know we signed him. And then he just strolled in here yesterday into the clubhouse, and he did a double take and was like, is that Justin Verlander? What is he doing here? And he was like, is he picking something up? Did he leave something behind like 10 years ago? And eventually he went and found a clubhouse attendant, and asked him, like, what's Justin Verlander doing here? And he was like, we just signed him. And he was like, what? Are you kidding me? And a lot of guys had similar stories. This all happened so quickly that Dylan Dingler was in a training room getting some treatment and was on his phone scrolling Instagram. And there it was. Tigers signed Justin Verlander. And then he was like, what? And he went into the clubhouse, and there was Justin Verlander. He was like, oh, my God, we did sign him. And Jake Rogers, for him, this is kind of a full circle moment. Yeah. He was, of course, involved in the JV trade in 2017, and now he is teammates with him on the Tigers. So he was having a hard time even wrapping his head around it. And I think a lot of the players had the same reactions yesterday and today that fans did. It just kind of utter disbelief and then sheer excitement for what's to come.
So you got a chance. I saw you put some video online of the guys throwing a ball around. I mean, they're in line. You see Skubal and Verlander and Valdez and Flaherty all on the line throwing a ball. It's got to be a little surreal, not only just to see JV out there, but I mean, then Framber Valdez, they just signed the monster contract last week that came out of left field. And I mean, this whole thing is just wild.
It is. I mean, Justin Verlander and Framber Valdez were free agents at this time last week. And now they're here in Lakeland on the field with Tarek Skubal and Jack Flaherty, and behind them, Casey Mize was throwing a bullpen. And there is your Tigers rotation for 2026. Two huge pieces that weren't even a part of it 7 days ago are here now. It was staggering, jarring to see all of them lined up. And, it did call to mind some of those great rotations of yesteryear. And obviously JV was the leader of those rotations. It'll be Tarek Skubal, who was the opening day starter and the ace, undisputed now. But, man, the talent in this rotation rivals really any in baseball, and gives the Tigers as good of a chance as anyone in the AL to play in the World Series this year.
Both A.J. Hinch and Scott Harris spoke this morning. What's the most interesting thing they had to say?
Well, Scott Harris was asked a couple times about the financial support that he's received this offseason from Chris Ilitch, and he told the story of calling Chris Ilitch before the Tigers received a ruling on Skubal's arbitration and asking Chris Ilitch for a very significant investment in Framber Valdez, the biggest investment the Tigers have made to date under Scott Harris. And Scott Harris tells that Ilitch was even more fired up than Scott Harris was on the other end of the line. He said that was really energizing to hear, and reiterated that whenever he has asked for that kind of support during his time here, Chris Ilitch has provided it. A.J. Hinch was pretty adamant that they believe in the offense that performed last year for this team from late March to mid-July. And they're putting a lot of stock in those players rebounding to form this year. Obviously the big question about this team is, did they do enough with the lineup? Will they score enough runs? And is what we saw at the end of last year a concern for this year? They don't seem to think it is. They're trusting in the bulk of what this team showed last year offensively. also in continued growth. And then in ideally bounce back seasons for guys like Parker Meadows or Matt Vierling, and we'll see what McGonigal can perhaps provide. But they believe in what those guys put up last year over the first 5 months of the season.
Do you think it's possible that they can still add a bat before the season starts, or that they would? I mean, given that we had no idea. I mean, the team released the information about Justin Verlander, and the Tigers weren't on the Valdez, radar by just about everybody that was reporting on Valdez even a couple days before he signed with the Tigers. The Tigers weren't even mentioned. So it's not like the Tigers leak things out, but do you get a sense that they can still make a move to add to this lineup?
I don't, just because they sound really bullish on the guys they have here. And it was reported, for what it's worth, that they were seeking starting pitching. Now, we didn't know that part of that was to compensate for losing Reese Olson for the year. And, that definitely triggered the Justin Verlander pursuit. And, right now this is a healthy offense as far as we know. So there isn't all of a sudden an unforeseen hole. I think that they really believe in the guys they have internally. I'd be surprised if they made a last second add to the offense that isn't someone like, Austin Slater on a minor league contract. One more thing of note from AJ Hinch. He did fly to Florida last week for a one-on-one meeting with Framber Valdez to essentially seal the deal with that acquisition. Of course, Hinch managed Valdez when Valdez was a rookie and a second-year player in Houston. They still have a very tight relationship. And so AJ went there and had dinner with him. They spent several hours together talking about baseball, talking about family, and as AJ said, a little about the old days, but more about what's to come. And that conversation, that dinner, that time spent between AJ and Framber really was the final step toward getting Framber to commit for at least 2 years to the Tigers.
Birchie Kid from Lakeland, Tigers spring training opening today. It sounds like some cold water was thrown on the idea that Kevin McGonigal will come north with the big club after spring training.
So I don't know. I was the one, if this is what you're referring to, that asked Scott Harris if they'd be comfortable elevating the player to the big leagues who hasn't played a game in AAA. And what he didn't say is no. And I think it's important to note that. Like, Scott Harris is pretty calculated and careful with his words, and he wasn't going to full out commit to that idea because he knows it might get misconstrued, but he didn't rule it out. And I think that's what matters here. If Kevin McGonigal performs over the next 7 weeks like a player who can help them win without risking his own development, I do think they would make the move. So I think it's still a possibility, and we'll see how it plays out.
I just want to touch back on one thing you said about the Reese Olson news. Do you think that the Tigers knew this before they signed Valdez, or do you think that the Verlander's the signing was the one that was the reactionary to Reese Olson?
So Reese Olson's surgery was February 2nd, and he had spent the early part of the offseason under the impression that he could do a longer rehab than he did at the end of last season and get his shoulder right. And ultimately, that just didn't yield the results he was looking for. And so early this month, right around the time they signed Valdez, he had the surgery done. I think that the JV signing was a reaction to the Olson injury more than the Valdez signing. Okay. I think the Valdez signing was a team that knows they want to win now this year with Tarek Skubal while they have him. And so they went out and got that done. And look, by doing so, they really have established themselves as one or two of the teams to beat in the American League. I mean, Jake Rogers said it himself this morning. He said, we're going to be a team to beat. We're going to have a target on our back from day one. We want to go all the way and get to the World Series. And I think the front office showed it, signing some guys and giving us that extra push. And he went on to say, you guys will like this. We got a bunch of ponies in the stables getting ready to throw. And boy, do they ever.
Final thing, 15 seconds. Any underrated, underreported storyline or elite observation from you being there in Lakeland?
Yes. I watched Max Clark take batting practice for about 15 seconds, caught the tail end of it. He has better calves than Gator, and I do not say that lightly. This man is a tank, and he was sitting a couple tanks in the process.
Birchie, appreciate your time. Thank you very much. We'll be checking in with you all week.
All right, sounds good, fellas. See ya.
There he is, the Birchie Kid, with the very latest from the Tigers.
That's a statement.
At spring training, JV is in the house. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Jalen Duren and Isaiah Stewart will each miss multiple games for the Pistons after being suspended by the NBA moments ago. The league office banned Stewart for the next 7 games for Detroit. Jalen Duren will sit out the next 2. The league also banned Moussa Diabate and Miles Bridges from the Hornets. The former Wolverine and Spartan, respectively, were each banned for the next 4 games. Despite the 2-game ban for Duren, reports say he will be allowed to play in his first career All-Star game this weekend. He'll return on February 21st for Detroit. Isaiah Stewart comes back on on March 3rd. The Tigers have had a big few weeks with the signings of Framber Valdez and Justin Verlander this offseason. They have $103 million committed to 4 of their starters for next year in Tarek Skubal, Jack Flaherty, JV, and Valdez. That's nearly equivalent to the entire 2026 payroll of the Minnesota Twins. On that note, Scott Harris reiterated to reporters down in Lakeland today that Tigers owner Chris Ilitch wants to win and is willing to invest in this team.
Let this be an example of it. Not only did we sign Framber Valdez to a $115 million deal, we did it against the backdrop of payroll uncertainty and arbitration. But I brought the opportunity to Chris and he said, let's do it. He wants to win as badly as anyone in this organization. And so from an investment standpoint, it shows that this organization is invested in winning.
Pitchers and catchers reported to Lakeland today. Verlander and Valdez are both there. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Update Kid. Happy lunchtime, everybody. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Coming up today at 12:30, Trajan Langdon, Piston president of basketball operations, was on with our morning show. We'll bring you the best of what he had to say, including whether or not he thinks he's got a team that's ready to do work in the postseason. That at 12:30, and what he hopes Kevin Huerter brings to the table. But interesting stuff there to wrap up last hour from our guy on the ground, the Birchie Kid, who will be reporting all week. Look for his stuff at 971theticket.com, where there's a lot of great insight. It's like a whole nother sports page for the Detroit sports fan. 971theticket.com. And, you know, he's down there, and some intriguing observations with both Scott Harris and AJ Hinch speaking today. First of all, the financial support. Ilitch giving the green light to the Valdez signing before they knew the result of the Skubal arbitration hearing. You know, we're trying to piece together what's really going on with organizations because, let's face it, that's what sports talk is. It's very speculative. It's, you know, you're around it for a lot of years, and you try to make the best call to let the fans know what may or may not be happening, and sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong. Here's one narrative that was out there that the $13 million in the Skubal arbitration hearing is what was handcuffing the Tigers, that they didn't want to do anything until they heard. According to Scott Harris, that move got green lighted before the Skubal arbitration hearing, and that Chris Ilitch was enthusiastic about bringing in Framber Valdez. So, you know, it does open up the window to perhaps more money being vested. On the other side of that, they are leaning into the thought that this lineup will be better without better players. That they think they can get more offensively out of this team. Birchie does not expect them to make another signing. So the investment, basically, if you look at their offseason, it's all on the pitching side, which I love great pitching. I think one of the things that thrills people the least is when you find out you sign a bullpen arm, especially if it's not an elite closer. And then in practicality, when it comes to the usefulness of those players, you discover that they are incredibly useful. So now, any of their offseason acquisitions going to, well, obviously Kenley Jensen will, you know, anybody else fit into that role? I don't know what to expect from Drew Anderson, but as it sits right here, what did you make of the financial support for the pitching and staying pat with the lineup?
Well, I love the financial support of the pitching. I think you can never go wrong by adding more pitching to this team. And when they added Valdez, I was very surprised because, again, the Tigers weren't connected to Valdez in any way leading up to that. We had thrown the name out there as, you know, there's a group of 4 or 5 free agent pitchers that would make sense, and Valdez was one of them. I wanted the Tigers to go out and get a really good starting pitcher. But we kind of thought that they were going to go in the route that we've seen them do in the past and maybe take on a little bit of a project like a Lucas Giolito or something like that. And adding Drew Anderson fits that mold as well. But there were bigger names out there. Would they dare to go get a bigger name? And they did. And when they did, it smashed the narrative that the Tigers weren't going to do anything. And then when they follow that up a week later and sign Justin Verlander, okay, given that Reese Olson is done for the year, they still brought him back. It's another pitcher they bring back, $13 million, $2 million for this year, and then deferred money in 2030. But it's a credible rotation. It was credible before, but now it might be incredible, is what we've seen, because these two additions are pretty impressive given what they've done in their history. Framber Valdez, a little up and down last year, but for the most part was a really good pitcher, and has been a really good pitcher in his time in the major leagues. And Verlander, we all know Verlander's story. If he's healthy, he's going to contribute. I don't think this is a guy who's going to go out there and make 30 starts and be bad. I just don't see that. I think he's a guy that may not get to 30 starts, but he's going to give you a lot of quality starts. And when you look at some of the other things that he did at the end of the year, it's not just that the ERA was good, or that the strikeouts per innings pitched towards the end of the season, that was closer to, 9 strikeouts in 9 innings, the 1 per inning ratio, which is great. It was that he threw over 100 pitches in games many times, that he had a game where he threw 120 pitches. I think that was either in August or September. Those things are intriguing for a team that could use a guy with leadership like that. All this is just it's a very credible team now, and they've just absolutely exploded the narratives that the GM isn't going to make the move, or that the ownership isn't going to spend the money. And for this upcoming season, it may just be this one season, but I don't think that's the case. But for right now, it's this one season. They have smashed both of those narratives.
So one of the stories that is emerging via social media is pictures of Jackson Jobe throwing. And I envision Justin Verlander's locker kind of nestled between Jackson Jobe and Troy Melton and with an earshot of Scooble, and see sort of a Crash Davis role, hearkening back to the movie Bull Durham, the veteran catcher who was sent to Single A to look after a bonus baby high draft pick pitcher. This is a Tobias Harris role, a Kenny Rogers role. This is a role that for JV could have as much impact in the clubhouse as it does on the field. What's going to happen on the field, there's reason to have concerns about what he's going to be at the tender age of 43 years old. But when you think about the role he will play here, it's far different than the one he played here before, where he was ace of the staff, cornerstone of the organization, workhorse. Although, as you pointed out, he still has some of that workhorse inning load and pitch count stuff. But, he can have a positive impact on this team and then be asked to essentially be the fifth starter. And that fifth starter can be exceedingly important, and he might be a fifth starter that needs some maintenance at his age. The good news is the Tigers have more than a few guys capable of the spot start. We mentioned Melton. There's Cater Montero.
Joey Anderson.
There's Sawyer Gibson-Long. Where does he fit into the mix? And while none of these guys are you thinking, well, there's a huge difference maker, but when you're not asked to do as much, can you just fill that role? And in Verlander's case, I think that there's reason to believe that he might be perfectly cast in this role at this point in his career. And he's not coming here to be the ace. He's not thinking about being the ace.
He's not at all, which I think takes a lot of the pressure off it, which is great. Now, the other part you asked about was the lineup, and what they've basically done is put their trust in what they saw in the first half of last year and hope that they get back to that. I don't know if I love that approach, but I do think that there were some guys that dropped off in the second half that I wouldn't expect to. I mean, one of the reasons I think that you saw a drop off from Gleyber Torres is he was hurt. So if he's 100% healthy, Gleyber Torres is a really good player and he's going to help this team. And he opted back in at over $20 million, and that's money maybe they were going to bring somebody else in, but now they don't because he decided to stay on the contract. But they need to get other guys that have got to they have to take steps forward. Riley Green offensively looked great with the home runs, the RBIs, and those stats, right? Where it looked awful was the strikeouts. if they're able to get him to cut those strikeouts down significantly, I imagine that's going to have a real positive effect. Torkelson's got to find more consistency. Can he? I hope so. I'm not convinced of it. Can Kari Carpenter get more at bats against left-handed pitching so he can stay in the lineup, on most nights instead of being basically a platoon guy who kills right-handed pitching? You hope so. Those are three areas that if those three guys can take a step forward, it would make a huge impact on this team, let alone, the possibility of what a rookie or two might add to this roster, if it's Kevin McGonigal or Max Clark or whomever it is, Hao Yu Lee or, maybe Chase Young gets back into good graces. I don't know, but they have to find a way from within, because that's the way this is built right now. The guys internally have got to be better and more consistent.
Something I care far less about, but is off the charts, is the nostalgia of the JV signing. They can manipulate it so Justin Verlander's the starting pitcher on opening day in Detroit. They'll play 6 games on the road. I'm sure operators were standing by yesterday because there are going to be people that want to see JV pitch in the Old English D again, maybe one more time or whatever it might be. And that's understandable. I care far less about that. Although, when you're selling out the stadium, it certainly increases the financial stability of an organization that, we would love to see be a player and not hesitate to add payroll and add a bat if necessary sometime during this season. So, that's another part of this. There's also another message that I think is clear about what to expect this year with the addition of Justin Verlander. We will get to that coming up today at 12:16. Although initially yesterday, some of the texts that came in yesterday were really skeptical of this signing. And I also want to add this, and Kang, you saw it. When we started the show talking about this, there was some hostility towards the Tigers and some people still mad about this offseason. And Kang, you saw the text, you sift through them, and you sent them over. And I'm not mad at you. Don't take this the wrong way. I was a little taken aback by that. I thought there'd be nothing but enthusiasm. Not that they're a complete team, but they're certainly headed in the right direction. That surprised me a little.
No, but you're always going to have, the people that point out, well, yeah, that's great, but what about this, right? And I think that, and you guys have talked about it, is they didn't add a bat, which a lot of people still thought they needed. And, for every reaction, there's a equal and opposite reaction, I feel like, right?
Yeah.
Especially in sports. So as high as you can get, there's always someone just as low.
Can take you low,
right?
take you back down.
Yeah. So,
surprised by that a little bit.
Not everyone's drunk on nostalgia.
Well, no, but this is right, and that's why I point out I think this is more than nostalgia. It's clearly nostalgia.
I do so too,
Yeah,
but some people are just straight. I heard a text this morning, Doug, and I told you about it from the morning show they read that said, I love this signing so much, I don't even care if he sucks. I mean, that guy's going to care very much in April or May if he sucks. He's going to be like, that was a terrible signing. Why
if you're
did we do
willing
it?
to go that far over the top, the one direction, you're probably also prone to going over the top the other direction of how much you hate the signing later. But 248-539-9797. I think there's another message in there, and we'll get to that coming up again at 12:17 here on Karsch and Anderson on 97.1. Sam Bernstein Law has been respecting Michigan clients for more than 50 years. In this state, respect is earned, not given. They spent 5 decades earning yours by fighting for what's right. Get the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM. Gator and I were just talking about impressions during the commercial break because you saw something with Frank Caliendo, who's elite impressionist, and you hold your own. Out of the two of us, I give you a slight edge. Did you see that one of my favorite random impressions that you did, and you did very well? He's hanging them up.
Yeah, King brought that up to me last week. We didn't get a chance to mention it on the air, but Buck Martinez is no longer going to be doing baseball games. He's decided that he's going to hang them up. Going to retire, put myself out to pasture, hang out with the cows.
And the great thing is he's from Modesto, California, and he sounds like he's from like deep South Texas or something. But he's the one man that turned our single-syllable pitcher's last name into like a 3-syllable word, and that name is Casey Mize. He turned the name Mize when he did.
Casey Mize. And next up in the rotation, after Tarek Skubal, will be Tigers right-hander Casey Mize.
So he was the color commentator for the Toronto Blue Jays network and former Major League manager and player, I believe. I think he was a player.
He was a player. He was a catcher.
Anyway, long story short, it's sad to see Buck go, even though Buck had the biggest impact he had on Detroit and probably our audience is your impression of him, which you famously left me a long voicemail message on a TNT broadcast during the playoffs about 6 years ago, and you said in the message, I've been working on my impression of Buck Martinez. Then you proceeded to talk as Buck Martinez for about a minute, and then said, I don't know why the F I'm doing this, because nobody in Detroit knows who the hell Buck Martinez is. And then we did it on the air, and people loved it. So sad to see Buck hang it up.
Yeah, I don't know why you do that.
Well, people retire.
I need him to get more popular so that the impression makes sense.
Right. All right. I think yesterday when the JV signing happened, these were two texts we got. Jason in the car said, you're missing the point with Justin Verlander. This just means Tarek Skubal is going to get traded, probably for a bat and a position player. Jeff in Heartland says, guys, the Tigers are loading up to go to the postseason without Skubal. They will ride him till the trade deadline, then trade him and not be short on pitching. JV brings depth and experience, and it's cool. The only way they're trading Tarek Skubal is if they get to the trade deadline and they're a complete disaster.
Yeah, that's because they're trying to take their shot to win a World Series. Yep. And do you think this team can compete for a World Series with this pitching staff? I think the answer is they can. They're not the favorite, but they can compete. You get pitchers like this with Framber Valdez and Tarek Skubal and Justin Verlander and Jack Flaherty and Casey Mize. But I mean that's a formidable rotation. And who knows what happens during the course of the season, whether somebody shines as a bat, or maybe McGonigal is hitting lights out and got to be up here, or the Tigers at the trade deadline decide to add to the team. Chris Ilitch wants to win a World Series. I don't think you just add $38 million a year in Framber Valdez because you think you're going to lose Skubal. I think there's a methodology to this. Yes, that's part of it. It's a big part of it. But the bigger part is if we add Valdez to this rotation with Tarek Skubal for this year, we have a chance to win it all. And that's why you're in it. You're in it to win it.
So it's the opposite of what happened with Shohei Ohtani, who was going into free agency with the Angels, and they didn't trade him at the trade deadline. They never moved him when they probably could have got the sun and the moon. But, I'm going to be fair to them like I try to be fair to the Tigers. I'm not going to criticize them for the trades they didn't make when we really don't know if people were trying to fleece them. Did they have any legitimate offers or not? But I will say this. They also didn't go for it. The Tigers are far more in a go-for-it mode, and there are no indications that this team has interest in trading Skubal until they're out of it, if they ever get out of it. And hopefully they won't. And that's awesome. Now, what are they to win the whole thing? Still the fifth favorite to win the American League. FanDuel has them at plus 900, 9-1 to win the AL. The Yankees are plus 440. So if you bet $1, you get $4.40 back if the Yankees win the American League. Seattle's plus 550. Boston and Toronto plus 700. The Tigers plus 900. To win the World Series, the Tigers have the 12th best odds at plus 1,200 or plus 2,200. Excuse me. This by no means makes the Tigers an overwhelming favorite in Vegas. That could change as money comes in. But as of right now, 12th best odds, plus 2,200. To win the division, they're plus 115. So if you bet $100, you get 115 back if you win. So not overwhelming favorite, but they are the favorite. Their win total is lower than, I believe their win totals the last 2 years, 85.5. It seems a little strange to me because, I mean, last year, I would argue that this Tiger team is poised to be better than last year's team.
I would argue that as well. And I don't know what to think of the division just yet, but it doesn't seem like, look, the division doesn't seem very strong. It was interesting last year for the first half of the division that they were very strong, and then things cooled down significantly for everybody involved, except for Cleveland, who then came after the Tigers at the last month of the season. But it's the 85.5 does seem low. And I'm okay with it. Do what you're going to do.
The fact that the Tigers could use Justin Verlander in a total support role to accomplish something that they weren't unfortunately able to accomplish when he was the cornerstone is an interesting little twist on this whole thing. JV in a complete and total support role, they can win a World Series with him, which would be crazy when you consider some of those teams that they came really close with couldn't do it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate when you look at the two teams that went to the World Series and came up short, and I'm sure JV would absolutely love the opportunity to erase those memories of what he was in the World Series for the Tigers, because it wasn't good enough.
And the one team that lost to Boston might have been their best team.
Probably was.
Of all of them. 248-539-9797. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Feedback coming in. Everyone get ready for the McKinstry infield position now being extended to outfield. I'm sorry. Everyone get ready for the Keith/McKinstry infield platoon now be extending to the outfield. Well, Cole Keith isn't going to the outfield.
No, he's not going to the outfield, but I don't know what that means.
I don't either.
McKinstry can play anywhere, I guess, but I hope the Tigers aren't overvaluing Zach McKinstry, or I hope that I'm way undervaluing Zach McKinstry, because I think he's a nice player to have on your roster. I don't think he's well, let's think about this. Key pieces.
I feel like more often than not, their infield's going to be Torkelson, Torres, Baez, and Cole Keith at third. If McGonigal's here, or the Tiger that I think gets the most undervalued in the eyes of the public, Hao-Yu Lee is here, it could reposition where McKinstry goes. They could move. If Parker Meadows doesn't get going, Baez could go back to center field and McKinstry could play some short. But, we'll see how it plays itself out.
I think it's going to be really tough for McGonigal to make the roster because of the position.
Yep.
Because he's a shortstop by trade. So, okay, he's going to have to be really good in spring training, and other guys are going to have to be really bad. And I don't want to see the really bad part of it. I think the interesting battle is to see what Parker Meadows does in spring training. Because if Parker Meadows can't hit again, then at some point you're going to have to punt. And despite the fact he has so much talent, he's got this great frame, great swing, left-handed hitter, plays center field like a dream, runs like the wind, but his hitting is so inconsistent. And if he can't do it, then the next best option in center field is Javier Baez, because you're still paying him for this year and next year.
I hate that this next text is probably accurate, but I agree with Jerry and Howell, who writes the following. The Tigers will have a good year. They'll be in the mix, but the Dodgers are winning it all again anyway. Lockout incoming.
Ooh.
If you had to pick a team to win the World Series, who would you pick?
Dodgers.
Do you think there's a lockout coming or no?
I do.
So, Jerry, we agree, and you suck. Next text, you guys named some pitchers I think could be involved in a trade package for a bat at the deadline. Melton, Montero, Gibson, Long. Well, I would think if I'm in another town, the only one of those arms I'm interested in is Melton.
Yeah. And I don't know if the Tigers are interested in trading their best pitching prospect. I can see the Tigers trading, but it would be one of the hitting prospects they have. A Max Anderson, a Hao-Yu Lee.
248-539-9797. Straight ahead, news came down today. Isaiah Stewart, 7-game suspension. Jalen Duren, 2-game suspension for their roles in the altercation in Charlotte the other night. The Pistons president of basketball operations, Trajan Langdon, joined our morning show. We'll bring you the best of what he had to say next here on 97.1. All right, if you're just joining us on the NBA front, suspensions for Jalen Duren and Isaiah Stewart. Now, shocker that there are suspensions. What is a little bit of a surprise is that the under hit in terms of Vegas odds, according to BetOnline, on both accounts. Jalen Duren, over-under was 3.5. He got 2 games. And Isaiah Stewart, the over-under was 10.5. He got 7 games, which, can be costly. It sucks they won't be at full. They won't have everybody for that game right after the All-Star break when they play in New York against the Knicks. But I guess, turnabout's fair play. The Knicks were shorthanded when they were in Detroit, and the Pistons throttled them the other night. So the theater won't be as good because both those teams, fully stocked, are really strong contenders in the East, and it would be, maybe a bit of a preview. And my guess is that the Knicks aren't happy about being held to 80 and 90 points, which I believe are their 2 lowest offensive outputs when they played Detroit in the 2 games this year. And neither of them were particularly close. So probably matters a lot to the Knicks if they're fully healthy. But I guess if Detroit can beat them shorthanded, that'll go away. But after the All-Star break, no Stewart, no Duren. And then Isaiah Stewart won't be around for the 1 week where the Pistons play Monday, Wednesday, Friday at home. They will play the San Antonio Spurs, the Oklahoma City Thunder, and the Cleveland Cavs. All teams that are in various levels of contention.
Well, I'm glad that one of the 2 will be back for those games, and it's the All-Star Jalen Duren. It'll be disappointing that Stewart isn't there because Isaiah Stewart he's a big part of the identity of what the Pistons are as a team. Mm-hmm. He's not going to fill up the stat sheet, but he is a huge part of what this team is about. And without him for those 3 games, you want to use that as a measuring stick of some kind, and you're not going to get the best comp because he's not going to be on the roster for those games. But again, these are regular season games. We've talked about it with the suspension, however long it was going to be. I don't really care at this point. It's just get to the playoffs with this team. I feel like that's where I'm at as a fan. There's some games of intrigue in the regular season, but now I'm thirsty for the playoffs. Let's get it started.
So, Trajan Langdon, President of Basketball Operations, on with the morning show. Some newsworthy items. There is nothing new to report on Malik Beasley. And when asked, are they keeping you in the loop? All Trajan said was, He's currently under investigation. That's the news. As far as what really hampered Jaden Ivey's development in Detroit, he said the timing for the injury couldn't have been worse because it essentially spanned 2 seasons that really hampered his development. And when pushed on it, essentially they didn't have time to wait around for him to develop because they are trying to win now. And we'll get to what he had to say about Kevin Huerter. But with the big story today being Isaiah Stewart, before the suspensions were announced, and we don't know if Trajan knew at the time or not, the morning show asked him, okay, how do you not get away from your identity, which has been very good to you, being a very physical basketball team, which isn't afraid to foul you and isn't afraid to regulate if necessary, but also not go too far and find yourself suspended like Isaiah Stewart for coming off the bench. Specifically to Stewart, here's what Trajan had to say. Okay, there it is. We talked about this yesterday. We talked about how you make sure that the team doesn't get hurt. And this isn't a tough conversation to have. It's going to be hard for Isaiah Stewart to sit out these 7 games. Whether or not you regret what you did, and whether he should or he shouldn't is a whole nother conversation. Stepping to the defense of a teammate is applaudable. Leaving the bench comes with consequences. Happened in the middle of the season. It probably won't be long enough a suspension to truly impact them in any negative way. Could be. Could cost them a seed, but probably not. But if it happens again at a worse time, it can be an issue. And now that it's happened once, any on-court scuffles, fisticuffs, anything, many on the bench are going to turn and where's Isaiah Stewart if he's on the bench and you're not getting on the court? And he's probably not going to go anyway.
Yeah, I think he's it's all understood what he means to this team and how his teammates feel about him. Of course, they love a guy who's going to stick up for him like that and have their backs. They love that guy. So he doesn't have to do that anymore, but he also has to understand, the rest of the team has to understand too. Teams in the NBA know they can get under your skin now. They know they can rile you up, and they know who to get to, and it can have a really adverse effect if they don't corral this thing in a hurry. So I think it's interesting that the Duren approach to everything was just so laid back. Even he meets head to head with Diabate and then kind of pushes him away, but even then it was just kind of like a dismissive push, like get out of here, and then he starts to walk away and. Diabate's going nuts, and Duren just keeps walking at a very slow gait down the sideline while Diabate has lost his mind, can't get to him. Now Miles Bridges has lost his mind. Of course, I'm sure they're saying things to each other too, and Duren probably shouts something that Miles Bridges didn't like, and he's going nuts. Bridges finally comes towards him, and he pivots real quick. Duren does to meet him, and they each threw a punch. Neither one of them landed. And after both punches didn't land, it looked like it was done. Unfortunately, that's when Isaiah Stewart came flying out there, because if they had just let it play, if Isaiah Stewart had sat there for another second, one more second, just that little pause, I think everything would have been done and you would just had suspensions handed out to
to the aforementioned three players.
All right, so they did make a move at the trade deadline. Kevin Huerter, we haven't seen a lot of benefit of him being in a Detroit Piston uniform yet, but it's early. And Trajan was asked on the morning show what you hope to get out of the newly acquired Kevin Huerter. There's a lot of code words in there for he can shoot, creating spacing, creating gravity, back cutting. I mean, that's not as much, but Kevin Huerter might be one of these guys that you don't realize how he's impacting the game positively. He's got to make his shot, though, and he wasn't before he came to Detroit. He has in his career. It's a minor concern at this point. A lot of it has to do with the team he was playing on.
Well, it's a 3-game stretch with the Pistons at this point, and 2 of those 3 games I don't think he scored.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he's kind of it's an interesting piece in the trade that they get, and there are the things that you heard that they like about him, and yet I don't know if he's going to get the opportunity to play so much to showcase those skills because other guys are going to step up because Dennis Jenkins has absolutely stood up. Paul Reed is being counted on right now, not that Paul Reed and Kevin Huerter are playing the same position, but I think they looked at it and they said, what are we going to get from Jaden Ivey the rest of the way? We're not going to sign him in the offseason. So what are we going to get from him the rest of the way? And can we get something more from somebody else that's going to be more consistent? And at the same time, maybe it's just we're promoting from within with one of our own guys to give him more floor time.
Well, yeah. And Huerter, I mean, this isn't rocket science, right? Make your shots. Now all of a sudden, you're creating space for your guys that like to dribble drive, your guys that play in the low block, because teams have to respect the shot. He's a 37% career three-point shooter. He's had seasons where he's been over 40%. Probably caught Trajan's eye in the West when he was in Sacramento. But in Chicago this year, Kevin Huerter was at 31%. And regardless of the 3 games, I don't think there's anything wrong with drawing any conclusions after 3 games. Be intriguing to see what happens there with that 31%. Like, where does it go in his time in Detroit?
Yeah.
All right. Dennis Jenkins, what exactly he sees in the player that they just converted to a NBA contract, and is this roster built to have success in the postseason? Other big questions asked of Trajan Langdon on our morning show. We will get to that at 12:47 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. We've talked to a lot of Tigers today as spring training is open. The Birch Kid will be down there, and we'll be checking in with him throughout the week with the very latest on your baseball team. And we've got we had some NFL talk mixed in. We're a month from free agency, and there's a to-do list to put together, an off-season to-do list of Brad Holmes, and it's not short. And we've got the Pistons, the announcement today is suspension, 7 games for Isaiah Stewart, 2 games for Jalen Duren, and Trajan Langdon was on our morning show. We're bringing you the best of what he had to say. Let's continue with that. Danis Jenkins just got a contract, and here's what Trajan had to say about the diamond in the rough that they unearthed and has now been a key player on this Eastern Conference contender. It's been really good for Detroit.
He's been great for the Pistons. He's earned a contract that the guy. It's not a massive deal, but to get that contract when you're basically off the street it's an accomplishment, man. To show that you belong in this league. It's a tough league to get into, a tough league to stay in, and he's contributing for this basketball team and heating up off the bench, which is great.
Him playing with the confidence he has. We talked about this before, guys. Like, no one tell him. You know what I mean? Like, he's not Allen Iverson. Because he plays like with the confidence of Allen Iverson. It's unbelievable. And Gator, you should appreciate this the most. He plays with that chip on his shoulder, man.
That's right.
He's pissed that he was not drafted. He doesn't understand how he wasn't drafted. And he plays like that every time he hits the court to prove everybody, I belong here. This is ridiculous. I'm on a 2-way contract.
I was trying to find a comp, like for a contending team, a comp of a non-first round pick. And I guess he was an undrafted free agent. And there's a lot of guys that have proven a lot more. When you start talking about second-round picks, you get into Nikola Jokic. There's no comp there. There's no comp with Manu Ginobili. There's no comp with Draymond Green. Undrafted free agents, the guy I landed on was J.J. Barea. If you remember him, he was a spark plug for the Mavs. And that's kind of what Danis is. He's a spark plug for this team. So, look, when you're a role player in Detroit, we all know we can elevate you we treat you like a superstar.
Yeah, I mean, look, Vinnie Johnson was known as the microwave back in the day because you'd come off the bench and was just you'd come out for instant offense.
Mm-hmm.
Heat check it out. If Danis Jenkins keeps doing what he's doing, he could be the air fryer. It's just updated technology, and the air fryer is better than the microwave. I dare you to argue that with me. Go ahead, tell me the air fryer is not better than the microwave.
Yeah, you need a sign in front of you that says "Prove me wrong."
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
I like your updated use of technology to describe what the player is. I'm somewhat suspicious that the air fryer is going to catch on as a nickname, which might not be your intent. But, I mean, if it does,
let's call him the air fryer.
I think the genesis will know where it started at roughly 12:50 on February 11th.
He's the air fryer.
Can you give the air fryer much hope?
I'm going to let Gator do this one. I'm going to let him work this one. I'm not going to poo-poo anything.
Listen, tomorrow's show, we'll dedicate some time to the air fryer, assuming that he, he's got to earn it.
Yeah.
You got to earn that nickname. That's a sweet nickname, but you got to earn it. It's got to be more than just a one-trick pony here.
So, all right, finally from Trajan Langdon this morning, and this is the big question, is the roster built to have success in the postseason? Here's what Trajan Langdon had to say. I don't know that there's anything less surprising than Trajan Langdon not hyping up his team's chances.
He's just quiet, calm, man.
With that said, he pointed out, and I don't think it was in that soundbite, but in the interview, he pointed out, we haven't won a playoff series yet. We haven't won a home playoff game yet. And I kind of forgot. They went 0-3 at home last year in the postseason to the Knicks. That is something that cannot happen again.
No, you would hope that does not happen again. I think it's interesting. It's talking about the quiet calm of the president of basketball operations here with the Pistons, the guy who makes all the moves. And he wasn't alone. Almost all the teams, the top contending teams in the NBA, they either stood pat or made very small moves. Nobody made the biggest move that any team really made was probably Cleveland. You know, yes, you saw Atlanta make a move for Anthony Davis, but beyond that, nobody's considering Atlanta to be a challenger. Washington, right? Yep. Because they end up with Trae Young too, right? So they're not contenders this season. Next year it might pay off for them, but for teams that are going for it for this year, Cleveland's the only one that really made that splash. So the Pistons are in the same company with Oklahoma City, who didn't do something special. San Antonio didn't do anything special, right? And I think the other thing that I get tired of hearing so much is everybody's saying that, well, you know, they need a yardstick game to see how they measure up against teams like San Antonio and teams like Oklahoma City or whomever. I'm like, well, what about those teams looking at themselves and saying, we got a big game against Detroit? The Pistons are a damn good basketball team. They deserve some respect. And I think even from their own fan base. I think the fan base is reluctant to really embrace this team as a contender because, the Big Bad West. You know, I don't think the Big Bad West is looking at the Pistons and saying, oh, what a pushover we have here. The Pistons are a tough team to play against. That's trouble. You don't want the Pistons in the playoffs. You don't want any of this.
That home court thing is really weird to have lost all 3 home games last year.
I think it's a statistical anomaly, Doug.
Right. I'm not worried about them. I don't worry about the Pistons overcoming home court disadvantage or anything like that. They've lost 10 consecutive playoff games at home, which is a little bit much. Actually, it's 9. Sorry, 9. Is it 9 or 10? It's 9. My apologies. It's 9. The last time they won a home playoff game was the 2009 playoffs against the Celtics. And then they lost the definitive game in that series. Then they took way outman teams into the playoffs a couple years in a row and got swept at home. And then last year they got swept at home. I still like home court, and it's something I hope that they have. But, you know, they're looking at things to check off. And remember the numbers on the front of the scores table, the 1 through 16, and you get to spray paint one out every time you win a postseason game. Let's bring that back.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
Yep. And it's not going to be easy. You've heard from the president of basketball operations. Any thoughts? 248-539-9797. Gator, a Lions beat writer, assessed all of the unrestricted free agents the Lions have. Which starter should take priority to bring back? If you have to prioritize one, who would you want? We'll get to that today at 105. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Isaiah Stewart and Jalen Duren received their suspensions today from the NBA League office. Stewart will miss 7 games as he will serve the 5th suspension of his career starting tonight when the Pistons take on the Raptors. He will have missed a total of 15 games due to suspension in his career when this most recent one is completed. The Pistons will be without one of their key big men for a huge stretch of 7 games. In that span, they will play the Raptors, of course, along with the Knicks, Cavs, Spurs, and Thunder, who are all contenders for the top of their respective conferences. Duren will miss 2 games for his first career suspension. He'll sit for the Raptors game tonight and next Thursday's game against the Knicks. He can return on Sunday the 21st against the Bulls. He's also allowed to play in the All-Star game this weekend. Tolu Smith is reportedly with the team in Toronto and could play tonight to help fill in for a shorthanded Pistons front court. Hear all the action in tonight's game coming up at 7:05. The pregame right here on 97.1 with Chris Villar. Tip-off is at 7:30. And spring training started today for the Tigers, for their pitchers and catchers at least. Position players will get there this Sunday, February 15th. And Scott Harris spoke to some media members, and he said despite recent spending, this attitude is not new. He says the team is always trying to win, and he reiterated the investment that Scott Harris has made in the team, or Chris Ilitch, excuse me. He even said Chris Ilitch was more fired up than Harris was when he called about Framber Valdez, despite waiting for the arbitration results for Tarek Skubal. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I want to get to this Lions thing here in a second. But first, phone calls and feedback, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Damon in Detroit. You're on 97.1. Hello, Damon.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
Nothing much, man. I just wanted to comment on what you guys just said regarding the Pistons, needing respect from their fans. And I believe they do have a lot of respect.
Hold on. Wait. I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about. We said what?
Like the Pistons deserve a lot, more respect from the fan base in Detroit because they're a good team. At least that's what I believe or I heard you guys say.
Yeah, I said something. Yeah, like that. Yeah, because I think we're afraid to embrace that this team is as good as they are because the other teams in the Western Conference, people think that those are the best teams in basketball, and you hear the Pistons are 39-13. They're outstanding.
Right, and I agree with you. I think the Detroit fan is kind of scared. We had to deal with the Detroit Lions not making moves, us being kind of high on the team, and they didn't make any big moves, which they should have. Same with the Detroit Tigers. Detroit Tigers was the best team in the league until they wasn't anymore. They didn't make the playoffs. So with the Detroit Pistons, my belief is I just feel like we just need that one other player. Like Cade is amazing, he's great, but the fourth quarter, last 5 minutes, he turns the ball over so much because he has no other place to go as far as that one player. I wish you guys would have asked Treasure Langdon about Malik Beasley. We don't hear about that.
No, Damon, they did, and we mentioned what his answer was. We didn't play it because it wasn't that exciting.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. He was on the morning show, and the question was, what's the update on Malik Beasley? And Trajan Langdon said he's under investigation. That's the update. There's nothing new to report.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I just feel like if we had him back, we'll be over the top. And I don't keep in mind I'm a diehard Piston, so I'm not ragging on them at all. They just scare me sometimes without that second spot. You know what I mean? And everybody's playing well. Duren is playing great. So I'm high up on them, but I'm worried. You know what I'm saying? Just like I was worried with the Lions, just like I was worried with the Tigers. I'm worried.
Well, they got something to lose. Like they've got us vested, right? People care.
Right.
People are fired up. I wouldn't worry too much. I mean, look, what you just said, would it help to have another option that commanded respect at the end of games and take a little bit off Cade's plate? Sure. Cade's still one of the top fourth quarter performers in the league.
Yes, I don't want to take it away from him, but when it's time, like New York showed us last year in the playoffs, they doubled him, and unfortunately Beasley was cold in the playoffs last year, but we couldn't do anything once they got the ball out of Cade's hand, and it's almost the same. I mean, Dennis Jenkins, he's stepped up some, so has Reed and the other guys, but if we had that one guy we can go to, like Cleveland getting Harden is huge. because Donovan Mitchell, you get the ball out of his hands, it goes to Harden now, and we just don't have that other person, or they hadn't stepped up yet to be that person.
Well, what Cleveland gave up was huge too, and an all-star talented player, Darius Garland. But hey, look, nobody's going to argue that having another player, another scorer would help. It would clearly help. He's still one of the most productive fourth quarter players in the league.
Well, I think Damon has the same fear I do. And the Pistons are a really good team. They're the best team in the East by 5.5 games. Come playoff time, though, the fear is that everyone, I've said this many times and say it again, and Trajan Langdon said it, the playoffs are different than the regular season. They just are. Everyone plays every possession like it's the last, and they're going to come hard at Cade Cunningham with double teams. And Cade's going to beat that sometimes, and sometimes he's not. And that's when he looks to swing the ball and kick it to somebody who can score. Now, is that a wide open Duncan Robinson? Is it, Tobias Harris? Who is it, right? Right now, the answer is Other. And Other has been stepping up great. They're winning so many games. Other is fantastic. Does that continue when the playoffs happen? And that's the worry of some fans, who's the clear second scorer on this team?
Beasley was over 40% in the regular season, was at 31% in the postseason from beyond the arc. It's a pretty big drop-off. Is that a product of him just getting cold or a product of playoff basketball? The one thing I keep reminding myself with the Pistons that might alleviate any fears, or maybe not, maybe it's wishful thinking, I think you throw out the template with the Pistons.
Yeah.
That everybody else uses. The Pistons clearly aren't using it.
No, they just do it their own way. I think there's a guy that has a chance to be that guy that I think goes under the radar, and it's Tobias Harris. Because Tobias has not had great playoffs in the past, but I think he's a guy they totally rely on, and the team totally believes in. And the fact that they held on to him should give him confidence, and he's here for a reason. I think he's a guy that steps up in the fourth quarter when they need to.
Okay, thank you for the phone call. We did say that we were going to get into this list that was put together by Colton Pouncey of The Athletic, assessing the Lions' 22 unrestricted free agents. And if we just look at the starters, who should be the priority? Unrestricted free agent, where do you allocate money to bring a player back? The first call you make, is it to Alex Anzalone, starting middle linebacker? Is it to DJ Reader, starting defensive tackle? Is it to El-Quadin Muhammad, starting edge rusher? Is it to Amik Robertson, starting corner? Is it to Khalif Raymond, starting wide receiver or third wide receiver and punt returner? However you want to categorize him. Now, Marcus Davenport's on that list. Nobody's going to say him.
Right.
He has started for them. He's nobody's going to say him.
He actually played in games last year. My first call is probably to El-Quadin Muhammad to find out what they're expecting. Float a number you feel comfortable with and see what they counter with. And, okay, are we anywhere close? If not, good luck to you. We always did nothing but the best, but we can't afford you if that's the case. If you say, we're looking at $15 to $20 million a year, not going to happen. Can you get them for less than 10? I don't know what the going rate's going to be because it changes every year, and every year the salary cap going up, the salaries keep going up. So I don't know what it would cost to get him, but he's my first call. My second call is probably to Amik Robertson just because you need to have depth. And I think Amik Robertson is a much better player when he's a slot corner as opposed to just a corner, an outside corner. So can you find some common ground there? It seems like he liked playing here, likes the team. He's all full of confidence, and I think he's a plus player when put in the right position. When he was throwing to the Wolves on the outside, he wasn't near as effective.
You have to have a reason why you will call or not call someone. My first call is not to El-Quadin Muhammad. And my fear with El-Quadin Muhammad is that he is to the edge rusher spot what Amani Arwariye was to the secondary a few years ago. Amani Arwariye had 6 interceptions for the Lions. And I went back and watched them after the season. 2 were tipped passes by other people that landed directly in his lap, and 2 were thrown directly to him. So he's out there in coverage, and the quarterback hits him right between the numbers. The 6 was huge, but I remember saying, let's not be fooled by that. And when he got to free agency, do you know how many interceptions he had after the 6 interception season?
2. I don't know.
1.
Okay.
That's 4 seasons, 1 pick since. In the case of Al-Quadin Muhammad, 7.5 of his 11 sacks came in 3 games. And that doesn't mean they didn't happen. But you look at things a little bit and you go, okay, what tackles were they against? Like, I'll give you an example. Will Campbell, the offensive tackle from the New England Patriots, somebody put together a list of edge rushers he had to block. It is a who's who of nobodies. So he didn't really get exposed too much until he got into a situation where he was facing good talent. And it's another part of the Patriots' schedule that allowed them to perhaps overachieve a little bit. Will Campbell got eaten alive by Myles Garrett and in the Super Bowl. But in the case of Al-Quadin Muhammad, I think there's a chance that he was it benefited from some circumstance. My first call's to Amik Robertson, and it's concerns about the secondary. Given their injuries at the safety spot, and I know he doesn't play safety, but I don't know that you can afford to let any one of those people walk that have made plays for you in the secondary. And I love the chip on his shoulder. I think Amik Robertson plays the game with an edge that is very helpful and helps him make plays and can be a real asset to this team. 248-539-9797. Who you got, Detroit? In the meantime, we lose something yesterday in Detroit. Does it suck? We'll get to that at 118 here on 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsh here to tell you that Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights wants you to bank your tax refund and pay no money down on a brand new Silverado. Pay just $348 a month for 24 months on a Silverado Crew Cab LT 4x4 with 0 down. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM Employee Discount through GM Financial. 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends March 2nd. All right, Kang, if you had to bring back, what would be your first call? The Lions starters that are unrestricted free agents. Anzalone, Reeder, Al-Quadin Muhammad, Amik Robertson, Khalif Raymond.
Between those guys, it'd be Muhammad. I don't think he's going to cost as much as some of us think he's going to cost because he's on the other side of 30, and it was just like kind of this, I don't want to call it flash in the pan type of year, but he hasn't done it consistently enough to, I think, warrant a huge contract. Not that he was going to get, Max Crosby or Trey Hendrickson type deal, but I think you can get him back at a decent cost. And he had his most success here. And I know he's looking for money and he deserves to make the most he's ever made in his career, but he also should realize where did he have the most success as well. And I think that should play a role. Hopefully it does. And he comes back at a contract that both sides can agree to. Because I think that although he might not be the guy starting week 1 opposite Hutch, he's a great rotation piece and he's a specialist that you need in this league.
So that brings us to the next part, and that's the notable reserves topic, because it probably depends on which of the starters you let go. These are notable reserve players who played a lot of snaps for the Lions that are unrestricted free agents. Rock Ya-Sin, Roy Lopez, Malcolm Rodriguez, Avonte Maddox, Shane Zylstra, and safety Daniel Thomas. There's others listed, but those are kind of the ones I find most intriguing. Which one of those phone calls would you make first?
You got a long list there. Go through that again.
Rock Ya-Sin, Roy Lopez, Malcolm Rodriguez, Avonte Maddox, Shane Zylstra, Daniel Thomas.
Probably Roy Lopez. Feel like he made plays. He's not a starter, but he's a guy that can go into the rotation, and I think his role is defined. Go in there in spurts and do what you can do, and I think he does a nice job. Eats up space, makes plays at the line of scrimmage, occasionally makes a play behind the line of scrimmage. I like Roy Lopez.
Kang, what about you?
There's a couple guys on there I would like. Lopez is one of them, but my first call would be Rock Ya-Sin. I think when that secondary got depleted, he came in and did more than an acceptable job in a position that this is a passing league, right? And Gator, you always say it too, you can never have enough defensive backs. Yep. I think he's a guy you can count on that you don't necessarily want starting next year, but if you have to, he's a guy you can. I feel comfortable with.
If Anzalone walks, it might be Malcolm Rodriguez for me. Another one that I think the Lions will probably call sooner than most fans will is Shane Zylstra. And it's because Drew Petzing had the highest rate of 13 personnel in the NFL last year, 1 back, 3 tight ends. They have injuries at tight end, guys coming off injuries, and Zylstra's not going to command a lot of money is my guess. Ferkser's a free agent too. And while you might be able to find better guys than Zylstra and Ferkser, which could preclude them from calling them, given the uncertainty of the starters or how they're going to come back, I wouldn't be surprised if they got early calls in free agency.
Maybe because those guys are cheaper options, but they could also go out and find somebody else's cheaper option. I mean, it's kind of a blank slate when you bring the new OC in, and if he's going to have a whole different playbook, then maybe he prioritizes things differently with the tight ends. Maybe he wants the block first versus catch first, or vice versa. I don't know. I think the position is one that is ripe for new players.
All right. I mentioned it before the break. Yesterday it was announced that Ford Field will no longer be hosting a postseason bowl game, which is a shame. I don't know that anybody's going to lose any sleep over this. I don't know. Did it ever really command a particularly popular ticket?
I mean, it ends a 29-year run of having a bowl game associated with the name Detroit, right? Obviously, that Ford Field hasn't been there for 29 years, but they played some of those games prior at the Silverdome. They had an on-again, off-again relationship even at the Silverdome. I remember going to the Cherry Bowl way back in the day in Michigan State, and I think it was Army when I was a kid. I would imagine that there's an opportunity to bring a bowl back to Detroit because Ford Field is a great venue. But because of where college football is going, this is the third bowl game that has now been eradicated, if you will. It's no longer going to be taking place. So I just think that the bowl season has been soured on so much by fans. They don't go to the bowls except for the college football playoffs they'll go to. And for some of the other bigger matchups, they'll attend as well. But beyond that, there just isn't the interest. You get outside the top 20 teams and nobody cares.
So there's a couple things. they care on TV. Bowl games are still getting TV numbers. Yeah. But as you mentioned, are they going to the game is a completely different thing. My only disappointment in this, okay, and this is a real disappointment, is that, to me, hosting a bowl game puts you in a better place to host a playoff game. With the possibility of a changing format with the playoff, if Detroit hosted a bowl game, I don't know if that helps them. I'm sure it doesn't hurt them when it comes to the possibility of hosting a playoff game. And, you know, in my estimation, if you've hosted a Super Bowl, certainly you're capable of hosting a college football playoff game. I also kind of like the open-mindedness that we've had, that in the postseason, the Midwest does not get ignored now that college campuses can host games. And Notre Dame has hosted a playoff game. Ohio State has hosted a playoff game. Penn State has hosted a playoff game. Like, it can be done. So, you know, that's where I have concerns about. And let me tell you, if Detroit hosted a playoff game, ticket sales wouldn't be a problem.
No.
And it would be cool to see. Now, could they break into that rotation? I mean, there's talk about Indianapolis breaking into the rotation or Minnesota breaking into the rotation. So why can't Detroit break into the rotation? The size of stadium, like there's some challenges. There are some challenges.
The capacity is the problem.
But a Detroit-based college football postseason game probably helps. I guess, though, another question is college football at Ford Field ever going to be a thing? Because we've tried it in a variety of ways, whether it's Michigan State hosting a home game, whether it's postseason game. Now we got Eastern and Central are going to play there. We've had MAC championship games. I have been to 3 college football games at Ford Field. There's nothing worse than a massive stadium with a small crowd in terms of atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
There's things worse. There are many things that are far worse than that. But when it comes to a college football atmosphere, when you talk about the delta between the best college football atmospheres and that, it is huge. The best college football atmospheres are so great. Ford Field for Ball State versus Northern Illinois, which I think is the MAC championship game I was at, or Rutgers, North Carolina, which is the Quick Lane Bowl that Jansen and I did play-by-play for, where a young Mitchell Trubisky saw some spot duty for North Carolina. You know, is it working for Michigan State? Do you think it's working for Michigan State?
Well, I mean, you have to look at the teams that are there. The team has to be, for anything to work, you've got to be good.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen Michigan State play there 3 times. One was the Florida Atlantic game, like beginning of the season. I don't know how many years ago it was, 6 years ago, 7 years ago. And I believe that was a sellout, pretty close to it, because it was the beginning of the season. The Penn State game they played there a few years ago was a dog game because it was a dog team. I mean, Michigan State had gone through the Mel Tucker stuff. He was out. You had players opted out at that point. It was just limping to, please God, put us out of our misery and let's move on. It was terrible. I went to the game last year against Maryland, and it was much better attended, but it still wasn't near a sellout, but it was a much better attended game, and the atmosphere was actually pretty good. And then it was this offensive showcase between both teams. My God, I mean, Maryland had like 500 yards in offense, and Michigan State had a ton of offense and ended up winning the game. For Michigan State, it depends if they're a winning team or not. So we'll see how that looks going forward if they have more games at Ford Field. But overall, it's about the quality of the teams that are going in there. The MAC championship game was never going to light a fire under anybody and say, yes, we got the MAC championship, because it just doesn't generate that kind of excitement, because you're not, unless there's some really dynamic player. And even then, I remember watching Randy Moss play at the Silverdome.
Mm-hmm.
And he caught,
you were there?
I was there. Caught an 80-yard touchdown pass on like the first play of the game, I think from Chad Pennington, and then was covered the rest. I think it was maybe against BYU, and then they covered him the rest of the next 2 quarters, and then in the fourth quarter, Randy Moss came alive again. But it wasn't a big crowd, even though you had this superstar athlete. But it was Marshall. Mm-hmm. It just doesn't matter. So the MAC championship game is never going to. I mean, what's the best attendance they've ever had for that? 20,000. We saw that. I was at that Ball State game with you when Brady Hoke had his a really good football team, but nobody was there.
No, and I'm rooting for it, but you can't fake interest. Like you can't if it's not there. Now Western and Central are going to start playing their game there. Which is it? Western Central or is it Western and Eastern?
I think it was a combination of teams. So I thought that's what they had.
My apologies.
Maybe in Eastern. It was Eastern. I think Central and Eastern and Western and Eastern. I think
whatever
combination it was. Yeah.
Is there any chance in hell that those schools and those fan bases, because they could conceivably fill it, because they can fill their own stadiums, Western and Central specifically, for those rivalry games on Saturdays they have. When they play the game on Tuesday or Wednesday with Maction, it ain't working.
No, it's not working on Tuesdays. The idea of them putting those MAC teams there, the in-state MAC teams there at Ford Field, was because their alumni bases are rather large in Metro Detroit.
It's Central and Eastern are going to play.
Okay.
Those two are going to play in this year and next year at Ford Field. And I'm rooting like crazy for it. I don't know how you can turn it into a thing where students would want to be there, and probably free beer buses.
Is it a win if you get 30,000 people and it's a half-filled
It's
stadium?
a huge win. And yet, you're right, the half-filled doesn't help.
Put everybody in the lower bowl, make it look good.
Mm-hmm. Given the fact that bowl games in general aren't filling the stadium, the quick lane game above bowl going away is no surprise. I just wonder if Ford Field as a venue for hosting college games is ever going to work outside of a playoff game, or Michigan or Michigan State taking a good team and parking a big game in Ford Field.
Yeah, I mean, I think those games work to a point, but the bowl game doesn't work unless you have a major bowl game there. If you have a playoff game, it works. If not, it doesn't, and that's just where college football is going. Nobody's going to any of these bowl games unless it's a playoff game or if you've got, top 20 matchup with teams that just missed the playoff. Otherwise, it just doesn't have the interest from a live viewing standpoint. Which is always one of these things where the TV ratings are always great. Why not just hand out free tickets, which I know they do to an extent at the end, but seriously, just get people there. Like the TV money's already there. Here you go. What do you need? You need 4? I got 4 for you. Here, go on into the game and enjoy yourself. Fill it up as much as you can.
I mean, it's almost it would take. I think it would take like free tickets and free food vouchers.
And a voucher, right?
Yep. But the stadium is still in the business of making money, and I mean the voucher can be something.
They got to staff it, yeah.
The voucher can be something along the lines. I don't know why we're working so hard to make this work.
It's a great point.
It feels like we're working really, really hard.
We love college football and want it to succeed, and yet this is a part. I think it's a symbol of it dying in a way.
Yeah. All right, Carson Anderson. It's open lines 248-539-9797, 97.1. College basketball, Michigan at Northwestern tonight. It's shaping up. The Big Ten race is shaping up very nicely for Michigan. Big Ten play last night. Wisconsin rallied from 12 points down to hang a third loss on the Fighting Illini. And I don't think it's an indictment of Illinois in any way. Wisconsin's a good team. Wisconsin has two of the most impressive victories of the year. They've won in Ann Arbor against Michigan, and they've won in Champaign against Illinois. But Michigan now has a 2-game lead in the loss column against Wisconsin and a 2-game lead in the loss column over Purdue. Purdue built a 22-point lead. They jumped out to like a 16-1 lead at Nebraska. And Nebraska did the scratch and claw thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And tied it. Right at the end, they had a chance to take a lead, missed a free throw. Purdue missed a buzzer beater, went to overtime, and Purdue kind of controlled the overtime and got the win. But
and that's who Michigan plays next week.
Yes, Michigan's
at Mackey Arena.
If Michigan is, look, they've got a little cushion here, and they very well might be the best team in the Big Ten, which is top heavy. I think Wisconsin deserves to be in the conversation. I think they got 6 teams that could go to the Final Four. Not all at once.
Right. No,
I know how the math works.
Thanks.
But Michigan, Illinois, Purdue, Michigan State, Wisconsin, Nebraska. I think all could be Final Four teams. And there'll be more than that go to the tournament. But Purdue looks to me like they've got their swagger back, like they went through their stretch where they didn't play well and absorbed a couple losses. Michigan State went through a stretch where they didn't play their best, absorbed a couple losses. Right now, Illinois is in a stretch where they're not playing their best and absorbs a couple losses. My question with Michigan is, was their stretch already? Did it take place when they had those close games? And by close, they still won by double digits, but they lost to Wisconsin, then played a bit of a dogfight against Washington and Oregon, and they won them both, but they didn't look right.
In Indiana, I guess it was a 14-point game. And then they had the narrow win over Nebraska, challenged by Michigan State, but in the end were too much for Michigan State, and now it's back to winning by a ton again.
Yeah.
But they've got, look, the schedule is not easy. They got at Purdue. They have, thank God, they got a game against Duke at the end of the Big Ten season. That makes sense. But throw that one in next Saturday. That's a huge game. They play at Illinois, at Iowa, and finish up against Michigan State. I mean, it's not an easy finish for Michigan by any means. And they're the best team in the conference.
If they take 2 of the 3, they're going to win the Big Ten. Obviously. Purdue, Illinois, Michigan State. That's a big ask. 2 of the 3 on the road. There is a chance that there's a lot of premium on that last game against Michigan State. They're playing great again, Michigan. And you want to bottle that up, but college basketball seasons are long. And when teams slump a little bit, and look, in Michigan's slump, you know what it really looked like? It looked like their offense wasn't working. They didn't get as many open looks. They struggled in the half court. And when they're at their best, they're great on both ends.
It's hard to say a team is slumping when they have one loss.
I know, dude. I know, but when they
didn't look as good as they do, when they only won by 10 instead of winning by 30.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean
they lost the game. The game they lost in there was to Wisconsin, but their offense wasn't. It didn't look to me like it was producing as many open looks. They are back to getting the open looks. They play at Northwestern tonight, trying to hold on to the 2-game in the loss column lead that they've got.
Well, and it's really interesting. You look at the depth that this team has. Different guys come up every night to score different points. Like looking at their leading scorers over like the last 10 games, you got Kason, Cadeau, Mara, Cadeau, Lenborg, Johnson, Lenborg, Burnett, and Mara. I mean, it's a handful of different players.
Yep.
It's not the same guy each night, and that's
really deep.
They're really deep. They're really deep, and they've got team length. They got size. It's a really tough team to play against. They're probably the best team in the country.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Bill on a cell. You're on 97.1. Hi, Bill.
Hi, guys. Hey, pitchers and catchers report.
Yeah.
But I want to talk about a game they could hold at Michigan Stadium. I think they could fill the stadium, and I think it would prove your point. I think Ward should get on the phone, contact the ADs over at West Point in the Air Force, and say, instead of playing your games at your home fields, why don't you come to Michigan Stadium? Your thoughts?
You're talking about Army and Air Force playing at Michigan Stadium?
Yes. Those games are not nationally televised. It's not Army-Navy, but maybe it could become Army-Navy.
Interesting. That's creative thought.
Why not do it at Ford Field?
Yeah, we were kind of talking about doing it at Ford Field, but Bill.
Well, you could.
Yeah.
You could.
Well,
But,
just
depends on how many seats they can sell.
Clear if they could sell at the Big House, they could certainly sell Ford Field. This came up because we were just talking about whether college football would ever work at Ford Field with the bowl game getting canceled.
Sure.
And you've
Understood.
You've brought it over to whether or not they could field the Big House. Could you take advantage?
John Cannon would be proud of me.
He probably would. Could you fill the Big House with 2 service academies and play one of those games?
Well, they fly the cadets in, so and the officers, all the retirees.
I don't hate the idea.
I think they can fill the Big House, and I also think certainly they could fill Ford Field.
Gator, you don't think so?
No, I don't think they could fill Michigan Stadium. I think they have. I think it's possible that I don't even think it could fill Ford Field.
There's a reason why they haven't done another outdoor hockey game there, which, resounding success. It's hard to sell that many tickets.
It's a lot.
It's a really difficult thing to do. But do Air Force and Army play every year?
They should.
Army and Navy are both in the American. Yeah, they do because they play the Commander-in-Chief's trophy, right? So they all play each other. Yeah. I thought it was interesting you choose Army and Air Force and not Air Force and Navy. That's some out-of-the-box thinking. It's kind of one step removed from what we were discussing with that. But, yeah, I mean, I'm not heartbroken over no game at Ford Field. I just the only thing that sucks is I wanted Detroit to push to host a playoff game when that thing starts getting farmed out to other places. Well, it won't be the first choice, but
I think they will be pushing for it. But they've got things that work against them. And the number one thing they have against them is it's a 65,000 seat stadium. And why do that when everywhere else is going to be 80,000 or 75,000? And other places are used to having the big games. I think Detroit can they can absolutely make a case. The city is really, really evolved. You go back to the Super Bowl in 2006. So it's the last 20 years how different downtown is.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're way better equipped to host something like that. And I'd like to see them host a playoff game. That'd be awesome. But it doesn't sound like that's going to be in the offing anytime soon.
Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta holds 71,000 seats. What's the capacity of Ford Field?
65 roughly at best.
Is it that big of a difference?
Well, they've been doing it forever down in Atlanta.
That's true. Why would fans go to bowl games when players don't go to bowl games? Why do people watch bowl games? I mean, bowl games get ratings, but ratings don't help.
Is it all because of gambling, though?
Of course.
Well, then that's why, Doug.
Yeah, but they
don't care who's playing. What's the spread?
Yeah, what do you got? Well, you want to go to the game? Well, no. Well, that's like, I'm going to spend $100 on a bet, but I'm not going to spend $10 for a ticket to get in the stadium.
The point isn't why. The point is they still are watching. I'm going to miss the Downtown Bowl. That's from an unnamed texter. Great point, Doug. Playoff downtown would be lit. It would be a stretch to get Detroit into the rotation. But whenever I hear Indy included, I think back to our buddy Dave Bichnaw, who we had on from the Detroit Sports Commission.
Yeah.
Who we asked him just a little bit about trying to host events in Detroit, and he just randomly dropped, yeah, we're getting a little sick of Indianapolis. And I'm like, yeah, I'm getting sick of Indianapolis. Indy's a great town for hosting these events, but damn it, they shouldn't get everything, all the Midwest love.
Right.
Lopez, Yassin, and Harper would be my first calls. They all held their own and were very shallow in those spots right now. Those are backup players that are unrestricted free agents. You guys know what Brad's going to do. He'll re-sign Muhammad and Yassin and call it good on defense. He's going to have to do a lot more than that because they don't have linebackers under contract.
I mean, they signed a host of guys last year.
Mm-hmm.
We were doing those shows from Twin Peaks for the tournament, and it just felt like every 5 minutes there was another one. It was like a Rock Ya-Sin, was what they were doing. They signed a bunch of those defensive backs. I think the same thing's going to happen. It's going to be the same approach this year. It's not going to be only 2 guys they bring. They're going to have to sign a bunch of free agents, but they're not going to be big name free agents.
Karsh and Anderson, 97.1.
Turn up the heat this winter with DraftKings Casino. You can get cozy while you play more than 1,000 slots, and we're talking everything from classics like Cash Eruption to exclusives like Fire Buffalo. New players can wager $5 and get 500 spins over 10 days on your choice of Cash Eruption slots. Download the DraftKings Casino app and sign up with code WXYTFM. Then choose from 10 different Cash Eruption slots daily and start spinning. The crown is yours in partnership with DraftKings Casino. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER, 21 plus, physically present in Michigan. Eligibility restrictions apply. Non-withdrawable casino spins issued as 50 spins per day for 10 days, valid for featured games only, and expire each day after 24 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends March 15th, 2026 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time.
Doug Harsh. Gator actually has a prior engagement and had to take off. So he'll be back tomorrow. No big deal. NBD, Carson Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Tons of feedback coming in on a variety of topics. And I guess we touched a nerve. I'm surprised at how many texts we're getting on the lack of a bowl game in Detroit. Look, the attendance leads you to believe that there wasn't a ton of care, but again, I'm surprised at how many texts we've gotten on this. Kang, are you surprised at how many texts we've gotten on this?
A little bit, but you know how people are. Like, they don't support something, but then when it goes away, they complain about it.
Right.
You know, like, and I think what I think is this is how I feel about it. I'm part of the problem, I guess. I've only went to I think one bowl game in the city of Detroit at Ford Field. It was the Motor City Bowl at the time, early 2000s. Okay, but I like having those things downtown. I like the events. I like that stuff being here, but I didn't attend any of them but one, you know? So what am I, like, how can I complain? I didn't even go to them.
Right.
I went to one.
Right.
But I know you feel the same way. You like big events downtown.
I do. Well, I mean, whenever there's an option, if people want to take advantage of it, they can take advantage of it. If people don't, they don't have to. So I worked the Rutgers, North Carolina game and the Minnesota Central game. I think were the two that John and I did play-by-play in color years ago. And I went to a MAC championship game. But anyway, like I said, the feedback's rolling in on this. Man, I'm never going to be able to see football in Ford Field again. That's not high school, I guess. That's from an unnamed texter who apparently was going to the game above Sports Bowl. Jeff in San Diego says, when I was in high school, I decided to go to the inaugural Motor City Bowl because Randy Moss was playing in it. It did not disappoint. He was by far the best player on the field, and everyone could tell. Well, Randy Moss started, I can't remember if he started Florida State and went to Notre Dame or started Notre Dame and went to Florida State. But, that was back in an era where people didn't transfer. At least the transfer numbers were not anywhere close to what they are now. And
unless they didn't transfer, unless they were forced to.
Yeah. They'd sit out a year where they did. And he ended up at Marshall and was a dominant player at that level. I will say the nice thing about the college bowl games is that it allows folks who can't afford to go to a Lions game the opportunity to see a football game inside Ford Field at a reasonable price in the bowl of the stadium. It certainly did that. Apparently not enough to keep the game alive, but it certainly did that. Western versus Miami MAC championship game was a fun game last year. They closed the upper bowl, which helped. So I'll tell you what, I'm a big fan of the USPBL. Why do I love the USPBL? And I've only been to 2 games out there. Because it's successful. It set realistic goals. It built the right size stadium. And it's become an entertainment value for people who live up in that northern section of Detroit. Kang, you live close to what is, I don't think it's Jimmy John's Field. What's it called now?
UWM, I think.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. Apologies to UWM. But, I mean, that place does good business.
They do great business. I mean, I think that's the whole goal, right? To have something entertaining that the people want to go to. And I think if you price everything correctly, it fills up, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, they do a good job. And it's always something out for the suburbs that people that can't get to Tigers to watch the Tigers down at Comerica to do something out in the burbs.
So when Detroit was kicking around the idea of adding an MLS team and the discussion was Ford Field, I was like, no, you can't. The discussion was originally to build a stadium on the old on the jail site, but they then shifted to just park it in Ford Field, and I thought that's never going to work. This plan's doomed, and the reason it's not going to work is because sterile environments, which is what you get with a massive stadium that has 5,000 people in it. If Detroit, here's a call, here's a saucy call. If Detroit is ever going to bring back a bowl game, you know where it's going to be played? It's going to be played at the new DCFC Stadium. If Detroit's ever going to host a MAC championship game, or I guess they can still host a MAC championship game in Ford Field, Why not the new DCFC Stadium? Because that stadium's going to hold 15,000 people. And 15,000 in a 15,000 seat stadium actually works as an exciting might not be the term, as a better atmosphere than 15,000 in a 60,000 seat stadium. So if the people that run the bowl game in Detroit want to ever repurpose it, now this ain't going to get you to college football playoff. If you ever want to repurpose it, put it in the DCFC Stadium. And hell, I'm not sure the MAC shouldn't do that. I'm not sure that Central Eastern thing might not be better suited to go play in the DCFC Stadium. Just a thought. And I can't believe how much traffic this got on the ticket tax. But, like I said, I'm not quite sure why we're working so hard and do all this heavy lifting to save the thing. Regarding the Pistons, Danis Jenkins is the kind of guy a franchise needs to luck themselves into to help win a championship. That's from an unnamed texter. And there's truth to that. There's truth to that. That's a guy, you got to get lucky somewhere. Undrafted free agent, played at 4 different schools, scouting report too small, comes in and starts joysticking around the court like he's Allen Iverson. It's crazy. If Danis Jenkins is the air fryer, then which player is the hot dog roller? That's from John in Lake Orion. Well, Kenny's not in today. It might be a question for Kenny. I don't know that any player wants to be. I don't know that any player wants to be nicknamed the air fryer, but that was Gator's suggestion. The hot dog roller, I'm not sure that'll stick either.
You probably would have been chafing, right, when he was here?
Oh, the pitcher?
Yeah.
He probably would have leaned into it, actually.
I know he's not a Piston, but I'm trying to just think of Detroit athletes that would be the hot dog roller.
Right. If the Pistons could just shoot the league average at the 3, they should be able to take the championship. Well, it's certainly a box that it would be great for them to check. The issue being, not the issue, they just aren't doing it in a traditional fashion. And look, I'm okay with that because we've seen 2 NBA championships in Detroit where our team broke the mold and did it a different way. From an unnamed texter, I'm no analyst, but it's pretty obvious to me why Herter is off to a slow start. His shot selection has been really tough. Coming off screens and shooting fadeaway threes aren't high percentages for any player other than prime Steph, maybe. If we can't get him spot-up threes in the half court, then he's going to have to knock those shots down. He hasn't forgotten how to shoot. They just need to get him some good looks. Well, the more you play with a team, the better chance you have of understanding the offense, where people are on the floor, and how to get that job done. So you don't need to judge the Kevin Herter trade in the first 35 minutes he's here. And I'm not even sure he's played 35 minutes in Detroit. In fact, I suspect he probably hasn't. Rico Beard is in studio. Hello, sir.
No. You know exactly what you got after 35 minutes. That's it. Either he's going to be greatest thing ever, Hall of Famer, or he's a bust.
I had a job once at a network affiliate. A network. It was actually a network. And I sat down, and the guy who was running it, the last thing he said to me, poked his head in and said, "Hey, relax, have fun. We'll know everything we need to know in this first segment. Good luck," and walked out. And I looked behind the glass, and he was laughing. And I'm like... He was looking at me laughing. It was a joke, but it scared the crap out of me.
Remember, we're the same people. We sit there and we tell the microwave, hurry up to cook minute rice.
Yeah, you're right.
Can we get it in 45 seconds? Because we can't wait for the full 60. So.
That is true. 27 minutes is how many Kevin Herter's played. So we haven't reached the 35-minute mark yet.
Well, you know what?
Next 8 minutes, we'll know.
Yeah, that's going to let me know.
Yep. Rico, what do you guys got planned coming up next?
We got a couple different things going on. Mike's got some questions for me and the fans just about the NBA and some stuff going on. A question about the Lions and Max Crosby, kind of a Sophie's choice. Would you take Crosby? But it means that you don't sign Gibbs and Laporta. And then finally, maybe have some fun with the Olympics, that guilty pleasure sport that you watch that you're kind of ashamed.
Really? I'm not ashamed of anything I lead into. I have no shame, Rico.
The luge for me.
I have no shame. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Sledding. It's just adult sledding. Have a great show. Thanks for listening. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The NBA announced today that Isaiah Stewart has been suspended 7 games for his involvement in the brawl versus Charlotte. That starts tonight. Jalen Duren will also miss the next 2 games because of his involvement. Stewart is going to lose around $724,000 over those 7 games. Diabate got dinged 4 games, while Miles Bridges will also miss 2 games as well. The Pistons face Toronto tonight on the road. Ron Holland is out for personal reasons. That'll mark the 3rd straight game out for him. You can hear the 7:30 tip right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Chris Villar has the pregame for you at 7:05 as well. Trajan Langdon told the morning show that Malik Beasley is still being investigated by the NBA, and he does not know when that will end. The Tigers formally introduced new starting pitcher Framber Valdez today. Talked about his playoff moment where he got crossed up with the catcher and then hit him in the chest as well. He said that they're good and still friends. Every member of the starting rotation was in attendance for the newser today, including Justin Verlander. They posed for a picture. Reese Olson ruled out for the season yesterday. According to Chris McCoskey, he re-injured that shoulder in October. Catcher Dylan Dingler also had an elbow scope. He's not expected to miss much time in camp, but he is limited. A.J. Hinch said that Jackson Jobe is throwing from 90 feet and is in a good spot, but they are treating that carefully at this point. At the Corwell Health Sports, it wouldn't be a Wednesday without that. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Let's get a Wednesday started. We don't have any sizzly type things like Verlander signing right at the start of a show, but I have a couple tricks up my sleeve before we settle in for the game of the century, Italy and Sweden. Rico, I can offer you the alternate puck line, plus 4.5 goals for plus 125. Any interest?
I'm almost tempted. Let's just do it.
Starts at 310. I want to bring something up, and it's kind of a Festivus airing of the grievances. I have a presentation to offer Rico and you, the people of our fair city, and it has a little bit to do with the NBA. No, we'll get to beef stew and suspensions, and I don't care. As I just got done telling Brendan Sabath, 7 games, 10 games, I don't care. And then I bring up, well, look, beef stew won't be here to help you, and it's like, you don't have to explain it away. If you want to be a boner super fan, do it. You want to say that beef stew's not hurting you? Do it. I don't care. Then I'll just argue what's his value in the first place, other than being Tommy Tough Guy. You can't have it both ways, kids. So we'll get to that crap later. I want to offer you something that has really bothered me, and because we've had big local news, I haven't been able to talk about this.
Okay.
I'm going to give you a list of things that are all trash, and that all signify a sport doing everything for the almighty dollar with no consideration to their fans. And I do think fans stopped caring. And I think it's a microcosm of any sport not named football. But what's football doing? Some of the same stuff. I want to bring up the NBA for a minute.
Okay.
So are you familiar with what the Jazz have been doing?
Yeah.
All right. I'm not going to yell. I'm not going to scream. They're playing their starters for 3 quarters, and no matter what, they could be up by 9. They're pulling Lauri Markkanen. They're pulling Jaren Jackson Jr. They're basically waving the white flag openly in the 4th quarter of games to outright lose, while still playing starters the first 3 quarters.
So they can get their stats, get their money. Yeah.
And they can protect their pick. Okay, well, once again, who loses in that equation? The fan. You see what the Lakers did last night? Wembanyama's in town. Okay? San Antonio's a little bit of a traveling circus because Wembanyama is the one of the biggest draws in the league. He's unique. I think there's no player maybe better to watch live than a guy like Wembanyama. To see a man of that scale move the way he
Where's he
does.
at now? Like 7'6"?
8'4". But the Lakers rested their starting 5. Just didn't play them. So if you plan to see Wembanyama, too bad. Localize it for a second. Pistons are going to play the Knicks, 3 times? The first 2, the Knicks are shorthanded. Guess what's going to happen the next time? You're shorthanded. How about both against the Nuggets? Nuggets didn't have their starting 5. They had basically a starting 2.5. Jokic was on a minutes restriction the second time. No Cam Johnson, no Aaron Gordon. It's a joke.
I see where you're going with this.
Okay? The season itself is endless and seemingly 12 games too long minimum. You have load management all over the league. And look, I got to be honest, the last 3 months of the season, January, February, and March, Rico, I would offer you 33% of the league at minimum isn't trying anymore. Open, brazen, not trying. So you wrap it all up together, and to me, I think the NBA under Adam Silver has basically told people, you're now a college basketball fan, meaning March Madness guy. I don't care about the regular season. Wake me up in March. Regular season in the NBA, it's unwatchable. It's garbage. You know, we joke the Pistons are good because they try, and most teams they play don't. But think about all the decisions the NBA has made. Bill Simmons made a good point. You could think Bill Simmons is an idiot. You could think he's a genius. You could not think of him at all. If they shorten the season to, say, 70 games, Rico, okay, so Devin Booker, instead of making $76 million, makes 70. What are we even talking about? The average NBA starter is making well into the $22-23 million a year figure. AAV average. Meaning a guy you don't think of is making 20-something million dollars. And I thought about this. We talk about it. Goodell going global, way beyond Bad Bunny. We're talking about NFL Europe. We're talking about every team is going to be over. Every team. Goodell's plan is to have a European game every week of the season.
Yeah.
We've talked about possibly a team in Europe. We've talked about the Super Bowl jumping the shark. That might go overseas at some point. And now you have what? 4, 5, 7, 10 different streaming providers to watch games, whether it's the NFL, the NBA. MLB's about to not have a season next year. Why? Money. Yeah. And the NHL is just poverty. Okay? Yeah. By the way, you're in the height of your season. Things are going great. We're going to take 3 weeks off for the Olympics.
Yeah. One of the only games in town.
You morons. So I wanted to ask the question. And look, the NBA, I could yell and scream about it. There's just no point. But are all of these factors affecting your care factor? I mean, think about it. How could you invest in the NBA? Even if you're a Pistons fan. Do you know what I hear on our station all the time? I heard Gators say it today. That's one of the most infinitely positive human beings on the planet. Just wake me up for the playoffs. I'm like, sweet.
You said it. And well, you know, great presentation.
Yes.
No. But care factor. The problem is, and I think a lot of people are reaching where you are, where wake me up when you start caring. Fans will always care until you make them stop caring. Fans care when they see you go out there. When they see what the Pistons every night will put a starting lineup out there. And then if you're not playing, you know that the person is legitimately sick or injured. Whereas the other teams, we know what load management is because they had to give it a name other than tanking. So it sounds more PC, load management. The NBA stopped caring. And once they stop caring, you can't make the fan base care about something you don't take pride in. They take pride in the playoffs, so now playoff games get amped up, and now they're fun to watch. But you nailed it, Mike. It's the care factor. When you don't care about your own product, why should I?
There you go.
If we owned a restaurant and we didn't care about it and people didn't show up, well, what can we say? When we outright blast the restaurant all the time, yeah, sometimes it's open, sometimes it's closed. We don't know. Well, I had a big date tonight. Yeah, we just decided to close it. Load management.
Yeah.
And yeah, see us around the holiday. See us around Valentine's Day and we'll be open 24 hours. That's what the NBA has turned into. You can't care about something that they don't care about. You want to, and I think fans do. I think if the NBA actually went back to the way it used to be back, I don't know if you remember this when it was fantastic. Remember that marketing campaign?
NBC, yeah.
They cared about, like, regular season games meant something. That Sunday afternoon game was must-watch TV. They would put their best teams out there. Now, you're right. Okay, it's Wemby versus the Lakers. Wait, that's the Lakers B team. Is that Bronny James out there? Wow, you couldn't even, All right, well, what else is on? And you turn the channel.
Well, the other problem, look, you can laugh. You can say the players make a lot of money. Too many damn players are getting hurt. 82 games, too long of a season. Because now your job any given night, if you care about the NBA, which 90% of people don't, it's just reality. Cool. Go find a game that has two teams that actually have their players available to them that are actually both going to try. Go find those games. Like if you're bored, next time you're sitting on the toilet, go chart out some games. Find the games that evening where both teams are going to try and both teams have their complement of players. Right. It'll be a quick assignment. You're not going to find them.
Because here's the thing, man, and you laugh and you said you're turning into March Madness. At least I can say this about college hoops. It may be lesser basketball, Mike, but at least they go out there and try every night.
They're not fair. I wasn't taking a swipe
No,
at you about
I
March
know,
Madness.
but it's just like
But
the
you know
NBA,
what March Madness has done to that sport.
Yeah.
Only shout out Rieger. Only the hardest of the hardcore are going to watch
that was
regular season college hoops.
You can say it was me. We talked about it. It was like, that was me last night.
You're a diehard.
Right.
I'm not. That's like Kenny is a diehard for the NHL. He'll watch the Utah Mammoth versus the Minnesota Wild. That's Kenny.
Yeah, I was watching both overtime games last night and was glued like, oh, my God, this is great.
Look, the NBA, is, to me, yes, while I focused on that the most, it's a microcosm of all professional sports right now. Because while these teams want to sit there, chew it and do it, and brag about their TV rights deals and how much money they're making, the thing they're forgetting about is all the decisions they make, the only loser in it's the fan. None of it's getting better. No football decision that's been made by Roger Goodell regarding expansion, regarding Europe, regarding how this sport is moving is good for the fan. When you look at the NBA, I just gave you a laundry list of problems where, to me, I think you're a psychopath if you're hardcore about the NBA right now. You can't be. And baseball, yeah, things are going so well, there's not going to be a baseball season in 27.
Well, that's the funny thing, Mike, because people should have took a lesson from baseball, because I will still say they never recovered from the strike back in the 90s. Like, it was everything, and then they had to just basically say, go ahead and cheat, hit home runs, do whatever you can to get eyeballs back to watching us.
I have come to that. I've come to the light. Like, as far as the steroid guys go, I don't even care anymore. I'm like, you know what? Just put Barry in. Him and his bloated head. Put him in. Who cares?
But at that point, because they had ruined the season, and they turn off fans all the time, and I don't think they realize that there's a saturation point for fans where they don't come back. The hardcore will always be there, but the fringe will find something else.
Yeah, I wanted to throw it out there to start. Something a little different. I know it's not. Look, we did 4 hours of JV and beef stew yesterday.
Beef stew got 7 games. 248. No, I'm kidding.
Don't care. See you in 8. I don't know what to tell you. 248-539-9797. We'll get with the people. 97.1.
Hey, when Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment it happens. It's that spark when a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, Xfinity can't guarantee that, but they can guarantee something just as important. Your internet price won't change for 5 years. No contracts, no commitment. So while your kid is ordering new gear online and streaming highlight reels and video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows? By the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get their best price on gig Wi-Fi. 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, Peacock Premium included for 2 years, a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. To get started, visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
So we're asking kind of a wide-ranging question to start. The NBA's got a lot of bad going on, and maybe it's shrouded. And look, I'll just be honest. Most of you don't watch the league enough to even know what players the other team does or doesn't have. Sorry, that's not an insult. It's reality. It's no different than if the average guy turns on the Vegas Golden Knights or the Minnesota Wild and you only watch Red Wing games. It's the same thing here. But the NBA, you had the Lakers and Spurs in a showdown game where the Lakers laid down and didn't play anybody. You have the Utah Jazz playing their starters and pulling them as a rule at the end of the third quarter to where coaches have to answer questions. Hey, was there even a thought? Like, you guys were up in the game of keeping, Jaren in the game. Nope, wasn't a thought.
Bro, it was the Heat. Yeah, I remember, like, did you see what the Jazz just did against the Heat? They were up like 16, third quarter, took all their guys out. They end up losing the game. It's like, oh, they really want to keep that pick. So
how does the fan win in any of it? They don't. But has it affected your interest? And, well, maybe it has. DJ Paul Sarah, talk to me, buddy. What's the texters have to say?
So from an unnamed texter, saw a guy ranting online about how he spent hundreds of dollars on 3 separate occasions to try and see Luka play with his son. All 3 times, not only did Luka sit, but Bron said as well. He was furious.
He should be. You can't win.
I mean, very problematic. You're never going to get that. Well, you probably won't get that with the NFL because it's limited amount of games. So if you buy tickets to see an NFL game, you're going to see somebody there. But you're right. You go to see, especially if your team is not good, you want to see the traveling circus, as you put it, Mike. You want to see that one player that you don't get to see that often. So if the Dodgers come to Comerica Park, they're going to pack the stadium. Why? I get to see Shohei right here. And then you find out, he's going to take the entire weekend off and he's not going to play.
Imagine it in football. Imagine a team middle of the year towards, like, let's say it's a November football game. Load management. We're just not playing our starters tonight. Unthinkable. Wouldn't happen. Hockey, forget it.
The Raiders tried that and ticked off Max Crosby.
It's the first time I just openly question whether Adam Silver even understands his customer.
No, because this is the same man that said we've turned into a highlight reel sport. And you just cut your own legs off. Like, I've said it for the longest, the NBA shouldn't start until Christmas Day. Because, let's face it, they've had to drum up this fake tournament to try to get people to care about, no, the Champions Cup or whatever you call it. We're going to play it in Las Vegas, and the players are going to get into it.
Whatever.
The players care more about making the commercial than actually playing in the games. You see more players in that commercial than you actually see giving a damn on the court. No one cares.
The problem started before Adam Silver, though. It started with Popovich. He was really the first one that revolutionized. We're going to sit Parker, Ginobili, Duncan specific times of the season so that when the playoffs show up, they can get their championships. And it was very successful, and it just bled into everyone doing it.
Yeah, but the problem, Paul, now you're combining widespread. I don't care who's to blame for the start of it. This is about where we are now. On any given night, a nationally televised game that networks have paid tons of money for runs the risk of being a G League game. On a game you want to take your family to go and see, yes, because you like the Pistons, but hey, so-and-so's in town. Are they? Then you get to the open brazen tanking. Look, in this sense, the NBA is a lot like baseball. A lot of the teams don't try. I mean, okay, pitchers and catchers reported today. Go look at the MLB, go do a modicum of research, and then start counting the teams that have an actual chance. Or flip the script, teams that are actually trying.
Yeah.
I said with a straight face that the Detroit Tigers starting 5 rotation is more expensive than the entire Minnesota Twins payroll. Yeah. How can you tell Minnesota fans you're trying? You're not trying.
Yeah. The White Sox fans.
Not trying. Cleveland, not trying.
We're kind of trying.
Not trying. Cheap, not trying. Like, it's garbage. We make fun of this division, and we benefit from it. The sport of baseball is a joke. That's the problem. All these sports are moving in a direction that hurt the fan. To the people. We'll go to Willie, 97.1. Yes, Willie.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Good, man. What's on your mind, buddy?
Well, so I know I'm going to get crucified for this because anything you speak bad about Mr. Michael Jordan, you get crucified. But as far as the NBA go, I blame all the tanking on him and David Stern, and here's why. Just hear me out. So in the 80s, Bird Magic carried the whole 80s. Dr. J did some. The Bad Boy Pistons did some, right? Now that's where it starts. When the Bad Boy Pistons were beating up everybody, including Mr. Jordan, and when Bird and Magic, when the Boston and LA had their fights in the playoffs, right? It was bruising. Everybody loved it, okay? So when David Stern got this bright idea, well, hey, we got Michael Jordan. I can get a chance to market him globally so everybody get to see him, but we cannot have the Pistons beating him up, okay? So then all that started. So now when Mr. Jordan retired and the NBA was so used to making money off of one player, then we started looking for the next, right? We saw Kobe. We thought Kobe was going to be the next. Then here comes LeBron. So guess what the other NBA franchises are doing? This is when tanking comes in. So if I got this young college kid that they're talking about, let's say it was Kevin Durant back then or whomever, if I can tank and get that next Michael Jordan, I'm going to tank. So, yes, I am going to bench all my starters, and we're going to lose like 70 games, and, we're going to do this to get our next Michael Jordan so we can make money. So I blame David Stern for all of this. I just want to hear what you guys got to say.
All right, well, he's dead, so he's not available for comment. But, yeah, Willie, if you want to, I'm saying in modern times here. I mean, again, it's kind of like Paul's argument. You went to the root cause, and while you're correct, it's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is it's not a couple of teams tanking for the top. We're talking as much as half the league doesn't try. Mm-hmm. That's different. That's not the same thing.
And maybe, I don't know if this will fix it or not, maybe you come up with a better way for the lottery where, look, if you're one of the worst teams, you get that pick. Because right now, you just kind of got to be in the hunt and hope that you get the lucky lottery ticket. Maybe that will change something. But the NBA, I get what you're saying. You can still try to salvage this thing, but it doesn't look like you really care. Your way to salvage it was to come up with the tournament during the middle of the season. Like, that's going to drive people no, nobody cares.
No, and look, that's also part of my issue. When you look at this, I'll tell you one thing I'd love to see a stop put to in the NBA. No more pick protections. You deal a pick, you live with it.
Yeah.
And if that means teams hold on to their picks a little more, fine. But you trade your pick, you paid a price. Oh, that team ended up bad in 3 years? Oh, no, they gave up the number one pick. It's not my problem. If I have to read another pick swap or another pick protection, a 2031, but top 8 protected under a full moon, all of it, enough. Let's go to Kyle, 97.1. Kyle, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good,
hey.
Kyle.
Good, man. So I'm 40 years old. Used to love the NBA back in the day, when Kobe was around and Shaq and obviously MJ before that. But, so exactly what you guys are talking about is why I can't stand it anymore. And it just reaffirms my fanship as a hockey fan. And I know you guys bag on the NHL quite a bit, but this mentality, like the not trying, it doesn't exist in the NHL.
Would never fly.
And as much as they get flack for the lack of money and TV deals or whatever, like there's no culture problem as far as, not trying or like the NHL player, hockey player, they care about the fans. They appreciate the fans and they know that they are not there without the fans.
Well said.
So like, They play on broken legs. They play with broken fingers. They play with injuries. Load management has never, ever entered their mind at all.
No,
so whether or not
and guess what?
Last place or not, they don't care.
No, and I think, listen, that's the NHL's weapon is no, it's not identifiable that, let's say, a Connor McDavid makes, $13 million. The fact that Connor McDavid makes half the money of Tobias Harris, what are we talking about? Like, at least a lot of these guys are still human beings. In the NBA, these guys are in outer space. And I think your point about caring about fans or understanding and also having to work for a living. I mean, the NBA is truly one of the most remarkable things. I mean, we lived through Ben Simmons. I just don't want to play today thing.
Exactly. And you know what? I'm glad you brought up Ben Simmons because that is when things had really taken a turn even more, right? So, like, there's no, like, they look for any little reason not to play. And it's just, it's beyond me. And it represents today's society in a way, right? Kids now, they think they get all these things for not having to work for it. And, they come out of college and, I just completed college. I deserve this job right here, and I deserve to be making $200,000 a year instantly. And that's what the NBA is, basically, that same mindset.
Well, and again, I want to make sure, and Kyle, listen, we can joke around, and I do. I love to poke fun at hockey because it upsets Kenny. Okay, let me be clear. But Kyle, no one questions the effort. No one questions the toughness.
No, they try.
There's an honesty to the NHL. But basketball, baseball's the other one. Listen, I'm not telling you guys don't try. I'm just telling you there's no sport on this planet that should be playing 162 games. The attention span is not there for people. And,
no.
And forget it. We're talking about the NBA. The NBA's a farce.
Well, the thing is, and you also get the load management and people not playing from teams who really don't have a chance. So you would think we could go out here and maybe steal a playoff spot, but it's like that's what burns you. It's like, wait, why are you not trying? You guys aren't good. I understand.
Right.
If OKC says we need to manage minutes because we got a run coming, we're going to have to go up against San Antonio and have to go up against you. Like all of these different. But when you look at the bottom and you're like, wait, why are you sitting? You stink. Get back in the game. It's why the Pistons are. Yeah, it's why the Pistons are where they are. Because yes, legitimately, if somebody is not playing for Detroit, Mike, they're hurt for real. It's not. Just stub my toe.
Well, your problem is twofold as well, though. Is you have teams that tank. You have teams that are idiots. You have a salary cap that I don't even think some teams understand. First apron, second apron, third apron, death sentence. Look, all of it. The league as a whole, it's uninvestable. As a fan, I don't know how you invest in it. That's what I'm speaking of. And it's been done by the decision makers. That, yes, while the money is great for them, all it's doing is hurting us. And you're seeing it in other sports. And it's starting to change how we feel. Look no further than college football. I hate to break it to you. Every decision made has had no mind on quality, on tradition, and on the fan. It's only been about money. So what's happening with college football? Wake me up for the playoff. What's happened to basketball once they didn't just emphasize March Madness. They made March Madness the only thing.
Copyrighted, yeah.
Guess what? Huh? We'll get to your phone calls next. 97.1. Let's get to the people. If you're just joining in, look, something a little different. And candidly, I wanted to get to it the other day. We've just had a lot of great local news. But the Utah Jazz, with this embarrassing level of tanking where you play your starters, and then even if you're up in the game, you're pulling them in the fourth quarter. You had the Lakers play no one versus Wembanyama in L.A. You have a season that is seemingly way too long. You have a ton of teams who either are egregiously awful and are just shutting it down and or forcibly tanking. Guys, name something Adam Silver's doing that has fixed anything or has increased engagement. Oh, and by the way, they ruined Inside the NBA. Thanks for that.
Oh, no. On top of that, you know what this weekend is, Mike?
Am I supposed to?
Yeah. All-Star Weekend.
Oh, yeah, sure. Sure thing. Can't get guys playing regular games. Let's make sure who's playing in the All-Star game. Oh, wait, did I read the blurb right?
Steph?
Is Damian Lillard going to be in the three-point contest? Did I read that blurb right?
Yes.
He's out for the year.
Dude.
Cool.
They were hunting for slam dunk people. I was expecting them to call up Cohen Carr and be like, hey, you want to dunk?
Hey, why don't we find a little white kid from Georgetown again? What the hell's his name?
McClung,
Mac McClung or whatever it is. Go ahead. Exhume his body. Bring him up. Let's go to Brian, 97.1. Brian, how you doing, pal?
Yeah, what's up, man? So, Mike, I totally agree with you about the NBA. The only time I really watch it is All-Star Weekend. I like the dunk contest. But I was watching the Lakers game last night. The Spurs. And it was horrible because Wembanyama in the first quarter, I think, had like 30 plus points by himself. It was just horrible to watch. So
let me ask you a question, though, because I want to, is it wrong that I blame Adam Silver for this? I mean, he's basically come out and said, yeah, we're a league of watching highlights.
Yeah, it's whoever. That's all they show. Who has the best dunk? Who shot the best shot? Look at this block, this steal. It's too many people showing off on the court. Like, play the game and try to win. You're not. They're too flashy. And then for me, for the Tigers, I applaud them getting Valdez and Verlander. Good. We're working on our pitching. However, pitching's not going to win the World Series. You need to get some hitting. I want to see them go get some bats. And then I'll fully buy in, and I'll hop on your bus. And for Rico, I'll play some Prince music and probably get
there you go. Rico's found a better ride to work. No, I look, Brian, I understand it. I think for me, I'm just at a point. Now that they have shown, now that Chris Ilitch and Scott Harris have shown a willingness to try, I will give them benefit of the doubt that if there is an issue offensively at the deadline, it will be addressed. That's all I can offer you. And while I laugh at the notion they were a top 5 offense in July, it was fake. The McKinstry, Baez stuff, it's fake. Yeah. But they also weren't a bottom 5 offense from deadline through collapse. The truth lies in the middle. And if your offense is in the middle and your rotation, along with the depth of it, and your bullpen with the depth of it are higher end, get to the World Series first. Worry about winning it later.
Yeah,
bring
up guys like McGonigal. Let's see what he can do early. Trade deadline comes. I don't think you're going to be half wet. You show me you're willing to do the things right now. All right, give the young guys half a season. Yeah, you know what? Not quite ready. We need to add a few pieces. Or, you know what? We struck gold with these guys, and we did it just right, and they're coming in here. We don't have to do anything. We got the pitching. We got the young hitting. Let's go. But I do believe that because of what they've done, Scott Harris, and I know we're not talking about that, but said when the team is ready, we'll spend money. Well, I guess he finally sees what we've all saw for a while. The team's ready.
248-539-9797. Let's go over to Trey, 97.1. Trey, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's up?
How you doing?
What up, Trey?
Hey, yeah, so I just wanted to comment on the your NBA take. Like, I feel like you just really not high on NBA basketball, and I understand that. But, like, your take that you said, like, over half the league is not trying, like, I could legit
give you a case for about 5 teams I counted that I could say generally not trying to win anything right now. But the rest of the teams are either just in cap hell because of big trades that they swung and missed on a year ago, or they loaded up, missed out on guys. Like, that third apron really killed teams' ability to make moves. And I feel like that's really was like, you know, just hurting teams' ability to try to win. And the load management thing, I feel like that's an anomaly situation, which you just talked about, the Lakers or whatever sitting out, because the 65-game award rule, that's the one thing I can give Adam Silver credit for, which I really can't give him credit for a lot, honestly. But the 65-game award rule has actually made players actually play games. And when you see them sit, it's going to be for injury because guys want their all-NBA slots. Guys want their all-star spots. They might not care about the game, but they definitely want their awards when they retire. So,
well, it's funny, Trey, because I was just reading, like, LeBron can't play in the All-Star game because he missed last night's game. So now he officially –
LeBron is old as dirt, so I'm not going to take – LeBron's going to always get the headlines, but when you talk about can't really name too many top name guys that's sitting out just for rest. Like, that's not happening no more. But the product, I mean – It's hard to be seen, I know, but if you get Peacock, I mean, $8 a month, you get 3 doubleheaders a week. You know, I still enjoy the NBA.
Well, that's
I
fine.
Feel like everybody,
but Trey, I'll take it point by point. I mean, you're wrong if you stopped at 5 teams. I mean, here, Kings, Pels, Jazz, Mavs, Grizz, all trash.
That's who I named.
Okay, well, guess what? You forgot about the Pacers, the Wizards, the Nets, the Bucks, the Bulls, and I would throw the Hawks in there too. No, they traded their player. No, Trey, don't change the argument. Now, I listened to you.
They traded for Zubac. They are serious about winning. Tyrese Halliburton is sitting out for the year. Next year, they'll be competing to play.
They're 14-40. I hear you, but they aren't trying. Right. They're tanking it out this year.
They want one of the top 3 picks.
No, don't be passive aggressive and say okay.
I got it. There's trade for Zubac. You trade 2 first-round picks. You can't tell me your team is not trying to win. But I got you.
Halliburton out. No. You don't get me. I don't really think you can have this conversation. You're being stubborn and obstinate, and I'm not here for it.
Here. Let me.
No. Stop.
Okay.
Stop.
Okay.
No. Go ahead, Trey. Be a little more passive aggressive with me as I shoot holes in the argument.
A 14-win team trades 2 first-round
for
picks
next season. Season.
But your point is they're not serious about winning.
They're not trying. No, you're changing the words. You're changing the words.
Indiana fans don't know what's going on.
No. They can know what's going on. They're pulling what the Spurs pulled in '97. It's no different. You trying to cape up for the Pacers that they're able to try this year.
I'm caping up for the NBA.
Okay,
period.
well, here's your problem. You said 5. I've got 11 teams that aren't trying.
11, okay.
Well, listen, if you'd stop talking and listen, you might get somewhere. Now, do you want to talk or do you just want to keep on babbling? Pick.
The floor is yours.
Well, great. Answer my question. What about the Bucks? What about the Nets? What about the Wiz? You want to tell me Atlanta's trying when they traded Trae Young?
The Wizard fan base is happier than they ever been in the last 10 years after trade Anthony Davis, who, of course, we'll call a dead body, but it's the best player that they've got in 10 years. They got Trae Young. They got Alex Sarr. Yes, they are happy. Yes, they feel like their team is trying to win. I know that we look at them like a poverty franchise.
Yes, because they're once again 14-38, and they're not trying now. Those moves are for next year. You know that. I understand they're putting it around Alexander Sarr. You do too, because you watch the league. They're not trying right now. You're arguing something different, Trey. That's all I'm trying to establish. You cannot have a league where 10, 11 teams now, not future plans, not on hope or trying, now are dead bodies. So you can be as passive-aggressive as you want. But it's in the pudding, man. Do you want to tell me the Bucks are trying? Like, what are we doing here, Trey?
Here's what I would say. You both are kind of right. Trey is not understanding just because you made moves for next season. Everybody wants to get into this draft this year because they feel like this is going to be a good draft. So you want to get a high pick at the top of the draft.
Right. Here, how about this? Are the Clippers really trying? Traded James Harden.
No.
Traded Zubac.
No.
Are the Grizz trying? Traded an all-NBA type player in Triple J, right? Mavs trying? Please. Jazz? Just talked about him tanking. Pelicans? Do Mars destruction. Kings? Forget it. From light the beam to blow up the place. The Pacers? The Wizards? The Nets? The Bucks? The Bulls? And you know what? I do put the Hawks in there. You traded your franchise player.
Yes.
Trey, what are we doing?
Yes. They're all trying to get a top 3 pick in this draft. Now, the Pacers are setting themselves up to be great next year. But right now, they don't want to win games. They want more ping pong balls. They are more valuable than wins. Ping pong balls are. So Trey's not looking at right now. He's saying overall, look at this. And it's like right now, Trey, this is a draft that a lot of people are saying is very talent loaded.
Trey's dislike of me outweighs his desire to have a debate. You can end it right there. Okay. Oh, you're not up on it. Really? I just gave you an effing dissertation. You're talking about Wizard season ticket holder happiness index. It's not the same thing. This is where we're at in 26. I come in here all day and I deal with straw man argument. That's not, dude, there's 12 teams minimum that's just not trying. Mm-hmm. And I got a guy who wants to cape up, oh, you're not a ball knower. Buddy, listen, pal, I don't care. No ball, play with your balls. Do whatever you want. There are 12 teams in the NBA, they're not trying. You lose the argument. The product stinks. Now, cape up for it. Watch your doubleheaders on Peacock. You enjoy yourself. All right, winter conditions are no joke. It's the opposite of the NBA, which completely is. Snow, whiteouts, ice, you name it, it's there. Whether you get cracked up in a car accident or fall on your head in a parking lot, if you're in an accident, you call David Femininio. Injury attorney for 30 years. He's helped thousands of people pick up the pieces. Call David today, 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, touch table on some football. Paul, music, and you take us where you want to go.
All right, so ESPN released their little 2026 NFL preview thing with all their writers and analysts, and they asked them some questions about next season. So I figured I'd go throw them to you guys and see what you had to say about things. So they started off with, what's your early Super Bowl 61 matchup and winner?
It's over to Rico. Paul, I got to see the offseason.
Well,
I mean,
you know
come
what?
on.
Here's the thing.
Why is everybody talking with their hand?
According to the it's because Italy's playing today.
3-10 again.
All right. Because of the whole color conspiracy, Paul, you should be happy because it says it'll be the Chicago Bears and the Miami Dolphins. But who do I see in this actual game next year? Man, there's a lot going on. But
Paul's unfair asking this. Here, Paul.
I'm going to say, you know what I'm going to say? Baltimore makes it from the AFC.
Give me the Los Angeles Chargers. Jim Harbaugh. Offensive line will be healthy. Everything will fall into place, and Mike McDaniel's a wizard. There. Chargers. Okay? I don't know in the NFC. Leave me alone.
NFC, somebody from the NFC West.
So Rams, 49ers, Seahawks again?
Yep. Not Cardinals.
Well, I assume.
Thanks for that bold flavor.
Okay. Who wins MVP next season?
I'm done.
These are the questions, Mike. I don't know what to tell you. They want you to put on like some time machine and go to the future.
Who wins MVP next year? Who's going to be the quarterback? Because you know it's going to be a quarterback. You know what? Here, I'll go bold.
Caleb Williams.
You stole it from me. I was going to say Caleb Williams.
I'm not comfortable answering these questions, Paul Sarah, but okay, there's one.
Okay, here. Maybe this will be more up your speed. One bold prediction about this offseason.
Max Crosby will be traded, and it will be to the New England Patriots.
I'm going to say it's a trade as well. I'm going to say that it's going to be Justin Jefferson.
Oh, my God.
He just wants out.
That is a bold trade. One of the guys said Max Crosby to the Colts.
I kind of feel like Vrabel's a personality fit. The Pats have that desperate need. It's all there for them. Yeah. And they are in a position cap-wise, they can give up some picks. I don't know. Hey, look, you wanted the boldness, I'm offering it to you. That's all I can give you.
And that's why I say, for me, the boldness, send Jefferson to the Bills. You send him someplace with a quarterback who just needs a wide receiver, because I think he's fed up in Minnesota.
All right. So on top of that bold prediction about the actual season.
What do you mean? Like what are you looking for here?
Surprising team?
Okay. The New York Football Giants. We're going to get Linderbaum, Ricard, and we're just going to go I-form obliteration. I do think the Giants will be much better. That'll be fun. But you want something like shoot the moon crazy?
No,
How about what Rico had the other day, Paul? You brought up New Orleans and Tyler Shuck. It's a terrible division. Atlanta's certainly vulnerable. The Bucs are, again, Todd Bowles. And what about the Saints winning the division next year? Kellen Moore.
I could see that.
That's bold.
I was going to say my bold, the Tennessee Titans make the playoffs.
That's bold. Okay, yeah. You win. Cam Ward hero arc.
Robert Saleh.
Who is poised for a breakout season?
Jackson
so maybe
Dart.
Someone that started off slow, or
Jackson Dart. If I can get Malik Neighbors to stop being Lieutenant Dan in a wheelchair, I got Neighbors, I got Scatterbo. I'm assuming the Giants are going to go out and get another wide receiver. Give me Jackson Dart, please, one time.
Poised for a breakout season. You know what?
Well, Cam Ward would qualify based on
Cam
your Titans
Ward.
pick.
Yeah,
Cam Ward, Ashton Genty.
That's a good one because of Kubiak. The system alone should open up the running game enough where Genty's not getting him to hit 3 yards behind the line of scrimmage. That's a good call by you. Yes.
All right. Okay. Which player has a bounce back season? Maybe they had a down year in 2025, 2026. They're going to come back.
Bounce back.
I'm gonna draw big.
What?
The Commanders quarterback.
Jaden Daniels?
Yeah, Jaden Daniels.
Okay, for health purposes, that's fine. Let me go to the AFC and see if we can find one. It's not going to be Tua. Josh Allen's fine. What about Joe Burrow? Same type of thing. Was injured, O-line terrible. What about Burrow? Stays healthy, has a big year, Bengals back to the playoffs.
I mean, I was thinking more Geno Smith. No, I'm kidding. Just say if you were paying attention.
God, I hate Geno Smith, and I hate your love of him even more.
Sam Darnold does it again.
That would be stunning. That would be.
Which player should really consider hanging things up?
Oh, dear God.
Travis Kelce.
Aaron Rodgers.
Travis Kelce.
Yeah, that was the
Kelce,
first one that popped in
100%.
my mind too. Was
I mean,
Kelce.
he is literally, he hurt his team. He's one of the
Derrick
reasons.
Henry.
Derrick Henry needs some therapy.
Yeah, no. Football's driving him to insanity. I'm trying to save that.
He still has the skills.
Nope.
He has never recovered from the fumble in week 1.
How about Steph Diggs? That way he'll be on a fixed income and he'll stop getting people pregnant. Six different babies' mothers, and he's now broke up with Cardi B.
He may actually need to keep playing to pay for these kids.
Actually, you're right. We've reverse engineered it. Playing is probably the better solution.
And then the last one, real quick here.
10 seconds.
Which coach gets fired first?
Oh, no.
Todd Bowles.
Aaron Glenn.
Glenn, Bowles, both winners. And by that, I mean losers. All right. That's the Football Blitz.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. With the Pistons' next game looming tonight, the NBA finally announced the suspensions for the players involved in the Charlotte brawl the other day. Isaiah Stewart was the hardest hit. He'll miss 7 games starting tonight. Jalen Duren will also miss the next 2. Detroit has Toronto on the road. Ron Holland is out for personal reasons. You can hear that 7:30 tip right here on 97.1. Pitchers and catchers reported to Lakeland today. Dylan Dingler limited his start camp after having a scope on his elbow. Pitcher Jackson Jobe is throwing from 90 feet and progressing nicely after Tommy John surgery. President of Baseball Ops Scott Harris spoke with the media about the team's strategy. The NFL announced their draft combine invitee list today. There were 8 Michigan players, 2 Spartans, and 1 from Western Michigan as well. Michigan basketball back in action tonight against Northwestern. The Wildcats 10-14. Michigan looking for their 9th straight win. Tip-off at 8:30. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock. Good to have you with us. We're going to kind of mix a few things in. We started the show, and look, it's very, very simple. The NBA is a piñata for everything wrong with sports, but it's all sports right now. Decisions are being made at every level, and the only people who lose is you, the fan. The NBA, we brought up, look, what the Jazz are doing, or what the Lakers did last night, or the fact that despite one caller's assertion of 4 teams, it's like 12 teams not trying this year. Shout out season ticket holders for 27. But the idea is the season's too long. The players don't have a level of engagement that makes you feel like you need to care. We've talked about the situation in baseball where at least half the league has absolutely no hope. And there won't be baseball in 27. Why? Money. Hockey thought it a bright idea to take a month off for the Olympics at the height of their season. And
still can't believe that.
Look, the NFL, I know it's a ratings king, but the minute you use ratings to defend your argument, you're kind of telling me you're a effing moron. It's about watchability. Think how dumb the average American is, and then recognize half the people are dumber than that. Half the people watch these games with drool hanging out of their mouth. I don't care about a TV number or a Nielsen. I care about the games I watch, and I care about the quality. The NFL Europe games largely suck. Why? It's bad for the players. It's bad for fans. Ain't nobody trying to have 9 a.m. football. But Raj is going global. You know what's going to happen next? The season that got expanded already is going to get expanded again to 18. And the season that's already too long is going to get 2 weeks longer. The reason I asked the question that we've brought this up is, do you feel like forget about college too. College football and hoops are totally destroyed. Is it affecting your passion for the sport? No. You can call up and do whatever you like. You want to cape up for one of these leagues in some bizarre referendum? You can do it. I'm just not here for it. I don't care. Sports has a problem right now. Mm-hmm. And the NBA in specific, again, we have months of season to go. And every night you struggle to find 2 teams actually trying that have their complement of players. Yeah, that's a bad business model. And Adam Silver has brazenly basically thrown in the towel saying, yeah, we're a league of highlights. That's it. So that's why we asked the question. I want to mix this in. Did you hear what Scott Harris just said in Jeremy Otto's update?
Yeah.
Paul, do you have that sound for a re-rack, please? I want to play this for the people because I think it's a little bizarre. And I forget the fancy language that Scott Harris used, but he kind of pushed back on the idea of our chips are in the middle of the table. Once again, bizarre. It's okay. Take credit for your chips are in the middle of the table. Yeah. You know you have Scooble left for 1 year. It's okay to say the quiet part out loud, but also say, hey, we got a bright future, which they do. Mm-hmm. But I want to bring this up because I think it points to something else in a different sport. Play the Scott Harris audio, please. Now, I want to focus on the part he said, the investment that we're getting. That's an important one. Put that to the side for a second.
Okay.
But Rico, we know there's probably no baseball in 27. We know Tarek Skubal, even if there is baseball, won't be here. Why is it wrong to just say, yeah, we got aggressive. We feel like we got a really good team, and with Tarek here, we're going after it. But guys, make no mistake, we're going to be good for a long time. He could totally have said that. Why do you have to, quote, reject the notion that you're putting your chips into the middle of the table?
Let me paraphrase this. Mike, you can take the GM/president from the county, but you can't take the county from the GM/president.
It's in their heart.
It's their mentality. You could take him from the situation, but he was born and raised there, and he still has that Coney-like thinking. And if you say, yes, this is our time, guess what you just did? You started your clock. Nobody wants to have their clock started. Not a general manager, because that means pressure, that means expectations, and that means if you fail, people are going to come after you. And I think he's looking at it wrong, because I think with the moves you're making, if you fail, it just happened. It didn't work out. But you can't be afraid to, all right, you know what? We're going to try something different next year.
Also, too,
this isn't a one-off.
I'd also like to reject the notion you try to win every year. Can we go back to that trade deadline last year? Was that you trying to win?
Yeah, Charlie Morton. Didn't you see his years with the Braves?
Okay. And by the way, 2 years ago, were you trying to win when you sold at the deadline and got lucky? Come on, man. Let's not play that game.
Yeah, you're a kid.
You're trying now.
Go ahead and take that surgery.
You're trying now in a way that was unimaginable. And you look, respect is due to Scott Harris and Chris Ilitch, and I'm thrilled with the signing of Verlander and thrilled with what they did with Framber. It's not my money. But please don't shy from it. Make no mistake, this is the best shot you're going to have for a while because you have Skubal. And it's going to take an awful lot to replace that in future years. And yeah, player development will help, money. But let's go to the investment part. And I immediately thought, and I know Kenny's not here, but I thought it was interesting what the Tigers did. And Harris kind of recounted calling Chris Ilitch for the money, having the Brad Pitt owner conversation in Moneyball of like, yeah, no, having a great day. Listen, quick note, I'm going to need $115 million, 38.3 of it right now. And look, whether it's true or not.
Scott, aren't we in arbitration? Yeah, I know.
Doesn't matter. I just pay that man his money.
Right.
He got his money, right? And he talked about how Chris Ilitch is hyper-competitive and how Chris Ilitch was more excited than he was. Okay, fine. Whether that's just the company line or reality, it's immaterial. I started to think of Kenny Cott and the Red Wings. Because for a while, we've gotten calls from Wings that as angry as people get from Yzerman, there's always the backdrop of, well, Chris is holding them back, to which I have to be in a position to then defend an owner, which I hate doing. And I go, guys, there's a salary cap. They are spending money. If there's a limiting factor in this, it's Yzerman. Here's my question to you and the people. We can mix this into the sports hates its fans question. Rico, with the action of the Tigers and Scott Harris and Chris Ilitch of the last week, does that now take away any cover Yzerman has? That whatever does or does not happen on a hockey front with the Wings at the trade deadline for the Wings, it is solely on Steve Yzerman?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I'd look at it like this. Mike, you had sisters growing up. I had a brother and a sister growing up. And occasionally you'd hit up Dad, and Dad was feeling generous, and the second you got whatever you wanted, hey, if you ever wanted something, you better go right now. Go talk to Pops. Pops is very generous with the wallet. This is, hey, Steve, if you ever want to do something, Chris is opening up the purse. Give him a call. He's feeling good. I don't know what it is. You don't care. You just know the time is right. This is where Scott, hey, Steve, trust me, call him up. He's going to say yes to everything. He's in a good mood.
Especially it's hockey.
Right.
Chris will be like, that's it? I need $6 million.
Especially you are correct. Especially after getting hit up for over $100 million. You need how much? 15?
Wait, Scott told me the payroll's $200 million. You're asking me for 3.5 in Canadian?
Right.
I mean, it's a value.
You need $15 million? Dude, what? Yeah, sure. That's it. How about I give you 20?
All right, keep the change. Save it for later.
Right.
Don't spend it all in one place. But no, I just thought it was interesting the Tigers stepped forward in a way I wouldn't run away from. But now, hey, man, when the Olympics end and that trade deadline happens, Steve has no more cover. If he doesn't have an impactful deadline, if he doesn't pull the trigger, if he doesn't help this team the way they deserve to be helped, you don't get to blame the owner anymore. This is Steve and Steve alone.
Because especially with the owner giving him the money while you're in the middle of arbitration, he's like, and he was excited about it. Like, I could almost see Scott like, I know how this phone call is going to go. And Chris is like, F yeah, let's do it. Yes. Yes.
Take my money.
We got enough to pay? Yeah. We got enough to pay Scooble? Yep. All right. You can have it. Who else? What else do you need? Let's think about bringing back JV. Yes.
Do that too.
Yes.
And defer the money.
You know what? Not both. Not an and or both.
I'm feeling frisky.
Right.
Defer to 2030.
It's BOGO. Get them both.
So I wanted your opinion on that too, guys. This idea of, look, I'm pretty clear about things. I don't like any owner of any team in any sport. Like, it largely ownership in any town. It's a grift. It's a public grift. But if the owner does their job and spends the money and it tries, I go neutral, right? There has been a very bad relationship in this town, whether fair or unfair, real or imagined, between fans of both of these teams and Chris Ilitch. Some people just don't forgive him. He's not his dad. Other people, it goes deeper than that. The point I'm making is, with the action of the Tigers, does it change your perspective at all? But also, there ain't no more coverage for Steve. What does and does not, what is and is not, what will or will not, it is all about Yzerman. You don't get to blame Chris Ilitch, because it's very clear, if you believe what Scott Harris is saying, he's not the one stopping anything.
Chris is in a good mood.
So, Hockey Elite, if you care, feel free. We have a couple open lines. 248-539-9797. Dad's feeling generous with the wallet.
There's been times where you told your sister, hey, you need to go hit up Dad right now. Don't wait.
They didn't get generous with the wallet until I left.
Oh, really? So
it basically was a sliding scale of generosity that once I left, then my middle sister got a little bit more. And by the time my kid sister was there, they had waved the white flag. Whatever you want to do.
Trust, we all knew when Dad hit the 3-digit or the 4-digit number, that was the time to go in. Hey, you want that bike?
Was your dad hanging out with Ed Martin, playing the numbers down at the plant? That was going on over there.
Yeah, he actually did.
Okay. We've awkwardly stumbled on something. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time. Absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder or a do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville. They're going to have everything you need when you need it. So plan it, build it, buy it. Get on the schedule for spring. Otherwise, you're not getting anything built. Do it now. Call Northville Lumber. Stop by, take home some samples. It's northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right. Get to the people in a second. We'll check in on the text. But look, the Scott Harris audio is interesting, and whether it changes your view of Chris Ilitch and how it relates to the Red Wings. Because, again, I'm not saying all, but there's a healthy amount of people who will always run cover for Steve blaming Chris Ilitch. I don't think you get to do that anymore, considering the financial commitment that has been made to this team this year and the fact that hockey is the pricing equivalent of Lethal Weapon 3 on Blu-ray. It's just a cheap alternative to actually going and seeing a movie. The money that Yzerman would ask for is a pittance. Pennies.
Following up the Tigers' request, yeah, it's like, wait a minute. I was expecting you to come in asking me for about $60 million. No, not even close.
I've just received a missive. Kenny's handling some business today. He has the day off, but he's been kind enough to listen. So here's what I would like to do.
Recipe for possum?
Kenny wants to offer a response to what I just said, and I have to clean this up. There is some unsavory language. Steve has no bleeping cover. Literally, that's what the money's for, Steve. He's no longer GM Jesus. Chris is not a limiting factor. The Tigers are proof. He also sent goal horns and Team Italy. So he's really excited. But that's from the czar of Red Wing affairs, Kenny Cott. As yes, Team Italy has, we have puck drop in Milan, Cortina against Sweden.
Are we Italy, live?
Italy's plus 3,000 in this matchup. This was Kenny's bit. He wanted to bet the game today. I'm like, you're out of your mind.
Will Italy score a goal?
Probably.
Yes or no?
Probably not.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. They're up 1-0 on Sweden. This plus 3,000's coming home, people. Home ice advantage. Yes. You know Sweden's pressing now. Crowd's got to be going. The crowd has to be electric
we
right
should
now.
have placed that bet.
In the
take it on the money
Kaztech
line.
hockey arena, which is not regulation size and potentially has no roof.
Let's take them right now to win the game.
No. The fact that Italy scored a goal against Sweden. They were plus 3,000. If you took them on the puck line, they were plus 1,100. Dude, that plus 4.5 at plus 125 looks amazing, doesn't it? Mm-hmm. Paul, what do texters have to say on any and everything we're talking about?
So from Ian in Grand Rapids, he says, do you think the opening of the wallet by Chris Ilitch has anything to do with the Tigers and Red Wings signing that new deal with the MLB network to broadcast games when that was a big question mark before?
No, because unless I'm way off base, that's not some sweetheart deal. Now, do they have an opportunity to make more money based on they're incentivized if they sell more, they make more? Sure. But Paul or Texter, that's not the Yes Network. That's not having your own, like you're not the Dodgers or the Blue Jays. So no, I just think they found a player that had an interest, that fit the profile. It was a major financial commitment. And I don't make that connection. I'm not claiming that I'm 100% right, but I don't think that deal is some paradigm shifting financial win. Like you see when other teams start their own network, have billions rolling in like the Dodgers. It's just not the same thing.
And it's from another unnamed texter. I think the thing with the Tigers is directly driven by the Skubal situation, which the Red Wings don't have the same factor at play, which is a league best type player with only 1 year left with the team.
Okay. That's fine. Go ahead. Keep it rolling. Look, it's a question.
So it's basically that texter is saying it's what I said before. Just go all in for this year.
That's why I'm not expecting him to say, yup, we're all in, we're screwed. I actually think Scott Harris makes a good point no, they are set up for success 2028 and beyond. Mm-hmm. They have a bright future. But it's okay to say, guys, it's not lost on us. We have the best pitcher in baseball, and we're better with him than without him. And we want to win it.
Can't promise he'll be here in 2028 when we come back. But he's here now.
I can promise he won't be. Go ahead.
Another unnamed texter, Rico is exactly right about the Scott Harris thing. If he says he's going all in for it and they fall short, he will get trashed, and GMs are afraid of that.
Yeah,
but
I don't know who would rip what he's done, and I'm sorry I just trampled on you.
No, Mike, I'm here to 6.
By the way, Sweden's on a power play. We got to have – come on now.
He's going to stand on his head, man.
We got to be assignment sound on the PK.
Plus 1,400, Italy on the money line.
We got to turn this game on.
I just placed a bet.
We got to turn this game on.
I will find it for you.
I wonder if we're in our Brajal alternates.
Unfortunately, I had the game on because Kenny told me to turn it on, but they have skiing on right now, finishing up that, so it's bled over into covering up the game.
Italy's in their gabagool alternates. This is exciting.
Oh. Slice of pizza on the front?
They've actually embroidered a necklace of garlic. I don't care. I can have fun.
Does the goalie put Chef Boyardee on the mask?
Yeah, actually, the goalie helmet is painted like a chef's hat. You imagine we turn this on and the back of the helmet says Mamma Mia on it? Go ahead.
All the hockey sticks look like giant pepperoni sticks.
There you go. Why not? Little Parmesan wheel as a shoulder patch? Little alternate logo? Go ahead, Rico. What were you saying? I forgot. Perfect. Let's go over to Dave, 97.1. Dave, how you doing, buddy?
Whatever.
Okay, we're gonna put him on hold before he says something unsavory. I don't know what was happening there. All right, we'll check in on him. Paul, go ahead with a text. He sounded like he was about to MF somebody.
This one says the Tigers' payroll basically jumped $60 million up because of the Skubal arbitration and Valdez signing on his 2-year deal. The TV deal had to have something to do with that.
Okay, you can believe that if you want. It's not going to be one of these great TV deals. They have more upside. Look, if you do reading in the newspaper, they have more upside with the deal, but that upside is not realized. You really think they're just going to gamble that money away? Yeah. I don't know. Why can't it just be they know they have their best shot to win and they got clearance from the owner? Why can't it just be that?
I got to say, I don't know what you guys feel about this. I would not have put Scott Harris at the top of the list of the first GM in town to make a move. I thought it would have been Trajan.
No, I thought Brad Holmes would eventually just see the light and quit being stubborn and, yep, you know what, fine. We got a good team. I'm ready to say we're good, and there's a window. You're right. I didn't see the Tigers. I thought it was about to come crashing down because of the whole labor everything that's going to happen next season. Didn't see that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they handled the Skubal situation correctly, but I do think they salvaged a lot of their issues over the last couple signings that they've had.
Yeah, they salvaged fan belief. I think they salvaged some credibility. And that's all you can ask. And even would I have handled the Skubal thing this way? Probably not. But we're here now. I don't care. Let's go try to make a run and win the World Series. Because I got news for you. You're going to be begging for baseball in 27 the way this thing is trending. Let's go to Dave and see if Dave, you good, buddy?
Yeah. Thanks for
no problem.
Mentally.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure I gave you
9/11 call.
Go ahead. What do you got, buddy?
Yeah, I'm thinking about how we can get some guys to play, and I'm thinking in the NBA and probably maybe college and NIL is, especially NBA, give a base salary and incentives. Everything's incentive. Get all the owners to agree, and I don't know. What do you think?
Oh, well, Dave, I got to be honest. I'm not sure what you're saying. I'm a little confused. So we need to give that another shot.
Yeah. So you when a guy signs his contract, he gets a base salary, and everything that he makes is incentive based.
Yeah, okay. Well, what you would need is probably about a 5-year strike, Dave, because the players in the union are never agreeing to that. But I appreciate your support.
Yeah, all incentive based.
Good luck.
Yeah.
I think I've seen that once, and it was like when Master P repped Ricky Williams.
Good call.
I don't think you're getting
good call.
Who could forget the Master P agent era? Yes, Paul. You look like you're about to say something.
Well, no, I just kept thinking of him make him say,
Okay. 2485.
Go ahead and finish it out, Paul.
I don't know the rest of the lyrics of that. I just know the soundbite of it.
Okay, well, I'm sure you can go find it. We'll get more to phone calls. We got to get this Italy-Sweden game on.
Sweden just tied it up.
No, the penalty kill failed us. All right, Rico. Now. Bet them live now.
Okay.
I'm kidding. You can't. They're going to lose 6-1. You know how this story goes.
Plus 3,500. I'm glad I
So
waited.
wait. They've scored. It's tied at 1, and the odds are worse.
Yes.
Oh, my Lanta. What's the puck line? Plus 1,500?
Let me find it.
Come on. You got to hold on for dear life here. I'm interested. I if the game ends up on TV, maybe I mess around with it.
I'm going to find it.
All right. You do that. We'll get with the people.
Oh, 4.5. Plus 4.5. Plus 100.
I don't know. I just want plus 1.5. Standard puck line.
Oh.
Italy is competing right now with these Swedes. I'm kidding. 97-1. Well, we've hit a new low as Rico has live bet Italy versus Sweden. Why is Italy's odds at like plus 6,500? The game's tied at 1. What happened?
You know what? I should have waited. It's now plus 7,000. It just
Why do I feel like we're gonna blink and it's 6-1 and like they're just not telling us?
I don't know what just happened.
Wow. Well, welcome, Rico. Let's get to the people. We got another football today to get to. We got a lot of stuff to cover today. And again, been a little more wide-ranging of a conversation. We played the Scott Harris audio. I do think it's interesting that the Tigers have made these moves, and now it's like, okay, Steve, you're up next. And look, this is not a free agent destination. It is about trades. I do think trades is how the Red Wings can look. I think the guys in the room have just earned help. Top 6 forward, top 4 defenseman. I'm not telling you the perfect player exists. I think it's interesting is like, look, I don't think you get to blame Chris Ilitch anymore. Because if he's willing to hand over $40 million a year for Framber Valdez, how's he not going to pay 14 cents in a sandwich for an NHL player?
True.
That's the equivalent monetarily. Let's go to Ryan, 97.1. Ryan, how you doing?
Good, guys. How you guys doing?
Good. What's on your mind, bud?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to have a quick chat about, the Red Wings really quick. And, Mike, I have to apologize. Sweden just, it looks like they're caving Italy in right now.
Listen, there are some struggles in our own zone. May or may not be on pace to give up 120 shots on goal.
Doesn't matter. Still tied. Still tied. Doesn't matter.
Look, it'll be all right. I think they're showing pretty well right now. But to get to the Red Wings, what I had to say was, I think that it's time. It's time to make a move. And not just any move, I think cost does matter.
Okay.
But, helping this team, it really needs to be a priority because of how well they've played. I think that their play shows that, they've shown effort and that they've really cared. And I called earlier this season, when the bottom 6 was, really struggling to produce. And, since then, Kopp and the rest of the bottom 6, they've really, locked in and they've done well. And, I think I used to listen to the show when, the Lions were trying to, get back on track with Campbell and, they went and, beat Green Bay in Green Bay. And, the following draft, they kind of drafted and got a bunch of stars. And, you had a comment that, when your current players become backups and like lower in the order, it helps your team because the quality of the team is improving.
Yes,
and,
you raise the floor.
To me, exactly. And to me, looking at, depth defensemen like a Logan Stanley out of Winnipeg or, a depth forward could really help this team. I would stay away from a Vincent Trocheck because of age or maybe even Elias Pettersson because of, character traits. But
yeah, the Pettersson one is a boomer bust deal. It just depends on what you believe. Is he a terrible teammate or is he a guy who's a good player in a terrible situation? I'm not smart enough to tell you what's real and not. I just tell you this, Ryan. Yeah. Look, this is the best edition of the Wings you've had in a few years. We know they need help. Here's what I would say to you: a depth player is different than Craig Smith. Okay, we have to do better than a Craig Smith Christmas.
And I was gonna propose a name to you really quick. Just wanted your take. I really want the Wings to look at, and I know that St. Louis is looking at rebuilding pretty soon, and I don't mean to geek out and lose the listeners, but
you're fine.
Robert Thomas is an absolutely phenomenal player and someone who, I would be willing to part with premium future assets to bring him here. He's a great player, he's young, and he would blend really well and knock guys like, maybe even Larkin, if people don't believe he's a future number 1 center. A second line with Dylan Larkin on it, I'm pretty confident with that in a playoff.
Well, and he's been banged up this year too, though, right? He got hurt, but he's a kid, 25 years oldish. It would fit the timeline of the team. Yeah,
fantastic.
Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and argue. Look, I don't get hung up, Ryan. I'm not going to get hung up in who they go and get, as long as who they go and get, ice time, productivity. I know some people shy away. Like, look, Kenny was kind of broken up about the bread man. All right, well, he wanted to go to Los Angeles. I don't care that he was old. I don't care about the extension. All right, if a player didn't want to be here, I can't change that. Productivity is productivity. So, you're on the younger spectrum. I don't care. They need to get better. Right. And look, I know Steve kind of put Larkin in a locker after his comments last year about Look, Dylan talked about how disappointed the room was they didn't make a move, and oh boy, Dad did not like that.
Yeah, he aired family business.
But they're back again, and they're doing it again. They deserve help. Is that fair?
No, they do.
I think that's okay. Let's go to Jim, 97.1. Jimmy, what's the word, buddy?
Well, hey, how's it going, guys? Hey, I just, in listening to, like, and I didn't hear the Scott Harris thing, so I don't know exactly what he said. But if they wanted to impress me by spending money and proving that they were going in, it wasn't making the two signings that they made, because I don't think those two guys make them any closer to the World Series than they were previously, because they needed more help offensively, and if you were going to spend that money, in my estimation, they and based upon how they're doing all these extensions, pushing the money out forward, that they could go forward and, give Skubal what he wants. They could have spent $500 million and gave him Skubal an extension. They could have signed Chris Bassett. They could have signed, Bichette. They could have signed Bader. They could have signed Fairbanks. They could have spent the money more wisely, and that would have been more, because JV, as good as he has been, he's not what he once was. And, so I just, to me.
There's a couple things. There's a couple things.
Tell me what you think.
I mean, look, I think Framber Valdez is one of a handful of guys that can give you 200 innings, and you have a dominant lefty top of the rotation. I think it makes you better. JV, it depends on what you believe. The first half of the year or the second half. His last 13 starts of the season last year, 2.6 ERA, went into the seventh inning 3 times, threw 121 pitches on August 31st. Now, Jim, I'm not going to argue. I would have loved to have seen a bat. Rico would too. I've wanted Bo Bichette for 2 years. But I also can't sit here and act like they're not better. Do I wish the offseason had gone a little differently, that they didn't wait till the 11th hour? Well, sure. If we want to do that, yeah, I'm happy to. Yeah, I cede the point, Jim. But I'm not going to act like they're not better. I don't think that's accurate. I don't think it's fair. And look, Reese Olson being out for the year now takes a little starch out of the JV signing, but it is depth. It's real. And when you look at your rotation of Skubal, Valdez, Mize, Flaherty, JV, Melton as a reserve, Job down the line as a reserve, Drew Anderson as a swing, you have the depth to absorb it. I think it makes you better.
Right. Unless you're expecting vintage JV, and then you're going to be totally disappointed.
Well, right, but then you're irrational.
Right, but he's back, and he's going to be throwing no-nos, and no.
Oh, God. You do, I mean, if I hearken. Rico, there was about a 2 or 3 year span every time he pitched. He'd get into the third or fourth inning, and you'd be like, all right, well, I guess I'm hunkered down for this now, because he hasn't given up a hit.
Yeah.
Crushing news.
I know.
No.
Sweden's up 2-1. Gustav Forsling.
Okay. I hate him and his family. Listen, we're having some problems in our own end.
That's okay.
We got to get in for some minestrone. We got to chart a few things. Right now, Italy's on pace to give up 80 shots. It's a little much.
It's just 2-1. We can bounce back.
We got to get more traffic. We got to block some shots. This is a problem.
24-3.
24-3?
Yeah.
How much time left in the first?
2 minutes.
Oh, dear God. All right, listen. It's actually getting better. We've kind of slowed down the rate of fire. At one point, we were on pace to give up 120 shots on goal. Now it's 75.
The ice is slanted and tilted to
Listen,
one end.
I blame the Kaztec architects of this hockey arena. This is not regulation size. There's no roof. There are problems here. I'm blaming the ice quality. Rico, this is bad.
I know.
What are they, plus 10,000 now?
Oh, let's see where we are.
Bet him again, Rico.
Plus $8,000.
Oh, dear God. All right. Winter games on FanDuel. Hey, if you're a sicko like Rico and you just live bet Italy, FanDuel's got you covered. Live odds on Italy, Sweden. Why? I don't know, because people like Rico exist. Hey, want to rifle some curling bets? No. But look, bottom line, if you're going to mess around with the Olympics, FanDuel's your spot. Play your game. It's FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 97.1 The Ticket. 21 and up, present, Michigan. Gambling problem, you can call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, touch table on some football. Paul Serra, the floor is yours. Hey, guys, I want you to predict the 2029 offseason.
This one you won't have to use your crystal ball for. This is just a mock draft. CBS came out with it. It's one of their head writers.
We are kicking off. This is how you start the offseason. Paul Serra shows up in a Central Park carriage, and we do the first mock draft of the year.
All right.
So obviously he's got the Las Vegas Raiders, the number 1 overall pick, taking Fernando Mendoza.
That's it. Again, no surprise. Move on to something interesting.
All right, so the draft really starts at 2. Jets could go a lot of places. They're probably going to make the wrong decision because of the Jets, but with the number 2 pick, he has them taking Ohio State edge/linebacker Arvell Reese.
It's hard to argue because, again, once Dante Moore went back to school, I think the Jets' pathway to a quarterback went out the window. Mm-hmm. Now, they have to do something to get a quarterback. I just don't know what it is. But in this pick, you're taking this year's version of Abdul Carter, this year's version of, Micah Parsons. Arvell Reese is a freak show.
And I think the Jets are, for quarterback, they're going to have to go the free agent route.
They'll be drafting or signing Mr. Sprinkles from Missed Outfire.
They'll get a guy who, you know what, if it works for 1 year, great, we'll bring him back. But if not, hopefully we'll be able to draft one next year.
Did you see the ridiculous Derek Carr stuff?
Yeah.
He's retired, and that was like a mercy killing.
Well,
I want no part of that.
Thinking about coming back.
No. My answer is no. You're not wanted.
With the number 3 pick, they have the Arizona Cardinals taking Miami tackle Francis Mauigoa.
Okay, look, Paul, I will cede the floor to you because you're a Hurricanes slap.
Mm-hmm.
My baseline remark is I don't love either of your tackles. Now, I like Maalaga a hell of a lot better than Bell on the other side, but I'm not taking that kid this high. I really believe Utah's tackles are going to rise. Caden Proctor from Bama, it depends what version shows up for the combine and workouts.
You know what? Good point. Good point on that.
He can look sloppy and lazy
if he slimmed
or dominant.
Down, right, because it's always funny when the guy goes and drops like 20 pounds to the combine. Like, why didn't you do that for the regular season?
I like Mauigoa. I don't think I would take him this high either, Mike. I also think there's a chance he's better at guard than tackle in the NFL.
Oh, boy.
Which you don't take.
The Will Campbell experience.
Number 4 for the Tennessee Titans, they have him taking David Bailey, edge rusher from Texas Tech.
Again, whether it's Bailey, whether it's Bain, whether it's Arvell Reese, I'm never going to knock a team for drafting someone to go and kill the quarterback.
Yeah.
But if I'm them, you better get serious about insulating Cam Ward and fast.
And that's where maybe I go with, if one of the Utah guys is there, was it Fanu?
Or Lavo or whatever?
Yeah,
Lomu.
That's where I go because you're right. That's your franchise. And, it's what the Patriots did. Even though, look, Will Campbell didn't look the greatest in the Super Bowl, they went out to protect their guy in Drake May.
With the number 5 pick, Mike, you'll be interested in this. He has the New York Giants taking
Caleb Downs, please.
Ohio State wide receiver Carnell Tate.
No. My answer is no.
1-2 punch him and Neighbors.
I don't care. I've hired John Harbaugh. I've hired a Baltimore coach to be my DC. I need my Kyle Hamilton. The Giants' safety play is abysmal. And I think Caleb Downs is the smartest college football player out there. I think he's a supercomputer.
No, he is. Now, what about Thibodeau being traded? I've been seeing rumors about that. If you traded him, wouldn't you go for Bain?
Why? I already have Brian Burns and Abdul Carter. No, I'm good. Absolutely
rookie deal?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm good.
All right.
I want Caleb Downs.
No, I like
you
Caleb
can take
Downs.
Carnell Tate. That's fine. If it means you're not bringing back Wan'Dale Robinson, that's also fine. Then you spend that money on defense, fine. I'm telling you, I am a Caleb Downs truther. I would take him at 5. I think he's fabulous.
You're also passing on probably the best receiver in the draft because of injury histories. You don't want 2 receivers with injury histories like Neighbors and Jordan Tyson would be the number 1 receiver in the draft.
At Arizona State. And again, kid who plays even bigger than his measurables, great hands, electric player, uneven quarterback play this year. Yeah, Paul, in like 17 months when the draft is actually here, you may see this flip where Tyson, is ahead of Carnell Tate. Sorry, I didn't mean to turn this into like GiantsPick.com.
I like the passion.
With the 6th pick, the Cleveland Browns go with Rico's idea. They take Utah tackle Spencer Fanu.
You just need a quarterback. Any chance that
Ty Simpson?
No, that Deshaun actually comes back and he's a good quarterback, Watson?
I mean, there's a chance he comes back. I don't know about the good quarterback.
No, I'm just saying, like, all of a sudden, maybe like we overlooked him and he's going to be the comeback player of the year.
Yeah, he comes out of the back. Hey, Mr. Rogan, I smoke rocks.
I tried.
Get the hell out of here. He's done.
All right, with the number 7 pick, they have the Washington Commanders taking Ohio State linebacker Sonny Styles.
He's, again, I don't love taking an off-ball linebacker. However, one of those you can build a defense around him type players. You have to replace Bobby Wagner. You have an aging defense. I'm not mad at it, but I would tell you, you better fix that offensive line and you better fix what you're putting around Jaden Daniels. I'd be very careful using that premium pick on what I deem to be a non-premium position. That's just me being an old school hard line, boomer.
I feel like, and even the guy they compare him to, Fred Warner, was a 2nd-round pick. Because to your point, Mike, off-ball linebackers aren't going in the 1st round, no matter how good you think they are.
Correct. I just wouldn't do it. He's a hell of a player. I'm not trying to be insulting to the kid. I'd just go elsewhere.
With the 8th pick, the New Orleans Saints take Miami edge rusher Reuben Bain Jr.
I mean,
that's your defensive rookie of the year, in my opinion.
And you pair him up with Chase Young, who's playing the best football of his career.
Chase Young.
He's playing really good football on a team-friendly contract. Yeah. It sets you up defensively to be a lot better. But again, we go back to it. You must insulate your quarterback. If you're sure about Tyler Shuck, and this is what we have. Olave, I love him. Is he going to stay concussion-free? What else do you have on offense I really care about?
Yeah, but I think maybe they're going the route of the Bears. We know we're not going to win the Super Bowl next year, so let's just stock up and get the best players on one side of the ball, and then we'll worry about the offense later.
Number 9, they have the Kansas City Chiefs taking Jeremiah Love, running back from Notre Dame.
How do you just see that coming?
I love it. I do. I love it because I think Mahomes is entering a part of his career. He needs to be able to turn around and hand the football off a little bit more.
It's just a good fit. It's like the Ravens always find that great defensive player that slides all the way through the draft.
With the number 10 pick, unfortunately for Mike, the Giants didn't take it, but the Cincinnati Bengals take Ohio State safety Caleb Downs.
They'll be wasted and maybe not even sign. Cincinnati will come up with a new rule. We want to pay you like a 3rd-round selection.
It's tremendous. Yeah, it'd be fantastic. I mean, they haven't been the same since they let Jesse Bates get out of town. And look, he's a supercomputer. I think he's a future team captain. I love him. Now, my dream scenario, the Giants trade down to 9 or 10 and get him. Get added capital, get the player. But again, that never happens. So
we'll jump ahead to 17 with the Lions. They have the Lions drafting ageless wonder Miami defensive end Akeem Mesidor.
Oh, Jesus. He's Rico's age.
You know what? I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with it, too, because as I told Mike, you're on a win now. It doesn't matter if he's a 25-year-old
Right, because
rookie.
here's the funny thing about it. He said the same about Bo Nix. Oh, he's old. Didn't matter. Came in there. He's 20.
Are we sure he's good?
Mesidor?
No, Bo Nix.
Well, yeah.
You want to cape up for that old man. That's your business. All right, fine. The Lions take Mesidor.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. The NBA announced today that Isaiah Stewart has been suspended 7 games for his involvement in the brawl versus Charlotte. Jalen Duren will miss the next 2 as well. Stewart is losing $724,000 over those 7 games. Diabate got dinged 4 games, while Bridges will also miss 4. The Pistons face Toronto tonight on the road. Ron Holland is out for personal reasons as well. Hear that 7:30 tip right here on 97.1. Trajan Langdon told the morning show that Malik Beasley is still being investigated by the NBA. The Tigers formally introduced new starting pitcher Framber Valdez. He talked about his playoff moment where he got crossed up with his catcher and then hit him in the chest with the next pitch. That was his translator there at the presser. Reese Olson ruled out for the season yesterday, and according to Chris McCoskey, he re-injured that shoulder in October. Catcher Dylan Dingler also had an elbow scope. He's not expected to miss much time in camp. However, A.J. Hinch said that Jackson Jobe is throwing from 90 feet and is in a good spot at this point, but they are limiting him and taking it slow. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
4 o'clock, I can just tell you, listen, we're hoping there's a defensive conversation about their ability to clear the puck and get out of the zone. Italy being outshot 28-3. But it's only 2-1. Nice sport. Okay.
Apparently all the Seahawks decided to flip off the cameras at their parade.
Why is that? What are they mad at?
They were talking about people who mocked their quarterback.
Okay, cool. Idiots. All right. You imagine, like, you won the Super Bowl. Why do you care?
I'm with you.
You realize your quarterback's been passed around like communion bread in this league? Like, that wasn't some novel opinion. Right. And by the way, your quarterback was straight ass in the Super Bowl. But in fact, your coaching staff was like, you know what? Just don't screw it up and the rest of us will do your job for you. Yeah. But sweet, sick burn.
Ernest Jones says, don't talk about that's my quarterback.
Okay. Dopes. All right. Go
ahead.
You want to do the Isaiah Stewart thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. You got 7 games. And I have no outrage for it.
I don't either.
Only way I would have caped up for the city is if he got like 15. But you knew he was going to get near 10. Yeah. The league damn near told you that.
Yeah.
So 7 games for him, 2 for Duren. I don't give a damn what happens to the Hornets. I think the thing for me, look, you got a 5.5 game lead, but you've hurt the team in a stretch where now you're not going to have Isaiah Stewart against the Raptors, the Knicks, the Thunder, the Cavs, and the Spurs. Mm-hmm. Am I making a point that somehow you're without peak Shaquille O'Neal year 2000? No. But if you're going to tell me how valuable Beef Stew is, you don't get to tell me his absence won't hurt you. So I would just say, okay, hopefully the lesson is learned, and hopefully your lead's not down to like 1 or 2.5 by the time he's back. That's all I could offer you on this. I have no outrage for it.
I don't have outrage either. But what I think Pistons fans should take from this is the league is saying the next one will be 10 games. The next one will hurt you a lot. The next one will mean you're going to miss a series if it happens in the playoffs. You're at 7 right now. This is it, buddy. You want to hit double digits and do the suspension disco, go ahead and do something stupid.
Right. No, I think it's telling you if he does something again off color the rest of this year, you're going to have a real problem on your hands. He won't be available to you. Yeah. The league has basically said we're done now. Mm-hmm. 7 games that's a pretty large suspension. So I'm fine with it. I just didn't think it was going to be that much south of 10. It's not.
I thought it was 10. And
yeah,
people were like, oh, that's just too much. And he was defending. Guys, he came off the bench. He wasn't a part of the play. He wasn't on the court, and he already had priors. Sorry. That's just how life goes.
Well, and I don't think the video and audio of him leaving the floor and heading down the tunnel helped his cause.
No, you're right.
I mean, you can laugh at it, do whatever you want. I don't care. I'm not asking anyone's heart to be bleeding over it. It's just, look, enough's enough. Now, Trajan, I thought, said just about all he could say this morning on the morning show, talking about that's not going to happen again. Lesson has to be learned, etc. It's done. And I think he said the best part. He's kind of said what I said yesterday. Everyone on the team knows Stu has their back. You don't need to do anything. They know you have their back.
Right.
But you can't leave the bench.
Correct. And this isn't one of those where all of a sudden there were 3 Hornets just beating down Duren right there in front of him, where, of course, your natural reaction is, I got to protect my guy. You left. It was dying down. I think, and you this message says to me, you do this again, and it's going to be a lot harder a penalty. You're looking at double-digit games, plain and simple. And if you're like, well, they won't do it in the playoffs, I hearken back. Draymond Green, where the Warriors about to win a title, and, oh, wait, you kick somebody? Yeah, you're going to go ahead and sit. But it's the NBA fight. Don't care. We warned you. So he's been warned.
Yeah, I'm not going to – I can't go crazy about it.
Nah, like I said, no, I'm with you. It is where we are right now. Now, for some people who still think, well, that's how you got to be, and you got no.
Look, I think Trajan.
No, here's the thing. You're better than that right now. You're the team that can try to win the East. You're not some bottom-feeding team where you got to be tough and you got to show who you are. Everybody knows who you are. Everybody knows who Beef Stew is. Just go out there and try to win. That's what you need to be focused on, and this is not helping your team right now. This is you having to go and apologize to everybody. Guys, I'm sorry. I screwed up. I know I screwed up. Can you not do it again? Well, I got drafted. No, that's not what we want to hear. Say it after. Yes, I will clean up my act. I won't do this again.
I had some confidence listening to Trajan on the shows this morning that message has been sent. Let's roll. Yeah. Hey, man, I admit this. Like, Adam Silver has beaten me. I used to love the NBA. I'm now just get me to the playoffs guy. So, cool. Yeah. Now, I'll watch, because if their lead dwindles because they're going to be down a few pieces, then it becomes a different talking point. But I'm over it. I mean, I thought it was ridiculous what happened. You knew he was going to get popped. He got popped. I don't know. What do you want me to do? It's just what it is.
I'm not going to lose sleep over this, and it's not like Brendan was taking the victory lap. I don't see how this was a win anywhere for anybody. Just know that.
I think he was just more excited about being right.
He was.
He's young. Give him time.
Okay. You know what?
Let's go to the people, shall we? Let's go to Low, 97.1. Low, good to talk to you again. What's going on?
What's going on? I was just calling to say I apologize for my take. See, I was on the take of being a Detroiter and that we get riled up with 7 games, and I just listened to the teams that you named. It seemed like this is the toughest part of our schedule, and he knew that, so he came up off the bench to do that. So, that was a big risk that he decided to do, and I don't like that.
Yeah, I mean, Low, there's no apology needed. I get it. Everyone's passionate about it. I understand it. It just, Low, I think part of what I was saying to you the other day, and I'll say it to you again, is people misconstrue my disdain of the behavior. I'm actually upset because the Pistons are so much better than this. And the Pistons are real. Like, they have a real shot to do this. Please, let's not be stupid.
Yeah, like I told you at first, I had only seen the clip that they posted. And once I went and seen the actual full clip, and I seen Cade and the coaches trying to calm it down, it was like, it was kind of settled down. And then he came and ran off the bench.
Then he was Vince McMahon running down the ramp, and you're like, what are you?
It was like, all right, See, when I seen it, I thought it was in the mix already. It was it was over with, and you restarted.
Yeah,
that was the problem.
So look, I mean, ultimately,
that's all I wanted to say.
No, Lo, it's all good. And ultimately, look, I'm not going to do fear mongering. I'm not telling you they can't win those games, but it's just something to monitor because, like it's always hilarious. And we had this conversation in office with somebody else at this station, and it's like they want to have it both ways. They want to say Beef Stew is this amazing player, but then they want to say that him being suspended for 7 games, well, that's not going to hurt them. No, it can't be both. Mm-hmm. If he has value,
it's gonna hurt. He's a good asset to the team. He like we said, he's our muscle. He like our Ben Wallace, so it's gonna hurt.
And he's one of the better backup centers in the league. He's if you like metrics, he's an elite rim protector. And there's an enforcement level there. Not that the NBA is really about that anymore, but if he's out there, no, I don't think he's the dude you're taking a cheap shot on. But be on the lookout when he comes back, because there are going to be teams that are going to hunt him. They're going to bait him. They're going to pay someone's dental bill to mess with him.
Yep.
No, we've tied the game. The impossible dream is back. We're being outshot like 50-6.
28-4 doesn't matter.
28-4.
But it just takes one to tie it.
It takes one Paisan, one heartbeat,
That's it.
one meatball,
There
one
it is.
belief.
There it is.
Wait a second. You're in on this at plus 6,500.
No, I got it at plus 7,000.
I mean, come on. Maybe this will finally get you to let go of your egregious hatred of Italian Americans.
Oh, no, man. That's please. Are you kidding me?
Tied at 2.
I win this bet. We're all going to Olive Garden.
This is remarkable. I'm gonna pretend you didn't say that. That's hurtful.
And we're bringing cookies with us.
Forget it. Honestly, cookies is Swedish. I'm convinced. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, how you doing, buddy?
Yo, what's up, man? So, two things. Tigers first. I'm glad that they got some pitching, but seriously, they need to add some bats, man. We need some offense. Pitching is only good. It's going to take you so far. And then for the Pistons, I wanted to ask you and Rico and whoever else wants to chime in opinion.
Sure.
So I was reading that he's going to lose about $750,000.
Okay.
And so what if instead of having like a 7-game suspension, and this is for all players, whoever gets suspended, if they just pay that fine and then they can come right back the next game? Do you think they would go for something like that in the league?
No. I don't think the league would, because here's your problem. Stu is not a starter. So he makes about, $15 million a year, right? When you start to factor in what actual starters are making, they're into the mid-20s. You're never going to be – guys are not going to give up their money unless you're Malik Beasley and you don't pay your barber. But, guys are just not rent. Guys aren't going to give up the money, and the league wants the punishment. They don't want the dollars. They want – look, law and order has to be a part of this. The player sitting is the real punishment. The money, not so much. That would be my initial response, but maybe, Rico, maybe you're on the other side of this.
Yeah, I mean, is the fine going to be based upon how much they make? Because if you're a superstar making a ton of money, sure, I'll pay this little fine. I'll be back tomorrow. But right, if you're a guy like Beef Stew and you're making 15, 20 million and you get hit up with a fine, that's going to cost you a little bit more. So,
I get your point, because I'm seeing my flaw now, where guys are just going to come out and like, all right, well, I'm going to knock this guy out and I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, right. It's like when you see the coach at the press conference saying, yeah, I know I'm about to get fined, but I don't care. Here's a blank check. I'm going to get my money's worth because you're going to fine me. So let me just tell you, everything about this game sucked.
I'm going to tell you, Sweden's getting a little tight out there.
Mm-hmm.
The pressure's on. This home ice advantage in Milan, it's intense. Yeah. Some people say it's the toughest place to play in all of hockey.
Hey.
Mainly because they didn't finish the place. There's no boards behind one of the goals, and there's no roof.
I gotta say, me and you right now, we're both Italian. We're all Italian right now.
Listen, Cookie's gonna be heartbroken when Sweden loses.
I'm gonna be so happy. Between the horse racing advice you gave me and this, yes,
buddy, I will have given you everything and more for several months. We're set. Right. We are square. Lannister has paid his debts. All right, America's favorite place to watch sports, such as Team Italy's gutsy, emotional performance right now. Circa Resort and Casino. Can you imagine if that's what they have on at Circa right now? Italy's Sweden. 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view of the big screen. It's right in the heart of Las Vegas. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. That's circalasvegas.com. As Rico Beard has just said, pizza and hockey, that's what we do. I wish Kenny were here today. This is the problem I have with hockey. How the hell am I supposed to take your sport seriously? The game is tied at 2, yet Italy's being outshot 34-4. But you brought something up. In the midst of all of our beef stew conversation, we talked a lot about the problems with the NBA and some of these other sports. But the Olympics are going on. It's not really for me. You know, we've had a little fun bit here about Team Italy and Sweden and your bet. But you had a question for the people. Just something fun, because people do watch this crap.
Yeah, people get caught up in the Olympics, and I guess the question that I have for you guys is what's that one event that's become your guilty pleasure? That one event that, you know what, you just all of a sudden start watching, and the next thing you know, you can't turn the channel. For me, it was yesterday after the show, and it was
Nebraska.
Luge. No, it was the Luge, and I'm watching this woman go down 70 miles an hour in a sled, feet first. Like, what are you doing? And then I'm thinking, how do you know that this is what you want to do in life? And the next thing I know, 20 minutes later, I'm pulling a Stony, and I'm still here watching this thing. I'm watching round after round after round. It's just like, I know I can't be the only person that just gets caught up in certain events, whether it's curling. Doug was saying his was the biathlon. It's the guy who skis and then shoots the rifle. Like, what's your event? 248-539-9797 that you get caught up in, and you may not, it's a guilty pleasure. You don't want a lot of people to know about it, but you know what? When it's on, you're watching it.
I think I want to, okay, here's how I would phrase it. I think the Winter Olympics are like a morbid curiosity. I'm not telling you everything in the Summer Olympics is, quote, normal, but we can make sense of track and field, or you can make sense of the Summer Olympics more than the winter. Like you just brought it up. I don't know how you end up in a place where I'm a professional luger, or hi, I'm in the fjords of Sweden carrying a BB gun, and I'm going to ski across said fjord. Like I just,
you know where they train for the luge? In Michigan. Didn't know that.
Really?
Yeah, I think on the west side of the state.
What, in like Sleeping Bear Dunes? Like, what the hell are they doing here? No, but like whether it's the luge, the bobsled, like, okay, if there's one event, like I'm not an Olympics person, but if there's one event when I see it, I would stop and give it 5 minutes, because I've always, this is going to sound terrible, but it's a lot like you watch NASCAR for a crash or F1. I've always wondered, like, how is it the ski jump happens and nobody ends up just cartwheeling down the hill? They launch themselves into the stratosphere.
Have you seen Lindsey Vonn?
No, that's skiing. You're going 85 down a hill. You're asking for it. I'm talking the ski jump. I marvel at it, because basically they're perpendicular to the ground. Their face is ahead of their skis, and you're flying towards your death. But then, just, you know, they throw down these little Santa Claus tree branches to show them the ground is near, and they just touch it down like a regional Delta flight. I do marvel at that.
Wasn't that in the promo of the old Wide World of Sports? The thrill of victory and the agony of defeat was a ski jumper crashing.
Buddy, you're old, so I will trust you on that.
Never mind. Yes. The thrill of victory, the agony of defeat. And it was somebody
Rico's
crashing.
favorite Don Meredith calls. I am willing to hear it. I can offer you that one. Yeah. A lot of the Winter Olympics, though, like, okay, let's say bobsled was on. You give it 5 minutes, because it's this bizarro world of, hey, let's all load up in this death caterpillar with little helmets and fly down this ice trap. The Winter Olympics is bizarro world.
Right.
But no one actually does these sports.
Right. It's like, I don't know how this became a sport. Who said, you know what, this is good enough. We should compete across the world in this sport.
Like, I have the same questions for someone who goes into bobsledding as someone who decides they want to be a proctologist for a living. Like, how did you grow up saying you wanted to be an ass doctor? Like, how did you end up here? How do you end up doing the luge?
Right.
Like, there has to be an origin story for some of these psychopaths who play these sports.
Or let's do the tandem luge, where you're going to lay on top of somebody.
No.
And we're going to go 70 miles an hour, and somebody's going to be on top of you. Like, do you flip the coin? Who's on top? Who's on? I don't know. But it's just the weirdest thing. But yeah, I was
I'm fine.
stony.
We can take a few calls on it. I think it's a legitimate question. And look, I understand. I'm definitely like on an island where I say I don't care. Like I don't watch it. If I'm flipping channels between a game and that's my commercial break entertainment, that's one thing. Could I watch the gold medal hockey game? Sure. But
Bro,
beyond that,
I'm watching Italy, and we're going to win.
this is a show bit. Yes, I'll watch this. Also, I did say to my goodness. I tell you, Italy's buzzing right now. They may end up with 10 shots.
They had their 5th shot.
Don't look now. We're on a heater. Joey Cannoli just rifled one past the pipes.
Oh, man.
248-539-9797. But I want to hear from you guys. I'm totally down, but understand, Winter Olympics is morbid curiosity. No one, name the person who says, when I grow up, I want to be a bobsledder. No one.
Yeah.
I don't know how you end up there.
Bobsledder from Jamaica. They'll make
It's
a movie
like ending
about
up a urologist.
Right.
Who, like, you were playing with your Legos and said, I'm going to be that. Listen, you're doing the Lord's work. Clearly, the services are needed as we get older.
What's a urologist do?
I'm not saying it because I'll end up just like this. Because I could already hear. I'm not Ron Burgundy. You're not going to get me to do things like that. 248-539-9797. Let's get to John 97.1. Johnny, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How you guys doing?
Good. What's up?
I went into these Winter Olympics with like telling everyone, man, the Winter Olympics suck. Like, it's boring. I don't care about any of the sports. And then the Super Bowl happened, and I'm like, man, that Super Bowl kind of sucked. So I'm like, what can I watch? So I flip on the Olympics, and the first thing that I started watching was the women's freestyle skiing. And I was like, man, this is kind of dope. Like, it's like they really send the flips and like with the grinds and stuff. So I would say for sure and I know, Mike, you don't like the X Games, but like as a 21-year-old like guy,
sure,
anything that's like flips, grabs, that stuff's sweet. Like,
I
I'll
respect
watch that
it
all day.
John, respect. I have no issue. And you're right. You know what? Look, if there was another, like, you know what one always fascinated me is the moguls. Like, you're asking to have no kneecaps by age 35. How the hell do you do the moguls? Yeah. How do you walk?
I'm with you. Like, I'm watching snowboarding too. It's like, wow. So this is ice skateboarding. Okay.
Can I say one more thing?
Yeah.
And it's Tigers related.
Sure.
So I'm listening. I'm listening to everyone call in, and everyone's happy with everything going on in the offseason. I'm thrilled. Literally in 2 weeks, Scott Harris was on my hit list. Now I love the guy. I'm like, he's great. I'm happy. But everyone calling in that's like, oh, they need to do something with the bats. They need to do this. For one, and when they say we can't go far, well, first of all, we were a game away from the ALCS with terrible bats and a worse pitching staff. So now we have arguably the best pitching staff in the American League and the same bats, which, if you ask me, that gets us past that one game into the ALCS right away, considering assuming everyone stays healthy. Number two is, who are we going to sign? There's no one left free agent-wise to sign.
No, and what did I say to start the offseason? If it wasn't Bo Bichette, then I wanted a trade. Yeah, the trade can still happen. We just wait. We get to evaluate. I don't like what I'm hearing about McGonigal not breaking camp, but so be it. I just got to give them benefit of the doubt. They're going to fix it at the deadline.
So that's the last thing I was going to say is now Scott Harris's final mission for me to be like, I'm fully bought in. Scott Harris is the man. I love our front office. If we can make a move for a hot bat at the deadline, and we're still, atop the division 1 or 2, we're good. We're good. 2026 is the year. Tigers World Series champs. You heard it here first, folks.
Listen, I'm not picking them to win the damn thing, but I did say, I felt like yesterday with that signing, they're going to go to the World Series. I feel like the depth of pitching and the depth of the bullpen they've built, the offense will figure it out, that it'll be middle of the road. It won't be top 5 or bottom 5 like last year, which was way too volatile. I just feel like that's a reasonable opinion. I don't know. Listen, all I can tell you is the boys are buzzing right now.
9 shots on goal.
They're flying. Rico, they may get to 10. This game's tied at 2. You're holding a plus 8,000 ticket. You don't even like Italian people. Look at you.
Love Italian
I looked
people.
over. He's wearing a fashion scarf. Look at this guy.
Getting a hat. I'm getting everything.
I look over. You're wearing one of my dad's hats.
Yes, me and Big G. Me and Big G are going out. We're going to go out and play some bocce ball.
We look over. Rico's holding a cat in a tuxedo like Marlon Brando. Go ahead. It's tied at 2. And Sweden, they're playing tight.
Mm-hmm.
These Swedes don't like pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Bunch of goofballs. Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Rico. That's what happens when your national food are tiny meatballs. That's what you get.
You know what? You're right.
Uh-huh. That and cheap furniture. That's all Sweden's ever given you.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren. Andrew Pavlik and the sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer because they're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount and rebate and incentive to save you some money. So get into Hamilton Chevrolet right now. Hit the road with great deals on their massive inventory. The selection is best right now. They're ready for immediate delivery, including the February Rico deal, a new 2025 Chevy Trax LT, $239 a month. For 24 months, you walk into Hamilton with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Guys, you know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet and tell them Rico sent you and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
We're going to get back to the people. We started the show, talked a little bit about some of the NBA's issues, and really how it relates to all of sports. Also got into a little bit of the beef stew stuff. Chris Ilitch, as it would relate to Steve Yzerman. Like, Steve, you don't have any cover anymore. Scott Harris basically said the quiet part out loud. I asked, the money's there. All right, Steve, trade time. Now, yeah, part of this was joking around. Like, we've talked about this all week. Italy, Sweden, and Italy was plus 3,000 to win today. Rico's holding a plus 8,000 ticket. The boys from Milan are buzzing right now. It's tied at 2 against Sweden. One problem. Italy's being outshot 40-10.
38-11, but we're getting there. We're focused.
I'm begging you. Just get this game to the third period time. That's all I want.
And Mike also saw the agony of defeat guy.
I did. I just saw a man fall off a ski jump. But see, I want the guy to actually get in the air and then fall apart. That guy just never got airborne.
Yeah, he fell over the hot dog stand and then went into the crowd.
He looked like Kenny trying to go into bed after 12 drinks. Let's go to the people. Julian, 97.1. Jules, how you doing, buddy?
Gentlemen, bottom of the afternoon to you. Thanks for having me on the show.
What's going on, pal?
Gentlemen, I have been waiting for 12 years for a topic like this.
Why is that?
And it's been 12 years since the boys have gone to the Olympics. It's been 12 years since we have been able to witness the pinnacle of sports, which is the men's Olympic hockey tournament with best on best. And much like most Canadian hockey fans of my generation, our fondest sports memory is none other than the golden goal in 2010 in Vancouver, where we hoisted the gold medal on home ice. And I just, I recognize, Mike, that sports culture in the U.S. is vastly different than in Canada. I certainly wouldn't have enough time in a couple minutes to give you a deep dive in Canadian sports culture, but I really can't speak to what the Olympics mean, the Winter Olympics. I mean, definitely for Canadians, the Winter Olympics are much more important than the Summer Olympics for obvious reasons, but the Olympic hockey tournament going back to 98 Nagano, which I think is the first time that the NHL went to the Olympics, is like nothing, is like no other sporting event in the world. And, it's obviously there's a cultural aspect for it, for us.
But so let me ask you this. Look, it goes without saying, you are one of the hockey-nistas. You're a longtime caller. If we move hockey to the side, though, we go, okay, Jules is locked in. This is a national treasure for Canadians.
Right.
You understand what we're asking, which is like, all right, but what's the guilty pleasure where you're like, what the hell is this crap and why am I watching?
Right, you don't want to admit to people, I actually watched about an hour of that last night.
Well, I mean, I'll open myself to some banter. I've curled, for years now.
Oh dear.
It's a wonderful pastime, and it's an odd sport. I could genuinely
tell me
say
you
that,
don't yell. Do you yell like these maniacs in the curling? Please say you don't do that.
It's okay.
If you're the skip, Mike, and you need somebody to sweep, you have to yell. But outside of that, I mean, I think most of us will watch bobsledding's very exciting. Anything downhill ski, I think, is wonderful. Obviously, the ski jump is fantastic. But no, I mean, there's a lot more Canadians that partake in one of these winter sports, whether it be skiing, skating. Obviously, there's not a lot of people going down the bobsled hill in their spare time, or the luge, or the skeleton.
That's what I was going to say.
But a lot of these things are familiar from a young age, right?
Now hear me out, because I need you to do me a kindness, okay? I'm just telling you. I don't care if it's your Leafs or our Wings. We need an international scout on the phone to the representatives of Damian Clara. This Italian goalie is standing on his head. Let's get him involved. How about this one, Julian? Team Sweden has 16,880 career games in the NHL. Team Italy has 0. Somebody sign this goalie.
It's Mike, and this is what makes the tournament so incredible, right? It's you got these feel good stories, and aside from the gambling aspect, which I mean I'm as big of a degenerate gambler as anybody. You've got, first of all, Finland lost to Slovakia, which was a huge upset. I mean, Slovakia is not a slouch country, but to beat Finland the way they did, and now you've got Sweden, the defending champions, albeit in a tournament that didn't matter, losing to a country that has, I mean, how many NHLers? How many
All
Italian
of them.
NHL?
Oh, no, 0. Italy has no career games in the NHL. None.
That's my point. So, stuff like the craziness happens, and I got to give the organizers credit because, albeit the group structure is such that the round robin, it's a given who's going to advance. But it still opens the door to these kind of upsets. I think that the Sweden-Finland group was the closest thing to a group of death, with Canada, USA being separated, and the fact that there's no Russia. So this throws it upside down, because I think most of us had Finland and Sweden advancing out of that group.
Well, not Rico. Rico has a ticket for Italy to win the gold. It's called retirement. There's actually no price. You just don't have to work anymore if you hit it.
And you know what? The Italian team is like the SEC. It just means more.
Listen, I'm just telling you. Somebody's got to get this. How about that? Just doing some light reading. You realize this Clara kid is 6'6"? He's one of the supersized goalies.
Oh.
Not to be a Debbie Downer, Mike, but Sweden just score.
I don't want to talk about it. I want it reviewed.
All right, we're getting close to the end of the.
Listen, hey, if I told you Italy was down 3-2 at the end of the
I'm good
second,
with that.
would you take it?
Yes.
Clara's playing his ass off, Paul. I don't care. Somebody needs to sign this
You're
kid.
right. Yeah, he needs to be on somebody's team.
How about this? He skipped the man under 18 and under 20s. He went straight to the starting chair. He's only 21. And he starts ahead of 2 former NHL goalies in Europe. Come on.
42-11 shots on goal.
The Clara difference. Let's go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how are you today?
Good, John.
Hey, I got it for you, Rico. I used to live in Muskegon, Michigan, and they have a luge track there, and yes, they do train there.
Oh, boy.
It is something phenomenal.
But how the hell do these people get into it? You can't casually luge.
Right. Is there an AAU luge?
6 months out of Michigan.
But John, okay, so John, you live near the damn thing, but like, is that your guilty pleasure? Like when the Winter Olympics come by and you go, all right, let's see what all the freaks and geeks are up to. Like, what is the sport you go, all right, I'm going to settle in for this a little bit. It's weird, but I'm interested.
I watch it, but I don't settle in. I mean, I'm not a skier either, so I guess I just settle into the Olympics and the hockey like you guys do, you know?
Okay, yeah, the hockey's like the lone Winter Olympic sport that is approachable, easy to get into. Like, no, I'm sorry, Johnny, no one understands how we're scoring figure skating.
No.
How do you get into speed skating? Like, what Christmas did you get a pair of those? It almost looks like
what? I think speed skaters probably started off as hockey players instead. I don't like getting hit. So how about I just go real fast?
I'm not qualified to argue. You know what? Fine. The Winter Olympics is the most bizarre collection of sports ever.
It is. I think the biathlon is still the weirdest sport.
What's that?
That's you cross-country ski with a rifle strapped to your back.
That's the BB gun thing.
Yes.
Yeah. You know what? We saw Powers watching that in his office the other day.
See?
He was trying. You thought he was acting all busy? Nope. Feet kicked up on the desk, and he was Googling how to buy one of those BB guns. The Winter Olympics is something special.
It is.
All right. Look, the Winter Games on FanDuel. I'm not advocating for it. I'm just telling you, Rico's holding a plus 8,500 Team Italy to beat Sweden ticket. We've hit the bottom of the chili pot. If you, too, are going to do such embarrassing things, FanDuel's happy to help you with that.
Put your money where your mouth is.
All right, Mamma Mia. Listen, it's FanDuel. Play your game, the official sports book of the Olympics and, well, Team Italy. 21 and up, present Michigan. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, so ESPN released their little 2026 NFL preview thing with all their writers and analysts, and they asked them some questions about next season. So I figured I'd go and throw them to you guys and see what you had to say about things. So they started off with, what's your early Super Bowl 61 matchup and winner?
It's over to Rico. Paul, I got to see the off season.
Well,
I mean,
you know
come
what?
on.
Here's the thing.
Why is everybody talking with their hands?
According to the it's because Italy's playing today.
3-10 again.
All right. Because of the whole color conspiracy, Paul, you should be happy because it says it'll be the Chicago Bears and the Miami Dolphins. But who do I see in this actual game next year? Man, there's a lot going on. But
Paul's unfair asking this. Here, Paul.
I'm going to say, you know what I'm going to say? Baltimore makes it from the AFC.
Give me the Los Angeles Chargers. Jim Harbaugh. Offensive line will be healthy. Everything will fall into place, and Mike McDaniel's a wizard. There. Chargers. Okay? I don't know in the NFC. Leave me alone.
NFC, somebody from the NFC West.
So Rams, 49ers, Seahawks again?
Yep. Not Cardinals.
Well, I assume.
Thanks for that bold flavor.
Okay. Who wins MVP next season?
I'm done.
These are the questions, Mike. I don't know what to tell you. They want you to put on like some time machine and go to the future.
Who wins MVP next year? Who's going to be the quarterback? Because you know it's going to be a quarterback. You know what? Here, I'll go bold.
Caleb Williams.
You stole it from me. I was going to say Caleb Williams.
I'm not comfortable answering these questions, Paul Sarah, but okay, there's one.
Okay, here. Maybe this will be more up your speed. One bold prediction about this offseason.
Max Crosby will be traded, and it will be to the New England Patriots.
I'm going to say it's a trade as well. I'm going to say that it's going to be Justin Jefferson.
Oh, my God.
He just wants out.
That is a bold trade. One of the guys said Max Crosby to the Colts.
I kind of feel like Vrabel's a personality fit. The Pats have that desperate need. It's all there for them. Yeah. And they are in a position cap-wise. They can give up some picks. I don't know. Hey, look, you wanted the boldness I'm offering to you. That's all I can give you.
And that's why I say, for me, the boldness, send Jefferson to the Bills. You send him someplace with a quarterback who just needs a wide receiver, because I think he's fed up in Minnesota.
All right. So on top of that bold prediction about the actual season.
What do you mean? Like what are you looking for here?
Surprising team?
Okay. The New York Football Giants. We're going to get Linderbaum, Ricard, and we're just going to go I-form obliteration. I do think the Giants will be much better. That'll be fun. But you want something like shoot the moon crazy?
No,
How about what Rico had the other day, Paul? You brought up New Orleans and Tyler Shuck. It's a terrible division. Atlanta's certainly vulnerable. The Bucks are, again, Todd Bowles. And what about the Saints winning the division next year? Kellen Moore.
I could see that.
That's bold.
I was going to say my bold, the Tennessee Titans make the playoffs.
That's bold. Okay, yeah. You win. Cam Ward hero arc.
Robert Saleh.
Who is poised for a breakout season?
Jackson
so maybe
Dart.
Someone that started off slow, or
Jackson Dart. If I can get Malik Neighbors to stop being Lieutenant Dan in a wheelchair, I got Neighbors, I got Scatterbo. I'm assuming the Giants are going to go out and get another wide receiver. Give me Jackson Dart, please, one time.
Poised for a breakout season. You know what?
Well, Cam Ward would qualify based on your Titans pick.
Yeah,
Cam Ward, Ashton Genty.
That's a good one because of Kubiak. The system alone should open up the running game enough where Genty's not getting hit 3 yards behind the line of scrimmage. That's a good call by you. Yes.
All right. Okay. Which player has a bounce back season? Maybe they had a down year in 2025, 2026. They're going to come back.
Bounce back.
I'm gonna draw big.
What?
The Commanders quarterback.
Jaden Daniels?
Yeah, Jaden Daniels.
Okay, for health purposes, that's fine. Let me go to the AFC and see if we can find one. It's not going to be Tua. Josh Allen's fine. What about Joe Burrow? Same type of thing. Was injured, O-line terrible. What about Burrow? Stays healthy, has a big year, Bengals back to the playoffs.
I was thinking more Geno Smith. No, I'm kidding. Just say if you were paying attention.
God, I hate Geno Smith, and I hate your love of him even more.
Sam Darnold does it again.
That would be stunning. That would be.
Which player should really consider hanging things up?
Oh, dear God.
Travis Kelce.
Aaron Rodgers.
Travis Kelce.
Yeah, that was the
Kelce,
first one that popped in my
100%.
mind, too. Was Kelce.
He is literally, he hurt his team. He's
Derrick Henry.
Derrick Henry needs some therapy.
Yeah, no. Football's driving him to insanity. I'm trying to save that.
He still has the skills.
Nope.
He has never recovered from the fumble in week 1.
How about Steph Diggs? That way he'll be on a fixed income and he'll stop getting people pregnant. 6 different babies' mothers, and he's now broke up with Cardi B.
He may actually need to keep playing to pay for these kids.
Actually, you're right. We've reverse engineered it. Playing is probably the better solution.
And then the last one real quick here.
10 seconds.
Which coach gets fired first?
Oh, no.
Todd Bowles.
Aaron Glenn.
Glenn, Bowles, both winners. And by that, I mean losers. All right, that's the football blitz.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. With the Pistons' next game looming tonight, the NBA finally announced the suspensions for the players involved in the Charlotte brawl the other night. Isaiah Stewart was the hardest hit. He'll miss 7 games starting today. Jalen Duren will also miss the next 2. Detroit has Toronto tonight on the road. Ron Holland also out for personal reasons. Hear the 7:30 tip right here on 97.1. Pitchers and catchers reported at Lakeland today. Dylan Dingler is limited to start camp after having a scope on his elbow. Pitcher Jackson Jobe also throwing from 90 feet and progressing well after that Tommy John surgery. President of Baseball Ops Scott Harris spoke with the media about the team's strategy. The NFL announced their The The NFL announced, go ahead and cut that, Mike. The NFL announced their draft combine invitee. There were 8 Michigan players, 2 Spartans, and 1 from Western Michigan as well. Michigan basketball back in action tonight against Northwestern. The Wildcats 10-14. Michigan looking for their 9th straight win. Tip off at 8:30. At the Cornwall House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, we had a good moment there. For the people around the state who don't get to hear our intrepid update man, Jeremy Otto, we've been sitting here since 3 o'clock having some fun. On the side, Rico placed a completely absurd bet. Italy versus Sweden in the Olympics, hockey. Italy was plus 3,000 pregame. Rico's got plus 8,500. They were tied at 2 right until the end of the second period. So Otto walks in, and he's got this way about him of being unintentionally smarmy. Like Jim Costa is intentional smarm. Brendan Shabath, intentional smarm. Otto's innocent. He doesn't know any better. So he comes in, he shuffles his paper, and he was busy bragging how, or Rico goes, oh my, look, our very own Jeremy Otto talked to G League All-Star Jaden Akins. Out of nowhere. Otto's response to that, we're off the air, by the way. Otto's response is, well, golly gee, yeah, I've been getting a lot of action on my Twitter with that. Then in the next breath, oh, look, Italy's losing. So that's why in the middle of his update, we hit him with a chair, and that's why I messed with him a little bit to break up his update. But he's a beautiful man. We're rooting for Rico's bet, and we have a number of topics to talk about, part of which is what Scott Harris had to say. I think it's interesting, but not for the reason on surface you might think. I'll get to that in a second. But Rico brought up the Olympics. I'm not Olympics guy. It's just not for me. But the Winter Olympics is like a festival of morbid curiosities of sport. They are the sports that no one actually plays. Sure, take hockey. Let's put it to the side. Name another sport any kid plays. Luge, bobsled. I'm skiing around with a BB gun. I'm flying down a ski jump. Like, what are you playing here, Bobby?
I guess figure skating?
No, not really.
Question mark?
Nope. Speed skating? Not likely. So we asked the question, hey, whether you're watching the NBA or the NHL or you're watching a sitcom and it's commercial break entertainment, what is the Olympic sport that's that guilty pleasure? Like, do you lock in on this and go, look, this is ridiculous, but I'm here for it? 248-539-9797. As far as Scott Harris goes, Paul, can we play that audio? Do you have that handy? Thanks, buddy. He had a comment, and I don't know. Maybe I just have to get used to it. He's not comfortable in front of the camera. But like the whole I reject the premise or whatever he said about being all in, it's like, Scott, that's not an insult. It's a compliment that you guys with the last year of Scooble are getting extra aggressive. And we know you're set up for success down the line. No.
No, I was going to say, it's funny, Mike, because you actually had half the general manager / presidents kind of reiterate the same thing today, because Trajan Langdon kind of said the same thing this morning to the morning show, like, well, yeah, we're not that good right now. Seriously, power it down. We haven't won a playoff series. We haven't even won a home playoff game yet.
Well, he's right.
Right.
I don't know if that fan base is willing to hear that, but he's right.
So I just thought it was interesting that half your presidents kind of had the same thing to say today.
Let's hear the Scott Harris audio, and then I want to tell you what I was thinking about it. Go ahead, Paul. So, look, I already covered the part about he didn't like the premise. Whatever. I also don't think you could say you were trying to win when you sold at the deadline 2 years ago, and then last year you offered the worst trade deadline of any team in first place, maybe in the History League. I digress. What I did think of, though, with hockey as the backdrop, Chris Ilitch stepped to the plate, and something else Scott Harris said is Chris Ilitch didn't hesitate. He was all in on the Valdez thing, and he was excited, competitive. So for the people who continue to want to run cover for Steve Yzerman and blame Chris Ilitch, I don't think you get to do that anymore. Maybe we just need to look at Steve, and he's the limiter. He's the reason they aren't getting deals done. What's the reporting been from the elite hockey media out there? Steve is really tough to deal with. Not a great reputation as far as dealability. So as the Wings, once this ridiculous Olympic break is over, the Wings have to be buyers. The players in that room have earned that. And I just wondered if your sentiment about Steve and Chris changes. We know it changes with the baseball side. He spent the money. That's all we've asked for. And hey man, I know people are going to call up and go, yeah, but I wish we got a bat. Look, the point is the payroll has gone up by $60 million.
And this is a really good start. And then, you know what? Maybe we see what some of the young guys like.
Correct.
To say, like, let's see what McGonigal. Let's see what the young guys could do. I'd like to see him up early.
Well, I think the best thing that could happen is you find out that Baez and McKinstry were completely fake, and it forces their hand into a trade.
Yeah.
Versus more Pixar movies in April, and then we're sitting here having to listen to, kazoos and all-star salutes. No. Maybe it's best.
What? You're right. They both made the All-Star.
I turn into Latte Larry and root against those two, and that way they have to make a move.
I remember the campaign now. Yes, we got to get Zach into the All-Star game.
No, we don't. So that's kind of what we're rapping about. 248-539-9797. And I will tell you, someone call, Hawk and Anderson is still at it for the Wings. I know he's probably only scouting Sweden. Get him a flight over to Milan. I want this goalie for Italy. 6'6", 21 years old. The kid's standing on his head.
49 shots to 12.
He just made a great save on a breakaway, too.
He did.
Paul, we got to sign this guy.
Jeez,
he's got to be on.
In the net.
He looks like Ben Bishop, the old goalie.
Yeah, he stood up and it's like, wow.
Right, it was like Bill Walton getting out of a chair.
Right, the nets are at his knees.
Listen, this kid starts ahead of 2 NHL goalies in Europe. He skipped the under-18s and he skipped the under-20s. He's the starter, and he's playing phenomenal. I'll just tell you, Italy's buzzing right now. I want this for Rico.
I want this for me, too. I want this for you. I want this for the people of Italy and all Italian descent. Yes.
Look at that. If Rico can change, we all can change. Paul, do you want to read some text?
We get this bet, and I don't know about you, me and Big G, we hanging.
We got a great text. It said, Mike, don't worry. The Italian team has put an espresso machine behind the bench. They're ready to go for the third.
That's right. Just some light bites. Little biscotti.
This is from an unnamed texter. I'm on board with Mike and Rico with a 25% profit boost, 25 cents to win $25. Let's go, Italy, get the W.
Jesus. Rico, what have you done? Look out. Clara's getting a new stick. Go ahead.
This is from JP in Port Huron. I think the skeleton is the scariest event, going head first 100 miles an hour.
How do you even get into it? That's the question. At what point in your life, that's what you're doing?
Because the luge.
Oh, what a save. What a save by this guy. You know what? We got to come up with a nickname for this kid. What a save.
You're not kidding.
Yeah. Woo! Let me see John Gibson do that.
Yeah, because the luge is just, that's for the weak. That's for
the
cat enthusiasts.
If the Wings had an Italian goalie, do you know how much better I'd feel about them?
Uh-oh.
What?
Is he leaving?
Oh, my God. Is he hurt?
Yeah, he did wince a bit when he made that save.
Oh, no. He just blew out a groin.
He had it.
Too much at a Rieger, chewing it and doing it. He's dead. Italy's dead. Clara's dead.
He can only take 50 shots. He's
unbelievable.
You know what?
Look at this meatball they're bringing in. This guy's the size of a tank.
He's on a shots on net count.
What is this, Goldberg from the Mighty Ducks? This guy's huge. He looks like he played linebacker. Oh, no. Clara's being carried to the locker room. Unbelievable. Okay. The dream's dead. Rico, see if there's a cash out option.
Hey, yeah, it's a voice laughing at me. You placed the bet.
It's a sad trombone sound effect. Clara's dead. Oh, Paul, you could feel the collective soul of Italy leave its body.
You're going to rub some spaghetti sauce on it. He'll be fine.
Thank you.
Wow.
Instead of the magic spray in soccer, we've just got tomato-based ointment. There you go. Sure.
How much time is left?
Not enough. He's the spiritual leader of this team.
You're right. 13 minutes, 40 seconds. Let's hope.
You were already plus 3,000 pregame. Now you're on a backup goalie.
Maybe they're going to do it for Clara. They're going to do it for him.
Unbelievable. My God. All right, we'll get to the phone calls next. This is Paul. What a gut punch. I thought we really had a shot for some drama. Watch this goofball give up a goal on the first shot he faces, too. All right, listen, we're all looking forward to it. Spring training's about to start. Reality is plenty of brutal winter is left, so don't get too excited. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They'll get you within 24 hours. They'll do a complete furnace checkup and make sure your system is running safe and strong. Right now, they've got absolute steel, only $79, complete checkup. Call Mastercraft today. They're the pros for plumbing, electrical, generators, and they got you covered. MastercraftHeating.com. I got to tell you, this Italian backup goalie stinks. But
They're going to rally.
They almost tied. We do have some suggestions for the nickname for the new for Clara, the goalie who just got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I don't care. Somebody's got to sign this kid.
Yeah.
21, 6'6", standing on his head.
Took 50
we
shots.
have the cannoli goalie, the Stromboli goalie, or a little play on a word, the Escaroli goalie. Oh. And I don't care. His origin story, he was born in the Vatican. So, look, this is Italy's on a backup goalie down 3-2,
So
and
could he
Rico's
be
got
the holy
plus
goalie?
8,500.
Born in the Vatican, the holy goalie.
That's it. That's right. The holy goalie. This new one sucks. This guy's playing blindfolded. He's already given up 2 off the pipe. His angles are terrible.
He's a backup for a reason. Always remember
It's
that.
true. He's built like a fire hydrant. All right, let's go to David, 97.1. David, how you doing, buddy?
Good, guys. How you doing? Hey,
Good.
I can't think of the actual sport, but somehow I got sucked into the vortex of these guys are going down the hill on skis. They jump a rail. They skid down the rail. And then they assume the animal house, thinking sir may have another backup downhill with their butts hanging out, and then hit a hill and then do flips and then land backwards.
I got to put him on hold because his phone just literally died. We'll get back to David in a second. Let's go to Paul, 97.1. Paulie, how you been, buddy?
Oh, I've been great. My good friends, how are you?
Excellent. What's the good word?
Well, go Scott Harris. About damn time. You're on the clock, Stevie. Holmes, you know what you need to do, and go Stones. But guilty pleasure in the Olympics.
Let's
I
hear
cannot lie. It's curling.
No.
I don't know what any of it means.
Canadians
I don't
with tea
know.
kettles and broomsticks? Are you kidding me?
I can't get enough. Like, I mean, I don't know what a fifth on is. I have no idea what
I
the
can't
hammer
get
means.
past the yelling. Hurry!
Oh, with a
I'm like,
mixed
what is
double?
happening here?
You know what it is about curling? You got your wife screaming at you, and you're furiously looking back with this broom, going, "Yes, honey, yes, honey, yes, honey," and then she just gives you the family look when you screw it up. Yeah, the score is 3-2. By my count, wait, there's 8 of those things in the bullseye. Should be like 20-19. I have no clue.
I'm amazed by it.
I think curling is popular because the average person says that I can do.
But well, wait a minute. Think about where it must have been invented. Like, this is what Neanderthals stood up. Well, we got fire. Now we need to have fun.
No, you know what?
These rocks on a
We've got
frozen lake.
fire.
No,
we need
Paul.
fun.
I think this happened one day when the bowling alley closed and it was icy outside in the parking lot.
Yep.
And somebody just said,
God.
I don't want to go home.
Yeah, because they'd have to grab a broom and sweep out the garage.
Right.
So, no, I'd rather sweep the ice and make this thing go that way. It's nuts. I love it. See you guys.
I'm telling you, by the way, Cookies is rooting for you. I've just received a text from America's favorite fake Italian, but he's being negative. Now he's saying there's no shot because Clara got hurt.
It's 3-2. There's a chance.
How does it work with Olympians? Can you just sign one of these goofballs? Or do you have to go through the draft process? Could I just sign him like in the movie The Air Up There? Could I just sign the damn guy?
You're Kevin Bacon scouting.
Yeah. Can I just sign Clara?
I don't see why not.
We gotta make
the draft. Yeah, the
Look
draft
at
has happened.
the save that ended Italy's hopes.
You
Oh
gotta
my
make him an
God.
offer he can't refuse.
Okay, yeah, you know what it's called, Paul? Being paid to play hockey. Okay, it won't take much. My goodness. All right, text Paul. What are people chirping about here?
Yeah, downhill skiing is my sport to watch. Dudes going 90 miles an hour downhill, awesome.
That one, dude, the skiing's nuts. Yeah.
This is from an unnamed texter. The Olympics is about competition of specific skills, not necessarily the sports themselves.
Yeah, but again, how do you end up playing them?
It's the collection of sports. Like, okay, you're a softball player, you're a baseball player, you're a hockey player. You do the whole kids tour thing where you drive your kids around throughout the different states. Like, what do you do for luge? Biathlon. You know, I need you to go cross country ski, and then you got to go shoot. And but before you get breakfast, I need you to hit at least that bullseye 10 times.
Well, we have a problem. The dream is dead.
Oh no.
Clara was drafted in 23. He's the first Italian player to ever be drafted. He was like pick 65 by the Ducks. Rieger just texted me. He's on loan in Sweden. My goodness, the dream is dead. But I'm not crazy. He's good.
Maybe you make a trade for
Maybe
him.
I'm a scout. He's good.
Maybe you make a trade. I mean, think about that. All the pressure in the world representing your country at home against a team that should be destroying you. You took 50 shots, you let 3 in.
Where was Yzerman scouts on that? How'd they let him get through
You
the
know
draft?
what? The hell with the Yzer plan and that anti-Italian sentiment. But think about how crazy it is, though, like how hockey is such a global game. It's very similar to basketball, baseball, but like hockey, look at the far-flung places you got to go to find players. Like there's a baseball, you have a finite number of places. Right. Like the Dominican is where you set up your international camp, okay? For basketball, certainly, NBA, global, all like NBA Africa with the initiative there, all of Europe, fine. Hockey,
anywhere.
It's anywhere it snows plus.
Right. Hockey, right. It's like the Tom Izzo. I'm going to go to the city of Flint.
So the Ducks found at the time a 19-year-old Italian kid and put serious draft capital into him.
Bro, that's how the hockey scouts make their money. It's like, okay, I need the payroll. I'm flying out here. Trust me on this. I think I got a goalie that you may want to. He grew up in the Vatican. And we may like him.
You got to see this guy.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
There's probably some scout like on vacation in Italy. He was at a restaurant. He saw a guy practicing goalieing out in the back between two like trash cans and a net.
What was he using? A ciabatta as a stick?
I don't know. He's like, and this guy's pretty athletic. Let's throw him on the ice, see what he can do.
I mean, Paul, the truth is 6'6". It doesn't grow on trees. I'm fascinated. Because it's the truth. Italy's never had an NHL player.
Because you're thinking 6'6". Italy's probably, in some basketball league. And
that's very true.
I'm a goalie.
God, I want this bet for you so bad. Go ahead, Paul.
6 minutes.
This is from James and Linden. He says, no lie, I'm into curling, but I blame that on watching it on Channel 9 on CBC back in the 90s on the weekends.
Okay, but like how do you grow up curl? I guess maybe it's just like bocce for snowbirds.
I'm thinking curling is like a beer league type of thing. Almost like pickleball now where, you know what, let's go to a curling
You know
thing.
what's weird about it? Somehow I could see Kenny drunkenly doing that.
I think Kenny probably does, right?
I bet you Kenny has done curling. Mm-hmm. I bet you.
Yeah.
One of his flannels, hammered, just yelling at people with a push broom. I could see that.
Yeah. It's right up there with the
Paul, you know it to be true. You know I'm right.
Probably.
Yes. Let's go to Brian, 97.1. Brian, how you doing, buddy?
Good, Mike. I kind of can relate to this subject, and where I wasn't a big-time left tackle like my brother, I was in an obscure sport in high school that probably no one knows about me. And the thing about it was how I got the gig. I was in a study hall class, and one of my assistant teachers, she's like, what do you like to do? And I'm like, nothing. Play video games. Go on, jump off of diving boards, I guess. She's like, why don't you go out for the diving team? I'm like, wait a minute, they have that? You can actually go on a diving board and jump in a pool? She's like, yeah, it's like part of the swimming competition. So I was like, cool. I went and tried out. Was one of 3 people in our whole high school to do that. Just like your screener, he did it for his high school too. He just told me. And
so that's Summer Olympics, correct? So what? All right. So that is like, all right, summer, you're locking in on the diving, but Winter Olympics, all the strange sports. What is the guilty pleasure where you go, you know what? This isn't that bad.
Well, I always liked that movie Cool Runnings, Mike, and I kind of always thought that was the bobsled, and I love it when they wipe out because why else are you watching it? You're sure not watching it. Just
you nailed it. I mean,
and you're wondering,
see them wipe out.
Where in Jamaica is
like,
there ice?
It's like if they wipe out in the bobsled, Mike, it's like a special treat. You're like, yes, this is why I tuned in for this.
Well, the other thing is they're all trapped. Nobody can get out. There's no ejector seat. They're just trapped in this tube of death, and they're sliding down. No, he's right. When that thing tilts over, and then their heads are basically scraping on the ice. It's terrible. But like, the one I've never seen a crash, it's the ski jump. I've never seen these guys go up in the air. They're leaning all the way over their skis. They're flying towards their death. The only way they know the ground is close is they throw random tree branches down, and then they just gently land the plane. And I'm like, how have I never seen a crash in this?
Also, not to be Debbie Downer again, Mike, but
No.
Sweden is up 4-2.
Yeah. You know why? Because we lost our heart. We lost our spirit. Clara got hurt. It ended any hope of this. What a joke. We let Sweden and their cheap furniture and their little meatballs, and we let them off the hook. And it took an injury to do it.
It did.
I got to get a Clara Ducks jersey. We're manifesting that. What a joke. You know what?
It was fun.
Sweden should have to practice after this game.
They should. Because this is where the coach, I hope you guys aren't proud of yourself. I hope you're not happy.
What a joke.
We shot 56 times, and we're barely winning.
Unbelievable.
And then, the Swedish goalie, you go do some laps. Go do something. You suck.
Go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, what's the good word, pal?
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Good, buddy.
I just wanted to ask you.
Yeah.
First of all, you just mentioned about that you never seen a crash in the ski jump. What about the agony of defeat? That's famous for
Joe, you brought up one example. Rico showed this to me, and it was in black and white, standard def, and it's some Yugoslavian guy, but he never got in the air. He just literally went off the tracks.
Yeah, well, right off the edge. But anyway, my whole
crashed
thing
into
was,
the people.
Right, like it looks like a little hot dog stand, and he just crashed right on the roof into the people, and then, oh boy, wow. Yeah.
that was Jim McKay doing the announcing. It was awesome. But anyway, my question to you, Mike, was how does one become a jockey? I don't know anybody who grows up and says, I want to be a jockey.
All right, so there's two ways, both of which involve you have to grow up around horses, period. Amen, hallelujah.
I was going to say, or you just don't
there
grow
is
up.
There is a very famous jockey school in Puerto Rico that produced the likes of like Irad Ortiz Jr. and Johnny Velasquez, etc. Look, the size limitations are really the barrier to entry, even if you have an interest. I mean, you basically got to weigh 110 pounds. But the other angle is if you're in the United States of America, you have to grow up around horses. And you start hot walking horses at a very young age. Then you become an exercise rider.
It was hot walking.
Basically, when horses are out of the stall and they got to just get exercise and cool out, and you're hot walking them in a circle.
Okay.
It's just handling of horses into exercise riding of horses into you're going to really try to become a jock. That's kind of the way that works, but it's almost exclusively you were either raised in the sport or at least around it. There's no one who just wakes up and goes, that looks fun. I'm going to hop on a horse. I'm riding on my toes. There is no seatbelt. There's no windows, door, or roof. So no power steering or brakes.
Wait, there's no like unicorn jockey who they do a Disney movie about who just kind of like the Kurt Warner of jockeys came from nowhere.
No.
Okay.
No one went from bagging groceries.
No,
Mike,
this isn't. No.
I don't know.
I'm not trying to be funny. I'm just saying,
I know.
Is there one?
No, not that I know of. No.
Okay.
I know the jockey school in Puerto Rico, or the American version is like, for instance, like Steve Asmussen is the all-time winningest trainer in America. Both his sons have ended up becoming jockeys, even though he didn't want one of his kids to be a jockey. He went to the University of Texas to get like a business degree. COVID hit, and he goes, I'm going to ride horses now. It just COVID, but that's it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, there's no like Bad Bunny hero arc of bagging groceries into I'm the biggest global star in the planet.
I thought maybe it was like one, except for this one guy.
I don't have that story.
Okay.
97.1.
All right, guys, you've heard me talk about my Matrix basements. Look, I can go and finish watching the rest of these games. I can go and watch Olympic hockey down there, whatever I want, because Matrix came and tricked out my unfinished basement. They can do the same thing for you. They're offering the Build Now, Pay Later program. Here's what you got to do. MatrixBasements.com. Go there right now. Schedule a free consultation. They'll come up with a great design for you. And the next thing you know, about 7 weeks later, you're going to be sitting there watching March Madness, or you're getting ready for the first pitch of the baseball season in your brand new basement built by Matrix Basement. And you ain't paying nothing for it because Bill Now Pay Later means absolutely zero interest and zero payments until the year 2028. Bill Now Pay Later and enjoy your beautiful new basement a lot sooner.
All right, look, it's brutally cold, but make it a little better? How about upgrading the ride? Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer, 2 years in a row, because they make car buying easy. GM employees and immediate family members lease a 26 Equinox EV starting at $159 a month, or purchase. It's very simple. GM employees and immediate family members, 26 Silverado Crew Cab, $259 a month. Both $999 down. No games, no runaround. It's all there. Shop online anytime, MoranExpress.com, or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Rieger's getting set up. I can't repeat what him and Rico are just talking about. I'll just tell you it was inappropriate. Paul, couple of texts before we talk to Mr. Blue Chew.
We got one texter that's very upset with Rico for listening to his gambling advice. He said, quote, "I knew I shouldn't have trusted a group of Italians."
First of all, you can't take any of it serious. We were joking around for days about Italy plus 3,000. Are you kidding me? Come on, man.
A 3-2 game at plus 8,000? Yeah.
We lost the heart and soul of the team when Clara went down.
Mr. Texter, this is, as I told you, this is like the 116-215 matchup in college hoops.
Like, look at this crap. Who the hell grows up as a kid and goes, listen to this? Me and Bobby over here are going to hop on a sled and go 90 miles an hour down an ice chute.
Right.
What? I mean, what planet are you on where this is what you grow up doing?
You're literally lying on the other dude.
But there's no
70 miles an hour.
There's no seatbelt. What planet? Like, how do you get into this? This is no different than the guy who becomes a proctologist. How did you end up here?
You like money?
Okay,
that's a good point. Yeah.
Hey, the proctologist, he making money. Right. These guys, poverty. What money you making doing this for a living?
Not much.
Every 4 years, they might be able to broadcast it.
I don't think you're going on the Wheaties box.
Look at this. You got to be a sociopath. Riggs, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on? My condolences to both of you. I was driving in. I actually left you guys to flip to the Olympic coverage of Italy and Sweden. You know, Sweden has like every player's NHL guy.
Let me give you a stat.
Yeah.
How many total games of NHL experience does Sweden have?
Total games, I would say, oh God, considering every player on the top three lines is an NHL guy.
Okay.
I would say, wait, total games? Like 1,000.
Try 16,880 NHL career games played. Italy had 0.
Wow. And you guys led 1-0, and then you tied it at 2, and you only trailed 3-2, and then your goalie went out, who is an NHL prospect.
The first Italian ever drafted.
Yes.
I was mid-show. I'm like, someone call Hakan Anderson.
Yeah, I know you wanted to buzz Stevie. Stevie, go get this kid.
6'6". He's like Ben Bishop. 6'6".
I'll tell you this. Our boss and I, we were listening to you guys and watching the game in his office, and he was on tape delay, and I see the Italy goalie just tear his groin. At least that's what it looked like.
After 58 shots.
And all I hear is Mike and Rico, what a save! And then I heard, oh.
Uh-oh, he's dead.
Yeah, that's
it. And with it,
Heart and
Rico's
soul.
dead.
Yeah.
What do you have coming up
My
next?
condolences. All right, so I think it's impossible not to be in a good mood because you look at photos on social media today, you watch video, JV's back. It's surreal, isn't it? It's really, now he's older. It's just bizarre. I'm having a hard time trying to figure out if people are, go ahead. Thank you. I'm having a hard time to figure out, go ahead, if people are more into this for nostalgic purposes, or are you more into it because you think this guy is the missing piece for your rotation?
I think it's more nostalgic.
Yeah,
I do
too.
think it's more nostalgic because you're hoping he can come in here and do something. But you know what you're waiting for the first night he's out there in the summer where he goes 7 innings and you're like, yeah, that's the JV I remember.
Do you know what his home debut might be? It might be Sunday Night Baseball on Easter Sunday against the Cardinals on the 20-year anniversary of 2006.
There you go.
I mean, come on. You're telling me that ballpark ain't going to be jam-packed? The nostalgia's going to be at an all-time high.
Rieger, yesterday and last night was a great night for you.
Why?
You were blue chewing it all night long because you got Verlander coming back here.
Yep.
And then everything that could have happened good for Michigan basketball happened.
They got a big
last
one
night.
at Northwestern tonight. You're right. Illinois lost.
Nebraska
lost.
Right. You two are adorable.
Here's the other thing that happened
yesterday.
yesterday.
The 2 guys watching college hoops. Good for you.
You know what also happened
We
yesterday?
can give it 2 minutes.
I like the U.S. women kicking the crap out of the Canadian women hockey team. That was fun.
See, I told you
because
last
the whole
night was it.
country's waking up pissed off. It's fantastic.
You got a weird thing with Canada.
I think a lot of Detroiters do.
Canada,
it's not just me.
Toronto.
If you grow up around here, you just do.
No, it's just
no. It's not. It's not just me. I'm telling you, I can get 10 lines deep right now of people that hate Canadian hockey as much as I do.
You and in your group that meets every Sunday in a church basement.
Yep.
Okay.
I do double meetings. I do the Walmart Wolverine meeting, and then I do the anti-Canadian
Hi,
hockey
I'm
meeting.
Rieger, and I hate Toronto. So do I,
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Anyway, so we got about hour 5, and then it's
Who's we?
The collective we.
I'll say Wojo.
Bob's not here again, is he?
Bob's in Florida. Yes, he's at Tiger spring training.
Shocking.
Yeah, so was
Look,
Will.
As far as the Verlander thing, no, I actually like it for baseball reasons. I buy into what he did towards the end, and I think
He was good.
I think he's wired different. I think it's the same thing as when he left here in 2017 and he became a great pitcher again. I think coming back here, it's just going to ignite something. This is a good baseball team, and most nights they're going to take the field against teams that are just not as good as they are, especially in division. And I think he knows it could be his last shot, something to prove. He's a psycho competitor. And I trust the last 13 starts last year. If he can pitch in the mid-3s, give me 5 solid innings every fifth.
I'll be honest, Mike, you're very pragmatic. But I think the initial thing is JV's back.
Right. No, I mean, is there going to be a statue? Jeff Passan reporting he's going to the Hall as a Tiger. This means just as much to him as it means to Tiger fans. But I agree with Mike, too. I mean, he was awesome down the stretch. And go back to 2017. Remember how badly he wanted out of here? He was having a crap season, and then he realized, wait a second, I don't want to face a rebuild. He got good, got traded, and then wanted to come back.
So now do they go get Castellanos and bring him back?
Go do it. 2 good quotes in the locker room.
Okay. Yeah, that's all Rieger cares.
Yeah, JV is a great quote. Yeah.
All right. Rieger's coming up next.
Great quote.
We'll talk to everybody tomorrow.
That's okay. We're
I'm
all
sorry.
in
Condolences, guys.
I'm sorry Italy let everybody down.
You know what? We'll be back.
Prayers for Clara.
Yes.
Can you get that kid on does he speak English? Clara? Get him on the show tomorrow.
I'm going to go ahead and say no.
Oh.
I'm just going to go ahead on an assumption and
You
say
can
no.
translate, right?
Only dialect. So no, not. I listen. The answer is no, and Anaheim has him. It's over. It's over. At some point, he's going to put the Wings out of the playoffs. That's all I know. Okay, it's going to be Jean-Sebastien Giguère 20 years later. All right,
this kid.
We're out of here. We'll talk to everybody tomorrow at 2. Apologies for Italy.